This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Curse of the Wendigo by Rick Yancey, narrated by Stephen Boyer.
From the New York Times, December 15th, 1897. Horrible Indian Murder. Winnipeg, December 14th. Indian Agent Short has arrived here from Barons River, with particulars of a horrible murder which occurred 8 miles west of Barons River Reserve. An Indian woman suffering from typhoid fever became delirious. Her husband thought she had become a Wendigo, and decided she must be killed in order to prevent her from eating other members of her band. He twisted her head until her neck was broken. The Indian was taken into custody on a charge of murder. From an uncited newspaper article. Shot the chief on his order. Winnipeg, Manitoba, October 27th. R.G. Chamberlain of the Dominion Police, Ottawa, and B.J. Bannalatine, Indian agent at Lac Seul, arrived today with 3 Indians in their custody. 2 of the Indians are charged with shooting their chief last winter at Cat Lake, about 350 miles northeast of Denordwick. The story told by the 2 prisoners is substantially as follows. The chief of the Cat Lake Indians, called Awasakamig, became a Wendigo, or insane, and ordered the prisoners to shoot him. A council of the tribe was called, and they discussed the matter for 2 days, when they arrived at the conclusion that the chief's orders would have to be obeyed. The Wendigo lay down in his wigwam and indicated with his hand where they were to shoot him. After he was dead, wood was heaped upon his body, and the fire was kept going for 2 days, thereby, according to the belief of the Indians, thoroughly destroying the evil spirit of the chief. The matter was reported to Mr. Bannalatine, but as the Cat Lake tribe are non-treaty Indians, special legislation was passed to cover the case. Constable Chamberlain went to Lac Seul, where Mr. Bannalatine and 2 guides joined him, and they made the 700-mile journey in 20 days. The arrest of the 2 Indians was effected, and they reached here today for trial. Prologue. September 2009. Cuttings. The reader was a retired middle school English teacher whose mother had come to live at the facility in 2001. Every week for the next 5 years, the reader made the 30-minute drive from Alachua to Gainesville to visit her mother. In clement weather, they sat in the same cobblestoned courtyard, nestled between the 2 main residential buildings of the retirement home, where she now sat with me. A fountain gurgled in the center of the courtyard, ringed on 3 sides by bistro-style tables that had been painted and repainted to stay the corrosive effects of Florida's tropical climate. Even now, in late September, the air was thick with moisture and the temperature hovered near 90, and that was in the shade. Her mother had passed away in 2006, but the reader still returned each week as a volunteer to read to the residents who either had no family or had family who rarely, if ever, visited. The director of the facility had given me her name and phone number. No, he had told me. To his knowledge, the man calling himself William James Henry had not been close to any resident. The only visitor he had had was the volunteer who sat across from me, sipping iced tea from a tall glass in which no ice remained. Perhaps she could help me, the director had said. I can't help you, the reader told me now. He never said anything? I asked. Just his name and the year he was born. 1876. She nodded. I'd tease him. I'd say, Now, William, that can't be the year you were born. He would nod, and then he'd say it again. What would he do when you read to him? Stare off into space. Sometimes he'd fall asleep. Did you ever have the impression he was actually listening? That wasn't the point, she told me. What was the point, then? Companionship. He had no one, except every Tuesday at 2 o'clock, When he had me. She sipped her tea. The fountain gurgled. The water in its basin dripped off one edge and spattered onto the stones. The fountain had settled several inches on one side into the soft, sandy soil. On the other side of the courtyard, 2 residents, a man and a woman, sat at another table holding hands, watching, or appearing to watch, the play of light in the cascading water. She nodded in their direction. Well, for a while, he had her, too. Had her? Who is she? Her name is Lillian. She was William's girlfriend. His girlfriend? Not just his. Since I've been coming here, she's had about 12 boyfriends. The reader gave a little laugh. She has Alzheimer's, the poor thing. Goes from man to man, sticks to them like glue for a few weeks, and then she loses interest and picks up somebody else. The staff calls her the heartbreaker. Some of the residents take it very hard when she moves on. Did William? She shook her head. It's hard to say. William was... She searched for the word. Well, sometimes I thought he might be autistic. That it wasn't dementia at all, but something he had been suffering from his entire life. He wasn't autistic. She looked away from Lillian and Lillian's companions to study me, arching an eyebrow. Oh? After he died, they found some old notebooks hidden under his bed, a kind of diary or memoir that he must have written before he came here. Really? Then you know more about him than I do. I know what he wrote about himself, but I don't know anything about him, I said carefully. I've only read the first 3 notebooks, and it's, well, pretty far out there. Her stare was making me uncomfortable. I shifted in my chair and looked across the courtyard at Lillian. Would she remember him? I wondered aloud. I doubt it. I guess I should ask, I said, without much enthusiasm. They would sit together for hours, the reader said. Not talking, just holding hands and staring off into space. It was sweet, in a way, if you didn't think about the inevitable. The inevitable? I assumed she was talking about death. The next one catching her eye. That one she's sitting with now, his name is Kenneth, and she's been with him about a month. I give it another week, and poor Kenneth will be all alone again. How did Will take it when she dumped him? The reader shrugged. I didn't notice it affecting him in any way. I continued to watch Lillian and her beau for another minute. Doesn't mean it didn't, I said. No, she said. It doesn't. That same afternoon, I met with Will Henry's attending physician, the man who had declared him dead on the night of June 14th, 2007. He had treated Will since his arrival at the facility. You know, he said with a twinkle in his eye, he claimed he was born in 1876. So I've heard, I said. How old do you think he actually was? Hard to say. Mid to late 90s. In excellent shape, though, for someone his age. Except the dementia. Well, dementia is inevitable if you live long enough. What was the cause of death? Old age. Heart attack? Stroke? One of the two, most likely. Hard to tell without an autopsy. But he passed his last physical with flying colors. Did you ever find... Was there any indication of... maybe something odd about his... Can you tell me if you ever took a blood sample? Of course. It was part of the physical. And did you ever find anything... unusual? The doctor cocked his head quizzically, and I had the impression he was fighting back a smile. As in... I cleared my throat. Spoken aloud, the idea seemed even more ridiculous. In the journals, Will Henry talks about being, infected by some kind of parasite when he was around 11 or 12, an invertebrate like a tapeworm, only much smaller, that somehow gives people unnaturally long life. The doctor was nodding. For a split second, I misinterpreted the nod as an assent, an indication that he had heard of such a symbiotic creature. And if that portion of Will Henry's fantastic life story were true, what else might be? Could it be that there was such a discipline as monstrumology, practiced in the late 19th century by men such as his guardian, the brilliant and enigmatic Pellinor Warthrop? Was it possible that I had in my possession not a work of fiction, but a memoir of a truly extraordinary life that spanned more than a century? The central question, the thing that woke me in the dead of night shivering in a cold sweat, the notion that haunted me as I fought to go back to sleep. Could monsters be real? My hope, if what I was feeling could be called that, was short-lived. The doctor's nod was not to signify recognition. It was his way of being polite. "Wouldn't that be nice?" he asked rhetorically. But no, his blood was perfectly normal. A bit high on the bad cholesterol. Other than that, he shrugged. What about a CT scan or an MRI? What about them? Did you ever give him one? The state won't fund unnecessary procedures in a case like Mr. Henry's. My job was to make his last days as comfortable as possible, and that's what I did. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Where are you going with all this? You mean, why does it matter? Yes, why? I'm not sure. I guess part of it is the mystery. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? And how did he end up in that culvert? And why did he write that journal or novel or whatever it is? I guess the main reason, though, has to do with the promise I made. To Will Henry? I hesitated. I was talking about the director. He gave me the journals and asked me to read them to see if there might be clues that will help us find his relatives. Somewhere there must be someone who knew him before he came here. Everyone has someone. The doctor was smiling. He got it. And for now, you're the only someone he has. I dropped the notes of my interviews with the reader and the doctor into the ever-expanding file I was keeping on Will Henry, and then I dropped the file into a drawer with yet another promise to myself that I wasn't going to obsess. I would work on it as my schedule permitted. I had a deadline on a book, familial obligations, worries of my own. The old leather-bound books with their cracked hides and yellowing pages remained undisturbed in a stack beside my desk. I was publishing the first 3 under the title of The Monstrumologist the following year, in the hopes that some reader somewhere might recognize something familiar in them. It was a long shot. For legal reasons, the notebooks would have to be presented as fiction. Even if someone recognized the name of William James Henry, it would be taken as a coincidence. But something in his tale might spark a memory. Perhaps he had thrilled his children or grandchildren with the story of the bizarre and horrifying creatures called anthropophagi. He had obviously been an educated man. Perhaps at some point in the distant past he had even published something, maybe not under his own name, if, that is, William James Henry was his name. After he'd been discovered in the drainage ditch, the police had run his fingerprints. The person claiming to be William James Henry had never been arrested, had never served in the military, and had never held any job where registering his fingertips was required by law. I thought, if those first 3 notebooks were a work of fiction, and given the subject matter they would have to be, then the author, in his demented state, might have come to identify so closely with his protagonist that he became Will Henry. Odder things have happened to flaky writers. I had spent the entire summer trolling the internet, making calls, interviewing everyone I could think of who might have that one special nugget of information, that heretofore undiscovered key that would unlock the truth from the stubborn confines of the past. Late in September, while I sat at my desk suffering from yet another severe case of writer's block, my eye wandered to the journals. Impulsively, I pulled out the 4th volume and flipped it open to a random page. To my astonishment, a newspaper clipping slipped onto the desktop. My heart racing with excitement, I thumbed through the entire volume, finding other scraps of paper tucked between the pages, as if the journal had served a dual purpose as Will Henry's diary and as his scrapbook. Over the next 3 days, I found more memorabilia tucked between the pages of the remaining journals. I began a new file, which I labeled Cuttings, organized by their location in the journals, in other words, by volume and page number, with notes outlining possible avenues for more research. While I can vouch for the authenticity of some of them, the New York Times articles, for example, others, like the calling card of Abram von Hellrung, have yet to be fully vetted. I cannot say with 100% certainty that they are not forgeries, or part of some very weird creative exercise on the part of the journal's author. R.Y., Gainesville, Florida, September 2009. A quote from Henri Poincaré. Logic sometimes breeds monsters. Folio 4. Desolation. A quote from Algernon Blackwood. For the panic of the wilderness had called to him in that far voice, the power of untamed distance, the enticement of the desolation that destroys. Chapter 1. What am I, Will Henry? I do not wish to remember these things. I wish to be rid of them, to be rid of him. I set down the pen nearly a year ago, swearing I would never pick it up again. Let it die with me, I thought. I am an old man. I owe the future nothing. Soon I will fall asleep and I will wake from this terrible dream. The endless night will fall, and I will rise. I long for that night. I do not fear it. I have had my fill of fear. I have stared too long into the abyss, and now the abyss stares back at me. Between the sleeping and the waking, it is there. Between the rising and the resting, it is there. It is always there. It gnaws my heart. It chews my soul. I turn aside and see it. I stop my ears and hear it. I cover myself and feel it. There are no human words for what I mean. It is the language of the bare bough and the cold stone, pronounced in the fell wind's sullen whisper and the metronomic drip-drip of the rain. It is the song the falling snow sings, and the discordant clamor of sunlight ripped apart by the canopy and miserly filtered down. It is what the unseeing eye sees. It is what the deaf ear hears. It is the romantic ballad of death's embrace, the solemn hymn of offal dripping from bloody teeth, the lamentation of the bloated corpse rotting in the sun, and the graceful ballet of maggots twisting in the ruins of God's temple. Here in this gray land, we have no name. We are the carcasses reflected in the yellow eye. Our bones are bleached within our skin. Our empty sockets regard the hungry crow. Here in this shadow country, our tinny voices scratch like a fly's wing against unmoving air. Ours is the language of imbeciles, the gibberish of idiots. The root and the vine have more to say than us. I want to show you something. There is no name for it. It has no human symbol. It is old, and its memory is long. It knew the world before we named it. It knows everything. It knows me, and it knows you. And I will show it to you. I will show you. Let us go, then, you and I, like Alice down the rabbit hole, to a time when there still were dark places in the world, and there were men who dared to delve into them. An old man, I am a boy again. And dead, the Monstrumologist lives. He was a solitary man, a dweller in silences, a genius enslaved to his own despotic thought, meticulous in his work, careless in his appearance, given to bouts of debilitating melancholia, and driven by demons as formidable as the physical monstrosities he pursued. He was a hard man, obstinate, cold to the point of cruelty, with impenetrable motives and rigid expectations, a strict taskmaster and an exacting teacher when he didn't ignore me altogether. Days would pass with but a word or two between us. I might have been another stick of dusty furniture in a forgotten room of his ancestral home. If I had fled, I do not doubt weeks would have passed before he would have noticed. Then, without warning, I would find myself the sole focus of his attention, a singularly unpleasant phenomenon that produced an effect not unlike the sensation of drowning or being crushed by a 1,000-pound rock. Those dark, strangely backlit eyes would turn upon me, the brow would furrow, the lips tighten and grow white, the same expression of intense concentration I had seen 100 times at the necropsy table as he flayed open some nameless thing to explore its innards. A look from him could lay me bare. I spent many a useless hour debating with myself which was worse, being ignored by him or being acknowledged. But I remained. He was all I had. And I do not flatter myself when I say I was all that he had. The fact is, to his death, I was his sole companion. That had not always been the case. He was a solitary man, but he was no hermit. In those waning days of the century, the Monstrumologist was much in demand. Letters and telegrams arrived daily from all over the world seeking his advice, inviting him to speak, appealing to him for this or that service. He preferred the field to the laboratory, and would drop everything at a moment's notice to investigate a sighting of some rare species. He always kept a packed suitcase and a field kit in his closet. He looked forward to the colloquium of the Monstrumologist Society held annually in New York City, where for 2 weeks scientists of the same philosophical bent met to present papers, exchange ideas, share discoveries, and, as was their counterintuitive wont, close down every bar and saloon on the island of Manhattan. Perhaps this was not so incongruous, though. These were men who pursued things from which the vast majority of their fellows would run as fast as their legs would carry them. The hardships they endured in this pursuit almost necessitated some kind of Dionysian release. Warthrop was the exception. He never touched alcohol or tobacco or any mind-altering drug. He sneered at those he considered slaves to their vices, but he was no different. Only his vice was. In fact, One might argue his was the more dangerous by far. It was not the fruit of the vine that killed Narcissus, after all. The letter that arrived late in the spring of 1888 was just one of many received that day, an alarming missive that, upon coming into his possession, quickly came to possess him. Postmarked in New York City, it read, "My dear Dr. Warthrop, I have it upon good authority that His Honorable President von Hellrung intends to present the enclosed proposal at the annual Congress in New York this November instant. That he is the author of this outrageous proposition, I have no doubt, and I would not trouble you if I possessed so much as a scintilla of uncertainty. The man has clearly gone mad. I care as little about that as I care for the man, but my fear is not unjustified. I think. I consider his insidious argument a genuine threat to the legitimacy of our vocation, with the potential to doom our work to oblivion, or, worse, to doom us to sharing space in the public mind with the charlatan and the quack. Thus I vouch it is no hyperbole to aver that the very future of our discipline is at stake. Once you have read this offensive tripe, I am certain you will agree that our only hope lies in the delivering of a forceful reply upon the completion of his presentation. And I can think of no better man to contest our esteemed President's alarming and dangerous disquisitions than you, Dr. Warthrop, the leading philosopher of aberrant natural history of his generation. I remain, as always, etc., etc., your obedient servant, a concerned colleague." A single reading of the enclosed monograph of Abram von Hellrung convinced the doctor that his correspondent was correct in at least one regard. The proposal did indeed pose a threat to the legitimacy of his beloved profession. That he was the best and obvious choice to refute the claims of the most renowned monstrumologist in the world required no convincing on anyone's part. Pellinor Warthrop's genius included the profound insight that he happened to be one. So everything was put aside. Visitors were turned away, letters went unanswered, all invitations were declined, his studies were abandoned, sleep and sustenance were reduced to the barest minimum. His 37-page monograph, with the rather unwieldy title, "Shall We Doom the Natural Philosophy of Monstrumology to the Dustbin of History?" A reply to the Honorable President Dr. Abram von Hellrung upon his proposal to investigate and consider as possible inclusions into the catalogue of aberrant species certain heretofore mythical creatures of supernatural origin at the 110th Congress of the Society for the Advancement of the Science of Monstrumology, went through multiple revisions and refinements over that frantic summer. He enlisted me in the cause, naturally, as his research assistant, in addition to my duties as cook, maid, manservant, laundryman, and errand boy. I fetched books, took dictation, and played audience to his stiff, overly formal, sometimes ludicrously awkward presentation. He would stand ramrod straight with his lanky arms folded stiffly behind his back, eyes focused unerringly upon the floor, chin tilted downward so that his otherwise compellingly dark features were lost in shadow. He refused to read directly from his paper, so he often went up, in the parlance of the theater, completely losing track of his argument, thrashing like King Pellinor, his namesake, in the dense thicket of his thoughts in search of the elusive, questing beast of his reasoning. At other times he fell into rambling asides that took the audience from the birth of monstrumology in the early 18th century, beginning with Bocqueville de la Poterie, the acknowledged father of this most curious of esoteric disciplines, to the present day, with references to obscure personages whose voices had long been stifled in the dark angel's smothering embrace. "Now, where was I, Will Henry?" he would ask after one of these extended extemporaneities. It never failed that this question came at the precise moment when my mind had wandered to more interesting matters, more often than not to the current weather conditions or the menu for our long-overdue supper. Unwilling to incur his inestimable ire, I would fumble a reply, blurting the best guess I had, which usually included somewhere in the sentence the name of Darwin, Warthrop's personal hero. The ploy did not always work. "Darwin!" the monstrumologist cried once in reply, striking his fist into his palm in agitation. "Darwin? Really, Will Henry, what does Darwin have to do with the native folklore of the Carpathians, or the mythos of Homer, or Norse cosmology? Have I not impressed upon you the importance of this endeavor? If I should fail in this, the seminal moment of my career, not only will I go down in humiliation and disrepute, but the entire house will fall. The end of monstrumology. The immediate and irrevocable loss of nearly 200 years of unselfish devotion by men who dwarf all those who came after them, myself included. Even me, Will Henry. Think of that." "I think it was... You were talking about the Carpathians, I think." "Dear Lord, I know that, Will Henry, and the only reason you know that is I just said it." As hard as he threw himself into the task of his oral presentation, more assiduously still did he labor over his written reply, composing at least 12 drafts, each of them in his nearly illegible scrawl, and all of which fell to me to transcribe into readable form, for if the reply had been delivered to the printers in its original state, it would undoubtedly have been wadded up and hurled at my head. Upon the conclusion of my hours of toil, hunching over my desk like a medieval monk with aching, ink-stained fingers and itching, burning eyes, the monstrumologist would snatch the product from my quivering grip and compare it to the original, hunting for the slightest error, which, of course, he would invariably find. At the end of this Herculean effort, after the printer delivered the finished product and there was little left to do, and little left of the monstrumologist, for he must have lost more than 15 pounds since the project had begun, but wait for that fall's convocation, he fell into a profound depression. The monstrumologist retreated to his shuttered study, where he brooded in a gloom both actual and metaphysical, refusing to even acknowledge my half-hearted attempts to alleviate his suffering. I brought him raspberry scones, his favorite, from the baker's. I shared with him the latest gossip gleaned from the society pages — he held a strange fascination for them — and the local doings of our little hamlet of New Jerusalem. He would not be comforted. He even lost interest in the mail, which I arranged for him, unread, upon his desk, until the desk's surface was covered as thickly as the forest floor by the leaves of autumn. Near the end of August, a large package arrived from Menlo Park, and for a few moments he was his old self again, delighting in the gift from his friend. Enclosed with it was a brief note. "All my thanks for your help with the design, Thomas A. Edison." He played with the phonograph for the space of an hour, and then touched it no more. It sat upon the table beside him like a silent rebuke. Here was the dream made real of Thomas Edison, a man who was destined to be lauded as one of the greatest minds of his generation, if not in all history, a true man of science whose world would be forever changed for his having lived in it. "What am I, Will Henry?" the doctor asked abruptly one rainy afternoon. I answered with the literalness of a child, which, of course, at the time I was. "You're a monstrumologist, sir." "I am a mote of dust," he said. "Who will remember me when I am gone?" I glanced at the mountain of letters upon his desk. What did he mean? It seemed he knew everyone. Just that morning, a letter had arrived from the Royal Society of London. Sensing he meant something deeper, I answered intuitively, "I will, sir. I will remember you." "You? Well, I suppose you won't have much choice in the matter." His eyes wandered to the phonograph.
Do you know, it was not always my desire to be a scientist. When I was much younger, my great ambition was to be a poet.
If he had stated that his brain were made of Swiss cheese, I would not have been more flabbergasted. A poet, Dr. Warthrop?
Oh, yes. The desire is gone, but the temperament, you may have noticed, still lingers. I was quite the romantic, Will Henry, if you can imagine it.
What happened? I asked.
I grew up.
He placed one of his thin, delicate fingers upon the Saracen cylinder, running the tip along the pits and grooves like a blind man reading Braille.
There's no future in it, Will Henry, he said pensively. The future belongs to science. The fate of our species will be determined by the likes of Edison and Tesla, not Wordsworth or Whitman. The poets will lie upon the shores of Babylon and weep, poisoned by the fruit that grows from the ground where the muses' corpses rot. The poets' voices will be drowned out by the gears of progress. I foresee the day when all sentiment is reduced to a chemical equation in our brains, hope, faith, even love. Their exact locations pinned down and mapped out, so we may point to it and say, here in this region of our cerebral cortex lies the soul.
I like poetry, I said.
Yes, and some like to whittle, Will Henry, so they will always find trees.
Have you kept any of your poems, Doctor?
No, I have not, for which you should be grateful. I was horrible.
What do you write about?
What every poet writes about. I fail to understand it, Will Henry, your uncanny gift for seizing upon the most tangential aspect of the issue and drubbing it to death.
To prove him wrong, I said, I will never forget you, sir. Ever. And neither will the whole world. You'll be more famous than Edison and Bell and all the rest put together. I'll make sure of it.
I will pass into oblivion, to the vile dust from whence I sprung, unwept, unhonored, and unsung. That is poetry, in case you're wondering. Sir Walter Scott.
He stood up, and now his countenance shone with the profundity of his passion, at once terrifying and strangely beautiful, the look of the mystic or the saint, transported from the constraints of ego and all fleshy desires.
But I am nothing. My memory is nothing. The work is everything, and I will not see it mocked. Though the cost be my very life, I will not let it pass, Will Henry. If von Hellrung should succeed, if we allow our noble cause to be reduced to the study of the silly superstitions of the masses, so that we jibber-jabber on about the nature of the vampire or the zombie as if they sat at the same table as the manticore and the anthropophagus, then monstrumology is as dead as alchemy, as ridiculous as astrology, as serious as one of Mr. Barnum's sideshow freaks. Grown men, educated men, men of the highest sophistication and social refinement, cross themselves like the most ignorant peasant when they pass this house. What queer and unnatural goings-on in there, the house of Warthrop! When you yourself can attest that there is nothing queer or unnatural about it, that what I deal in is altogether natural, that if it weren't for me and men like me, these fools might find themselves choking on their own entrails, being digested in the belly of some beast no more queer than the lowly housefly.
He drew a breath deeply, the pause before the start of the next movement in his symphony. Then suddenly he became very still, head cocked slightly to one side. I listened, but heard nothing but the rain's gentle kiss upon the window and the metronomic tick-tick of the mantel clock.
"Someone is here," he said.
He turned and peered through the blinds. I could see nothing but the reflection of his angular face. How hollow his cheeks! How pale his flesh! He had spoken boldly of his ultimate fate. Did he know how close he seemed to that vile dust from whence he came?
"Quickly, to the door, Will Henry. Whoever it is, remember I am indisposed and can't receive visitors." Well, what are you waiting for? Snap to, Will Henry, snap to! A moment later, the bell rang. He closed the study door behind me. I lit the jets in the front hall to chase away the preternatural shadows lying thick in the entryway, and threw wide the door to behold the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in all the years of my exceedingly long life. Chapter 2. There is nothing I can do for you. Why, hello there, she said with a puzzled smile. I'm afraid I may be lost. I'm looking for the house of Pellinore Warthrop. This is Dr. Warthrop's house, I returned, in a voice only moderately steady. More stunning than her extraordinary looks was her very presence upon our doorstep. In all the time I had lived with him, the doctor had never received a lady caller. It simply did not happen. The doorstep of 425 Harrington Lane was not the sort of place upon which a proper lady appeared. Oh, good. I thought I might have come to the wrong place. She stepped into the vestibule without my asking, removed her gray traveling cloak, and adjusted her hat. A strand of her auburn hair had escaped from its pin and now clung, dripping, to her graceful neck. Her face was radiant in the glow of the lamps, rain-moist and without defect, unless the fine spray of freckles across her nose and cheeks might be called thus, though I will admit it may not have been the lighting that painted her with perfection. It is exceedingly strange to me that I, who have no difficulty in describing the multifarious manifestations of the doctor's gruesome craft, the foul denizens of the dark in all their grotesque aspects to the smallest detail, now struggle with the lexicon, reaching for words as ephemeral as the will-o'-the-wisp to do justice to the woman I met that summer afternoon 70 years ago. I might speak of the way the light played along her glittering tresses, but what of that? I might go on about her hazel eyes flecked with flashing bits of brighter green, but still fall short. There are things that are too terrible to remember, and there are things that are almost too wonderful to recall. Could you tell him that Mrs. Chandler is here to speak with him? She asked. She was smiling warmly at me. I stammered something completely unintelligible, which did nothing to diminish her smile. He is here, isn't he? No, ma'am, I managed. I mean, yes, he is, but he is not. The doctor is indisposed. Well, perhaps if you told him I'm here, he might be disposed to make an exception. Yes, ma'am, I said, and then quickly added, he is very busy, so... Oh, he is always busy, she said with a delighted little laugh. I've never known him not to be. But where are my manners? We haven't been properly introduced. She offered her hand. I took it, only later wondering if her intent had been for me to kiss it. I was woefully ignorant in the social graces. I was being raised, after all, by Pellinore Warthrop. My name is Muriel, she said. I'm William James Henry, I responded with awkward formality. Henry, so that's who you are. I should have realized. You're James Henry's son. She placed her cool hand upon my arm. I'm terribly sorry for your loss, Will. And you are here because... The doctor took me in. Did he? How extraordinarily uncharacteristic of him. Are you certain we're speaking of the same doctor? Behind me, the study door came open, and I heard the Monstrumologist say, Will Henry, who was... I turned to discover a look of profound shock upon his face, though that was quickly replaced by a mask of icy indifference. Pellinore, Muriel Chandler said softly. The doctor spoke to me,
though his eyes did not abandon her.
"Will Henry, I thought my instructions were unambiguous."
"You mustn't blame William," she said with a note of playfulness. "He took pity upon me, standing on your stoop like a wet cat. Are you ill?" she asked suddenly. "You look as if you might have a fever."
"I have never been better," returned the doctor. "I can complain of nothing."
"That's more or less than I might say. I'm soaked to the skin. Do you suppose I might have a cup of hot cider or tea before you toss me out the door? I did come a very long way to see you."
"New York is not that far," Warthrop replied. "Unless you came on foot."
"Is that a no, then?" she asked.
"Saying no would be foolish on my part, wouldn't it? No one says no to Muriel Barnes."
"Chandler," she corrected him.
"Of course, thank you. I believe I remember who you are. Will Henry, show Mrs. Chandler," he spat out the name, "to the parlor, and put on a pot of tea. I'm sorry, Mrs. Chandler, but we've no cider. It isn't in season."
Returning from the kitchen with the serving tray a few minutes later, I paused outside the parlor, for within I could hear a vehement discussion in progress, the doctor's voice high-pitched and tight, our guests quieter, but no less urgent.
"Even if I accepted it on its face," he was saying, "even if I believed such claptrap, no, even if it existed, regardless of my belief, there are a dozen men to whom you could turn for help."
"That may be," she allowed, "but there is only one Pellinore Warthrop."
"Flattery? I am astounded, Muriel."
"A measure of my desperation, Pellinore. Believe me, if I thought anyone else could help me, I would not ask you."
Ever the diplomat.
Ever the realist, unlike you.
I am a scientist, and therefore an absolute realist.
I understand that you're bitter.
To assume I am bitter proves your lack of understanding. It assumes I harbor some residuum of affection, which I assure you I do not.
Can you not put aside who asks for help and consider the one who needs it? You loved him once.
Whom I have loved is none of your business.
True. My business is with whom I love.
Then why don't you find him yourself? Why have you come all this way to bother me with it?
Straining forward in my eagerness to eavesdrop, I lost my balance and nearly dropped the tray, stumbling into the doorway like a drunkard, while the tea sloshed from the spout and the cups rattled in their saucers. I discovered the doctor standing by the fireplace. Muriel sat stiffly in the chair a few feet from him, a piece of stationery clutched in her hand. The doctor clucked his disapproval at me, then stepped forward and snatched the letter from her hand. I placed the tray on the table beside her. "Your tea, Mrs. Chandler," I said. "Thank you, Will," she said.
"Yes, leave us,"
the doctor said, his nose stuck in the letter. "Is there anything else I can get for you, ma'am?" I asked. "We have some fresh scones."
"Do not,"
growled the doctor from behind the paper.
"Bring out the scones."
He snorted and tossed the letter upon the floor. I snatched up the letter and, forgotten for a moment in the heat of their tete-a-tete, read it through. Dear Mrs. John, you forgive my English. It's not goodly done. Got back to RP this morning, came straight away to post this. There is no good way to say this. I'm sorry. Mr. John, he gone. It called to him, and the thing done carried him off. I tell Jack Fiddler, and he will keep the lookout for him, but it's got him, and even old Jack Fiddler can't get him back now. I told him not to go, but it called him night and day, so's he went. Mr. John, he rides the high wind now, and the moss-mouth not going to let him go. I'm sorry, Mrs. P. LaRose.
"Will Henry," the doctor snapped. "What are you doing? Give me that."
He snatched the letter from my hand.
"Who is LaRose?"
he asked Mrs. Chandler. Pierre Larose, John's guide.
And this Jack Fiddler he mentions?
She shook her head. I've never heard the name before.
He rides the high wind now, the doctor read, and the moss-mouth not going to let him go. I suppose not.
He laughed humorlessly.
I assume you've notified the proper authorities?
Yes, of course. The search party returned to Rat Portage 2 days ago. She shook her head, unable to go on.
Then I fail to see how I can help, said Warthrop, except to state my opinion that this is no matter for monstrumology. Whatever bore your husband away on the high wind was no moss-mouth, though I find the imagery oddly compelling. I never heard the sobriquet applied to a leptolurconus. It must be an invention of the good Monsieur Larose, and not, I suspect, the only one. It would not be the first time a death in the wilderness has been attributed to the Wendigo.
You think he's lying?
I think he is being false, intentionally or not, I cannot say. Leptolurconus is a myth, Muriel, no more real than the tooth fairy, which is the strangest aspect of this whole affair. Why was John searching for something that does not exist?
He was encouraged to go.
Ah, the monstrumologist was nodding. It was von Hellrung, wasn't it? Von Hellrung told him to go. He suggested it, and being the good little lapdog that he is, John went.
She stiffened. I am wasting my time, aren't I? She asked.
That is the issue, Muriel. How long has he been missing?
Almost 3 months.
Then yes, you are wasting your time here. There is nothing I can do for you, or for John. Your husband is dead.
Though tears shone in her eyes, she did not break. Though every fiber of her being bespoke her desperation, she held firm in the face of this bald assertion. Men might be the stronger sex, but women are made of much sterner stuff. I refuse to believe that.
Your faith is misplaced.
No, Pellinore, not my faith. My hope that the one man I thought I could turn to, whom John could turn to. Warthrop nodded. He turned his gaze from her lovely upturned face and spoke in that dry, lecturing manner I had often heard.
Once, in the Andes, at the base camp on the slopes of Mount Chimborazo, I came face to face with the mature male Estomi, a creature with a disconcerting ability to scream at decibel levels loud enough to shatter the eardrum. I have seen men's brains literally leaking from their ears after an encounter with one. He had stumbled upon our camp in the dead of night and was as surprised as I at our meeting. For a moment we just stared at each other, our faces no more than a foot apart. I had my revolver, he had his mouth, and at any time we both had the opportunity to use them. We held this way for several tense minutes, until finally I said to him, "Well, my friend, I will agree to hold my fire if you will agree to hold your tongue."
The lesson of this impromptu parable was not lost on her. She nodded slowly, set down her cup, and rose from the chair. Though she made no move toward either of us, the monstrumologist and I drew back. There is beauty that soothes like the warm kiss of the spring sun upon the cheek, and then there is the beauty that terrifies, like the cry of Ozymandias, inviting despair. "I am a fool," she said. "You will never change."
If that was your hope, then yes, you are quite foolish.
I am not the only one. I pity you, Pellinore Warthrop. Do you know that? I pity you. The most intelligent man I have ever met, and also the most vain and vindictive. You have always been a little in love with death. That's the surprising thing. I should think you'd leap at the chance to see it again face to face. It's the only reason you chose your repulsive profession." She whirled away and hurried from the room, a hand pressed against her mouth as if to stop up what else might come out. I glanced at the doctor, but he had turned away. His face was half in shadow, half in light. I hurried after Muriel Chandler and helped her with her wrap. A gust of wind blew through the door when I opened it, and rain spattered and popped upon the vestibule floor. At the curb, through the gray curtain of the storm, I could see the shining black hansom, the driver hunched in his seat, the withers of the great dray horse glittering with the watery sheen. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Will," she said before she stepped out. A hand rested briefly upon my shoulder. "I will pray for you." In the parlor, the doctor had not moved, nor did he upon my return. I stood for several awful moments in silence, not knowing what to say.
"Yes," he said softly.
"Mrs. Chandler has left, sir." He made no reply. He remained still. I picked up the tray, went back to the kitchen, washed up the china, and placed it in the rack to dry. When I returned, the doctor still had not moved an inch. I'd seen it dozens of times before. Warthrop's reticence solidified in direct proportion to the intensity of his feelings. The more powerful the emotion, the less he revealed. His face was as tranquil and blank as a death mask.
"Yes, what is it now, Will Henry?"
"Would you like something for dinner, sir?" He made no reply. He remained where he was, and I remained where I was.
"What are you doing now?" he asked.
"Nothing, sir."
"Forgive me, but isn't that something you could do practically anywhere?"
"Yes, sir. I will do that, sir."
What will you do?"
"Nothing. I will do nothing somewhere else." Chapter 3. It is a patient hunter. The shout came a little after 4 the following morning, and of course, I answered. I found him in his room, shivering uncontrollably beneath the covers, as if gripped by a fever. His face was corpse white. Sweat shone upon his forehead and glistened on his upper lip.
"Will Henry," he croaked, "why aren't you in bed?"
"You called me, sir."
"Did I? I don't remember. What time is it?"
"After 4, sir."
4? In the morning?"
"Yes, sir."
"It feels much earlier than that. Are you sure?"
I said I was, and sank into the chair at his bedside. We sat in silence for a moment, he shivering, I yawning.
"I fear I may have caught a cold," he said.
"Shall I fetch the doctor, sir?"
"Or the duck. How old was that duck, Will Henry? Perhaps it was bad."
"I don't think so, sir. I had some too, and I'm not sick."
"But you are a child. Children have stronger stomachs. That is a known fact, Will Henry."
"I thought the duck was very good, sir."
"Yes, I could tell. The way you stuffed yourself, one might think you hadn't eaten for a week. I've told you many times, Will Henry, either a man controls his appetites or his appetites control him. You do know Dante devoted more than one circle of hell to the unregulated desires. For your transgressions of the flesh, you would be consigned to the 3rd circle, where you would lie in total darkness while shit rained down upon you from the sky."
I nodded. "Yes, sir."
"Yes, sir. Do you find it a pleasant prospect, Will Henry? Shit raining down on you for all eternity?"
"No, sir."
But that is not what you said. You said, "Yes, sir," as if you might find it agreeable.
I was agreeing with you, Dr. Warthrop, not the idea of shit.
The idea of shit. Will Henry, I am beginning to believe you are far too obsequious for your own good, and certainly for my own good. Flattery lands you in the 8th circle, where you wallow in a river of the selfsame excrement.
Then there doesn't seem to be much hope for me, sir.
He grunted. Not much, no. I fought back a yawn. Am I keeping you awake, Will Henry?
Yes, sir. No, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
For what?
I don't remember.
You're sorry for something you've forgotten?
No, sir. I've forgotten what I'm sorry for.
You're giving me a headache, Will Henry. A conversation with you is like negotiating Minos's labyrinth.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, he mocked me, his voice rising an octave. If I said pixies were dancing jigs upon the hearth, you would answer, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." If the house were on fire and I told you to throw gasoline upon it to quench the flames, you would cry, "Yes, sir," and blow us both to kingdom come. You have a mind, do you not, William James Henry? You were born with that indispensable appendage, were you not?
The words were upon my lips, "Yes, sir," and in the nick of time, I bit them back. He took no notice, however. The Monstrumologist was on a tear.
"Have all my efforts been for naught?" he cried to the ceiling, striking a fist against his pillow. "The sacrifices of time and privacy, the patient instruction and guidance, the special consideration I showed in honor of your father's service to me, all for nothing? Really, what dividends have my efforts earned, Will Henry? For almost 2 years you've been with me, and when put to the test, your reply is the obsequious echo I might expect from the lowliest liveryman. So I shall ask it again. Do you have a brain?"
Yes, sir," I stammered.
"Oh, for the love of God, there you say it again!" he roared.
"Of course I do," I hollered back. I had finally reached the end of my endurance. This was not the first time I had been summoned by the shrill cry of, "Will Henry!" to the bedside of a self-absorbed lunatic who barely seemed to tolerate my existence. What did he want from me? Was I merely his whipping boy, a convenient dog to kick when frustration and childish angst overwhelmed him? Dark demons possessed him, I would never deny that. But they were not my demons.
"The thing I said about appetite," he said deliberately, clearly taken aback by my reaction, "applies to the emotions as well, Will Henry. There is no need to lose your temper."
"You lost yours," I pointed out.
"I had cause," he returned, implying that I'd had none. "And at any rate, I would not advise you to follow my example in all things. Well, in hardly anything." He laughed dryly. "Take the study of monstrumology."
I would rather not, thought I, but held my tongue.
"I believe I've told you, Will Henry, that there is no university that offers instruction in the science of monstrumology. Not yet, at any rate. Instead, we receive our instruction from an acknowledged master. Though my own studies began under my father, in his day a monstrumologist of extraordinary gifts, they were finished under Abram von Hellrung, the president of our society, and the author of that unfortunate treatise that seems to have sent John Chandler to his doom. For nearly 6 years I studied under von Hellrung, even lived with him for a time. We both did, John and I. And since my relations with my father were strained, to put it mildly, it was not long before von Hellrung became as a father to me, filling that paternal void as I fully believe I fulfilled the filial one. He sighed. Even in the warm glow of the lamp, his face appeared deathly pale. His cheeks were shadow-filled hollows, and his eyes receded far into their sockets and were lined in charcoal gray. "It is a grievous loss, Will Henry, and not just to monstrumology," he went on. I assumed he was talking about John Chandler, his fellow monstrumologist, whom Muriel had claimed he loved. He was not. In astronomy, botany, psychology, physics, if anyone might be called the Leonardo da Vinci of his time, his name would be von Hellrung. His parlor on Fifth Avenue had been home to one of the preeminent scientific salons in North America, graced by the likes of Edison and Tesla, Kelvin and Pasteur. He was a special advisor to the court of Tsar Alexander and an honorary fellow of the Royal Society in London. His oratorical gifts rivaled those of Cicero. Why, I remember his presentation on the anatomical variances of the 6 species of the genus Ingenus during the Congress of '79, holding the hall spellbound for 3 solid hours, one of the most intellectually exhilarating experiences of my life, Will Henry. And now, this. How a scientist of John Chandler's acumen could fall under the spell of such palpable nonsense is beyond all comprehension. I dare say even a child of average intelligence could refute it. Even you could, Will Henry, which is not meant to cast aspersions upon your intellect, but to point out the obvious parallel to that classic tale of the Naked King. Naked King, sir? Yes, you know the one, he said testily. There's no need to patronize me, you know. While the masses clapped and cheered for his fine regalia, a little child called out from the crowd, "But he's wearing no clothes!" Just so, Chandler was always in awe of von Hellrung, though not the only one, by any means. There has been more than one Congress in which his remarks have been received by grown men as Moses cowering before the burning bush. No doubt Chandler raced off to Rat Portage to provide his beloved mentor with proof of his dubious proposition. A specimen of leptolaconus. "What is a leptolaconus, Dr. Warthrop?" I asked. "I have told you, a myth." "Yes, sir, but what kind of creature is it exactly?" "You really must brush up on your classical languages, Will Henry," he chided me. "Its formal name is Leptolaconus semihominus americanus. Lepto is from the Greek. It means gaunt or abnormally thin, emaciated. Laconus is Latin for glutton, thus the starving glutton. The rest, semihominus americanus, I trust you can decipher for yourself." "Yes, sir," I said. "But what is it exactly?" He said nothing for a moment. He sighed deeply. He ran a hand through his bedraggled hair. "The hunger," he breathed. "Hunger?" "The hunger, Will Henry. The kind that is never satisfied." "What kind of hunger is never satisfied?" I wondered. "It rides on the wind," the monstrumologist said, a faraway look in his dark eyes. "In the absolute dark of the wilderness, a fell voice calls your name. The voice of damnation's desire. From the desolation that destroys." I shivered. He did not sound like himself at all. I watched as his eyes darted back and forth, his gaze flitting over the ceiling. Seeing something there that was beyond my power to see. "It is called Atsen, Jenu, Utiko, Vindico. It has 12 names in 12 lands, and it is older than the hills, Will Henry. It feeds, and the more it feeds, the hungrier it becomes. It starves even as it gorges. It is the hunger that cannot be satisfied. In the Algonquin tongue, its name literally means the one who devours all mankind." "You are young," the monstrumologist said. "You have yet to hear it call your name. But from the moment it knows you, you are doomed. Doomed, Will Henry. There is no escaping it. It is a patient hunter, and will endure all hardship, waiting to strike when you least expect it. And once you are in its icy grip, there is no hope of rescue. It bears you to unimaginable heights, and plunges you to unfathomable depths. It crushes your soul. It breaks your breath in half. And even as it eats you, you share in the feast. Yes, as you rise to the very gates of heaven, as you fall to the innermost circle of hell, you rejoice in the misery it brings. You become the hunger. Flying, you fall. Gorging, you starve. The doctor breathed deeply. Hard though it might be to accept, it seemed Pellinor Warthrop had run out of words. I waited for him to go on, puzzling over his cryptic dissertation upon the nature of the beast. In one breath he'd called it a myth, and in the next he had spoken of it as if it were entirely real. You are young. You have yet to hear it call your name. What did this mean? What had yet to call my name? The room was stuffy and warm. The doctor refused, even on the hottest of nights, to sleep with the windows open, a habit that was most likely common among monstrumologists. And under my nightshirt, I had begun to sweat. Though his eyes remained fixed upon the ceiling, I had the discomforting sensation of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck rose, and my heart quickened. Something was there, just outside my range of vision, incorporeal and ravenously hungry. "She is right, you know," he said softly. "I am vain and vindictive, and I have always been a little in love with death. Perhaps I lost her because it was the one thing she could not give me. I had not thought of that. It is hard, Will Henry. Very hard to think about those things that we do not think about. One day you will understand that." He rolled over onto his side, turning his back to me. "Now put out the light and go to bed. We leave for Rat Portage in the morning." I retired to my little loft, where I tossed and turned for another hour or more, unable to fall into anything deeper than a fitful, transient doze. I could not shake the feeling that something lurked just outside the periphery of my vision, that the shadows held something, and that something knew my name. I saw Muriel standing in the rain, a vision rising from fecund memory, her gray shawl glistening with water, the light skittering along her wet lashes, the parting of her lips when she saw me standing in the doorway, and I am filled with astonishment and dismay. Suddenly she is gone, and I am at my mother's bedside, where I sit at her feet and watch her comb her long hair. And somewhere in the room is my father, but I cannot see him, and the golden light shimmers in my mother's auburn hair. Her feet are bare, and her wrists are thin and delicate, and the hypnotic rhythm of the brush coaxes the light to recline in perfect rows, and the light is golden all around her. The doctor called out from his room below, and I jerked upright, gasping like a drowning man breaking the surface. I started down the ladder, for his cries were loud and desperate, and not totally unexpected, but I stopped at the bottom rung, for he was not calling for me. It was someone's name, though it was not my own. Chapter 4. He was my best friend, and how I hated him. We embarked upon our impromptu rescue mission the following morning, to a place that has now vanished from the earth. 17 years after our expedition to that rough-and-tumble outpost on Canada's western frontier, the town of Rat Portage merged with two sister settlements named Keewatin and Norman, each lending the first two letters of its name to the new incorporation, Ki-No-Ra.
The change was brought about by the refusal of the Maple Leaf Flour Company to build in Rat Portage, fearing that the word rat on its bags might depress sales. Situated on the north shore of Lake of the Woods, near the border of Ontario and Manitoba, the area around modern-day Kenora was known in the native tongue as Waujushk Onagum, literally, the portage to the country of the muskrat, from which Rat Portage derived its name. Today the town is a mecca for sportsmen. In 1888, the hunting was of a different sort entirely. Gold had been discovered 10 years before, transforming the sleepy little village into a bustling boomtown of swindlers and speculators, starry-eyed fortune-seekers, and desperados of every stripe, with the occasional bandit, cutthroat, and scallywag thrown into the mix. Even the ladies of the town, it was said, dared not venture onto the boardwalk unarmed. Thank goodness for the gold, though. If it had not been discovered, our journey to the edge of the vast Canadian wilderness would have taken weeks. As it was, by the time of our expedition, the gold had transformed Rat Portage into a major distribution and supply hub of the Canadian Pacific Railway. Our journey took only 3 days, and those were spent in luxury aboard a well-appointed Pullman sleeper. The doctor, expecting no end of hardship at the journey's end, spared no comfort during the journey itself. 3 copious meals each day, a pot of tea and a platter of scones in the afternoons, and between times candies and mints and all the salted peanuts he could eat, and Warthrop could eat quite a lot of them. He slept more soundly than I had ever witnessed at Harrington Lane. In fact, the teeth-jarring resonance of his snoring kept me up most nights well into the indecent hours. But I hardly minded. For the first time in my life, I had left behind the quaint confines of the Massachusetts countryside on an adventure of wondrous promise. What boy my age didn't dream of fleeing the well-tended lawn and lamplit street for the untamed wilderness, where grand adventure awaited on the other side of the horizon, where the stars burned undimmed in the velvet sky above his head, and the virgin ground lay untrodden beneath his feet. It called to me with thrice the urgency of 1,000 snap-twos in a language unspoken by any human tongue, but apprehended by every human heart. It made all things bearable, even the monstrumologist's insistence that we dress each night for dinner, and the globs upon globs of phylocomb he applied to my hair in a vain attempt to plaster my multitudinous cowlicks. It was the first time I had witnessed him take the slightest care in his appearance. Even to this day, when he has been 40 years in the grave, when I picture the monstrumologist, I see him in that tattered old smock, smeared with the blood and dried viscera of his latest curiosity, his hair swirled into tempestuous confusion, his cheeks dotted with 3-day-old stubble, his nails cracked and encrusted with gore. It was startling and oddly disconcerting to see him wearing a high collar and a fashionable cravat. Freshly shaven and washed, his nails neatly trimmed, his black hair glistening, its waves tamed and swept back from his strong brow. I was not the only one who took note of this remarkable transformation. At dinner service, I saw women glance at him, or offer a smile as we made our way to the table. This was every bit as vexing as his transformation. Women were fascinated by, nay, one might even say attracted to, Pellinor Warthrop. Some would even blush, or, more horrifyingly still, smile and attempt to flirt with him. Flirt with the monstrumologist! Of course, Warthrop, being Warthrop, ignored these coquettish advances. Or rather, he seemed oblivious to them, which naturally made him all the more intriguing. I'd always thought him more cold stone than flesh and blood, and these shy smiles, these glancing looks, these blushing cheeks, I simply did not know what to make of them. The conclusion is unavoidable. After 3 months, he must be dead. The doctor opined abruptly, while we enjoyed the final evening service, his face turned toward the large window beside our table. Night had fallen, and the landscape was obscured by our reflections. I could not tell if he was looking beyond his own face in the glass. More a recovery than a rescue. And there's small hope of even that, since the failure of professionals practically ensures our own. "Then why are we going?" I asked. He turned from the window and stared at me for a long, uncomfortable moment. Because he was my friend. Later that evening, as we lay in our bunks and the train's lulling motion and the lullaby of her wheels eased us toward slumber, he spoke up suddenly, as if no time had passed since the onset of the conversation. "I was an only child like you, Will Henry, but in John Chandler I found the closest thing I would ever have to a brother. We lived together for 6 years under the tutelage of von Hellrung, sharing the same room, eating the same meals, reading the same books. But in nearly every other aspect we were complete opposites. Where I was retiring and somewhat sickly, John was outgoing and quite the athlete. An accomplished boxer with whom I made the mistake of picking a fight. He broke my nose and fractured my left cheek before Meister Abram pulled us apart. We came to Monstrumology by different routes. He loved the sport of it, the thrill of the chase, whereas I was drawn to it for more complicated reasons, many of which you already know. John's father was no scientist, and was appalled when he applied to apprentice under von Hellrung. The Chandlers are one of the wealthiest families on the East Coast, his father a friend of presidents and men such as Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Astor. John was expected to follow in his father's footsteps, and to my knowledge he has never been forgiven for his recalcitrance. I don't know for certain, but I believe his father may have disowned him. Not that John cared. He seemed to delight in defying the expectations of others. He fell silent. After a time, I thought he must have fallen asleep, and then suddenly he spoke again. He loved practical jokes, particularly at my expense. You may be surprised to hear this, but the Warthrops have always been known for their lack of humor. It's a sort of congenital defect. In his lifetime I heard my father laugh only once, and that politely. It delighted John to short-sheet my bed or dip my hand in warm water as I slept. Once he drained the blood from the carcass of a Tanzanian Ngoloko we were to dissect the next day, and placed the pail on top of the door going into our room. Well, you can guess what happened. He put sealing wax in the earpieces of my stethoscope. He mixed dried feces in my tooth powder. And in one memorably unfortunate incident, right before I was to take my final exams before the entire governing board of the society, he laced my tea with an extract of dried beans heavy in oligosaccharides, a sugar that most human beings, including me, cannot digest, causing excessive bloating and, at least in my case, explosive gas. I literally farted my way through the entire dissertation, and the tears that flowed from every eye had little to do with the profundity of my presentation. The hall seemed larger than the Metropolitan Opera House when I entered. By the time I left, it seemed as cramped as a water closet, and was just as odoriferous. What does that sound, Will Henry? Are you laughing? No, sir, I managed to gasp. I hated John Chandler, he said. He was my best friend, and how I hated him. We arrived in Rat Portage the next morning under a cloudless sapphire sky, with a biting north wind at our backs that ruffled the surface of Lake of the Woods like the invisible hand of a giant baby splashing its bathwater. Fishing boats bobbed upon the chop, loons dove and splashed in their wake, and I spied a steamboat chugging along the far southern shore, a bald eagle soaring high above its billowing stacks. A wiry lad of native descent wearing a buckskin jacket and beaver hat popped out from the milling crowd, and offered in broken English to tote our bags to the hotel for 25 cents. His offer inaugurated a prolonged negotiation. Like many of substantial means, Warthrop was tighter than a clam. I had witnessed him dicker for an hour to save a penny on a 2-day-old loaf of bread. Add to this his native distrust of his fellow man's honesty — he never could shake the suspicion that he was being cheated — and a simple transaction that should have lasted no more than a minute could stretch out to 70 times that. By the end of their prolonged dickering, offer and counter-offer and counter-counter-offer, both the doctor and our porter seemed dissatisfied with the outcome. Each felt a little had by the other. My master's mood did not improve upon our arrival at the Russell house. Our room was small, containing a washstand, a dresser that looked as though it had been cobbled together by a blind man, and a single, equally rickety bed. Warthrop was forced to rent a cot from the proprietor for an extra 10 cents a night, a fee he likened to highway robbery. We tarried only long enough to drop our bags and find something to eat at a smoke-clogged restaurant across the street, where men spat mouthfuls of oily tobacco juice into battered brass spittoons and eyed our Eastern clothing with frank suspicion. We then set about to find Muriel's correspondent, a task that proved more frustrating than the doctor had anticipated. From the hotel clerk who checked us in. LaRose? Yes, I know him. He's a popular guide. Few know the backwoods better than LaRose. Haven't seen him in over a month, I'd say. Don't know where he's gone to, but let me know if you find him, Dr. Warthrop. He owes me money. From the Rat Portage postmaster. Yes, I know LaRose. Nice enough fellow when he isn't 3 sheets to the wind. Can't remember the last time I saw him. He posted a letter from here sometime in late July, the Monstrumologist said. Yes, that would be about right. I remember that. Falling down drunk. He'd just come in from the bush, he said. Seemed out of sorts, not his usual self. He wouldn't say any more about it. If you can't find him, I'd say he's back in the woods, maybe up Sandy Lake way, but he'll be back. He always comes back. He has a family? Not that I know of. He comes back for the liquor and the gambling. Which reminds me, if you see him, tell him I haven't forgotten about the money he owes me. From the storekeepers along Main Street to the dock workers on the wharf, from the gambling halls and crowded halfpenny beer dives, from the offices of the Hudson's Bay Company to the deafening interior of sawmills choked in swirling wood chips, it seemed the entire town knew Pierre LaRose, or at least knew of him, but no one knew where he might be. All agreed he had not been seen for some time, and he owed all, it seemed, for one debt or another. The consensus was that he either had picked up stakes and returned to his native Quebec, or had fled into the wilderness to escape his burgeoning debt. The few who claimed to have seen him around the time he'd posted the letter to Muriel Chandler whispered of a man who had lost his mind, who had stumbled about the streets in a besotted fog, spitting and frothing at the mouth like a mad dog, slapping at his ears until they bled, whimpering and moaning, and muttering on and on about a voice only he seemed able to hear. Before that, Chandler had been seen with LaRose at the chief outfitting shop on Main Street. The clerk recognized Warthrop's description of his colleague. Chandler had paid for their supplies, ammunition, a tent, bedding, and the like, and when asked what was their game, LaRose had winked and cagily replied, "We be going after the old one of the woods." The clerk chuckled now, and added, "I knew what he was about with that, and sure enough, next he asks if we got any silver bullets." "For what do you need silver bullets?" I ask, but I know why he's asking. "Say, that Chandler, is he the one they were looking for a couple weeks back? Whole troop of the NWMP were through here looking for some big shot that got lost in the bush, I recall." On the boardwalk outside, Warthrop shook his head ruefully. "I am a fool, Will Henry. The NWMP is the first place we should have asked." He obtained directions from a man loitering outside the blacksmith shop, and we dashed across the dusty thoroughfare, dodging dray and carriage, to the other side, where the long shadows of late afternoon lay. We hopped over the steaming mounds of horse manure and slid through a small knot of miners standing in front of the tavern, fresh in town from their subterranean digs, their faces as black as players in a minstrel show, the whites of their eyes startlingly bright, each wearing a gun strapped to his waist. From the open door, tinny music floated onto the street, faint and ethereal, unnervingly cheery, interrupted suddenly by what sounded to my anxious ears like a gunshot, only to resume again to the accompaniment of raucous laughter. We ducked into the offices of the Northwest Mounted Police, the precursor to the Royal Canadian Mounties. A strapping young sergeant dressed in a crisp red uniform rose from his desk. "May I help you, gentlemen?"
"I sincerely hope so," replied the doctor. "I am looking for an American by the name of Dr. John Chandler. I understand you've been advised of his disappearance?" The sergeant nodded, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you a friend of Dr. Chandler?" "I am. His wife asked that I look into the matter." "Well," the man said with a careless shrug of his broad shoulders, "you are free to look, Mr. Dr. Warthrop." The Mountie's eyes widened in astonishment. "Not the same Warthrop who's the monster hunter?" "I am a scientist in the natural philosophy of aberrant biology," the doctor corrected him stiffly. "Right. You hunt monsters. I've heard of you." "I'd no idea my reputation had preceded me so far north," replied Warthrop dryly. "Oh, my mother used to tell us children tales of your exploits, and I always thought it was to get us to mind." "Your mother? Then they were not my exploits. She must have been speaking of my father." "Well, whoever's they were, they frightened the pants off us. But this Chandler, was he a monster hunter too?" "His wife did not tell you?" The man shook his head. "She said he'd come for the moose. He and his guide went in, and only the guide came out." "Pierre LaRose?" "Yes, that's his name. Only he's gone missing too, is my understanding." "So you were not able to question him?" "Be the one I'd most like to lay my hands on, Dr. Warthrop, if I only knew where to put him. He's the key to this whole riddle. Last man to see the man alive and then gone into thin air without even reporting it to us. We spent nearly a month in the bush trying to pick up their trail, all the way up to Sandy Lake and the Suckers encampment." "The Suckers?" "Right, Jack Fiddler's people." "Fiddler? I've heard that name before." "I'll wager you have. He's no doctor of monster philosophy, but he hunts 'em just the same. He's a shaman, too, a medicine man, and fairly civilized for a savage. Speaks passing English. Used to work down here on the boats. Makes fiddles, that's how he got his name." "And you questioned him about Chandler and LaRose?" "And got nothing from him. Nothing of any use, anyway. Told us the same thing LaRose told Chandler's poor wife." "Lepto laconis," murmured the doctor. "Lepto what?" He sighed. "The Wendigo." The sergeant nodded slowly, and then the connection dawned on him. His voice shook with wonder as he said, "You don't mean to say—" "I never put any stock in those stories." "Is that why you come? It's real?" "Of course it isn't real," the doctor said irritably. "It's a convenience, like the stories your mother told to frighten you into submission." "You mean those weren't real either?" "No, those probably were. It's an entirely different species." "The Wendigo?" "The stories. My good man, I understand Chandler is missing, but I'd hoped I might be able to dredge up information on LaRose's whereabouts. You and half the town of Rat Portage. The man's melted away like a puff of smoke. It has been my experience that men do not simply melt away, Sergeant. But it seems to me the best place to start is the last person to see both men alive." "You mean Jack Fiddler,
But I told you I've already talked to him, and he claims to know nothing about it.
Perhaps he will be more convivial with someone of the same spiritual inclinations.
I beg your pardon, Doctor?
A fellow monster hunter.
Chapter 5. You will live to regret it. When the Monstrumologist asked where he might find the best man to guide us to Sandy Lake, the young sergeant, whose name was Jonathan Hawke, eagerly volunteered his services. "There's no one knows these woods better than me, Dr. Warthrop. I've wandered them since I was no bigger than your boy here. Why, I used to hunt the very same creatures my mother told me you hunted. All in play, you understand, and it's surely a comfort to know none of them were real. My relief arrives from Ottawa this evening, so we can set out tomorrow at first light." The doctor was delighted, saying later we could not have procured a more ideal guide than a member of the Northwest Mounted Police. Hawke then inquired as to what kind of gear we had brought along for the expedition. Our passage would be a hard one, through dense boreal forest, a hike of more than 400 miles round trip. Warthrop admitted we'd brought little but our resolve. Just some warm clothes and, he added darkly, as if to make an impression, his revolver, at which point the sergeant laughed. "Might do you some good against the muskrats or a beaver, maybe. Not much else. There's grizzlies and wildcat and of course the wolves, but I'll find you a rifle. As for the rest, leave it to me. I'll tell you, Doctor, I had a funny feeling when I spoke to Fiddler, like he wasn't telling all he knew. But his kind don't trust us. The police, I mean. And maybe you're right. He'll talk to a brother monster hunter." They parted for the time being, each with the highest estimation of the other, though Hawke was clearly the more impressed. He seemed positively starstruck, unable to grasp that the hero of his childhood fantasies was the elder Warthrop, and not my master. The doctor, his spirits buoyed by this serendipitous turn of events, made straight for the telegraph office, where he fired off a telegram to Muriel Chandler in New York. "Arrived Rat Portage this morning. Stop. LaRose has disappeared. Stop. Leaving at dawn for Sandy Lake with Sergeant Hawke. Stop. Will advise."
"I can't imagine her reaction when she receives this telegram," he confided over our supper.
His face fairly glowed with the thought.
"Surprised, I would guess, but not shocked. I probably should keep mum till I have a definitive answer. I don't want to get her hopes up. The odds that the poor fool is alive are practically nil, but I fear she might take it into her head to come look for him herself. It would be just like her. Muriel is a woman of remarkable, some might say damnable, stubbornness. She will not believe he is gone until she lays her hands on his lifeless corpse." So expansive was his mood, I decided to step foot into the no-man's land of his past and risk getting my head blown off.
"What happened, sir?"
He frowned. "What do you mean?"
"Between you and Muriel, Mrs. Chandler, I mean."
"Weren't you there? I distinctly remember it, though I also distinctly remember telling you to leave."
"I'm sorry, sir. I meant before."
"Why do you presume anything at all happened?"
My face grew hot. I looked away. "Some things that she said, and that you said afterward when you couldn't sleep. I heard you calling out her name."
"I'm certain you heard nothing of the kind. May I give you a piece of advice, Will Henry? In everyone's life, as the Apostle said, there comes a time to put away childish things. What happened between Muriel and me is one of those things."
On the night she had arrived at our house, it seemed to me he had put nothing away, childish or otherwise. He might have told himself so, even believed it to be so, but that did not make it so. Even the hardest cynic is gullible to his own lies. "So you've known each other since you were children?" I asked.
It is an expression that refers to the thing, Will Henry, not the person. I was not a child when we met.
She was married to Mr. Chandler?
No. I introduced them. Well, in a manner of speaking, it was because of me that they met.
I waited for him to go on. He picked at his venison, sipped his tea, stared at a spot just over my right shoulder.
There was an accident. I fell off a bridge.
You fell off a bridge?
Yes, I fell off a bridge, he said testily. Why, is that surprising?
Why did you fall off a bridge?
For the same reason as Newton's apple. Anyway, I wasn't injured, but it was February and the river was cold. I became quite ill with a fever and was laid up for several days in the hospital, and that's how they met. More over me than through me, I guess you could say.
Over you?
Over my bed.
Was she your nurse?
No, she wasn't my nurse. Dear God, she was... We were engaged, if you must know.
I was stunned. The thought of the monstrumologist betrothed to anyone was beyond my poor power to comprehend.
"Why are you looking at me like that?" he demanded. "It was a fortuitous fall into that river. Barring it, in all likelihood I would have married her, and suffered much more than the discomfort of a fever. I am not constitutionally suited for it, Will Henry. Think of it, a man like me, married. Think of the poor woman in it. I'm not opposed to marriage in principle. It is, at least in our culture, necessary for the survival of the species, only as the institution relates to monstrumology, which is why I told both of them not to do it."
"Not to do what?"
"Get married. You will live to regret it," I told her. "He will never be home. He may never come home." Obviously, neither listened to me. Love has a way of making us stupid, Will Henry. It blinds us to certain blatant realities, in this case, the spectacularly high mortality rate among monstrumologists. Rarely do we live past 40. My father and von Hellrung being the exceptions. And now, time has proven me right. He leaned forward, bringing the full force of his formidable personality to bear upon me. Involuntarily, I shrunk back, slipping down in my chair to make myself the smallest possible target. Never fall in love, Will Henry. Never. Regardless of whether you follow in my footsteps, falling in love, marriage, family, it would be disastrous. The organism that infects you, if the population remains stable and you do not suffer the fate of your father, will grant you unnaturally long life, long enough to see your children's children pass into oblivion. Everyone you love, you are doomed to see die before you. They will go, and you will go on. Like the Sibyl cursed, you will go on. Sergeant Hawk was waiting for us in the lobby the next morning. We shared a hearty breakfast, our last proper meal for many days to come, and then stepped outside under a sky blanketed with clouds, into a brisk Arctic wind, reminders that the brutal Canadian winter was fast approaching. Our gear lay piled beside a hitching post, 2 bulging rucksacks, each festooned with tools and implements, shovels, hatchets, pots and pans and the like, a smaller bag containing our provisions, and a pair of Winchester rifles. "Traveling light, Doctor," our guide said brightly. "Make the best time that way." The rifles reminded Warthrop he had left his revolver in our room, and he ordered me to fetch it for him. He dropped it into the pocket of his duster and said, "Shall we snap to, then, Hawk? I'll take the rucksack and a rifle. Will Henry can port the rations." Startled, Jonathan Hawke said to him, "Your boy is coming with us?" "He is not my boy, and yes, he is." The young policeman frowned. "It's none of my business, of course." "Of course it is not." "He could wait for us here." "Will Henry is my assistant, Sergeant Hawke. His services are indispensable to me." "What kind of services might those be?" He was having some difficulty picturing it. "Of the indispensable variety. He'll slow us down. No more than standing on a sidewalk holding a pointless debate, Sergeant. I guarantee you that he is more useful than he looks." Hawke considered my looks dubiously for a moment. "I'll take your word for that, Doctor, but he strikes me as a little on the delicate side. You're not in New England anymore. This is the back country we're talking about." Sergeant Hawke turned to me. "There are no monsters in the bush, Mr. Will Henry, but there are other things just as eager to eat you. Are you sure you want to come?" "My place is with the doctor," I said, trying to sound resolute. He gave up after that. With a shrug of his broad shoulders and a lopsided grin, he slung his rifle over his back and bade us follow. He was a tall man, and his stride was long. He was used to hiking long distances over difficult terrain, and in the days to come the doctor and I would be taxed to our limits, both physically and psychologically. For he was right. We were not in New England anymore. Chapter 6. A different species altogether. We made camp that first night on the northern shore of a vast lake, after a hike of nearly 20 miles along a fairly well-trod path. Canoes had been left on each side of the lake, a courtesy for local hunters and the native peoples who used the trail as a trade route to Rat Portage. The lake crossing took the better part of 2 hours. So vast was the water's expanse, and so deliberate was our passage. For with the 3 of us and all our gear on board, the little canoe rode alarmingly low in the water. While Warthrop helped Hawke pitch the tent, he had packed only 1, not expecting a party of 3. I was dispatched into the surrounding woods to gather kindling for our fire. In the twilight shadows I thought I heard the rustle of some large creature slinking, and I cannot say if that was truly the case, only that the fruitfulness of my imagination seemed to grow exponentially as the daylight faded. Night had not fully come on, however, before Sergeant Hawke had a merry fire going and a pan of fresh venison sausages frying, and he was happily chattering on like an excited schoolboy on the eve of the summer holiday. "Now, you must tell me something about this monstrumology business, Doctor," he said. "I've seen some pretty strange things in the bush, but they can't be nothing to what you've seen in your travels. Why, if half the things my mother said are true—" "Not knowing what she told you, I cannot speak to your mother's truthfulness," replied the doctor. "What about vampires? Have you ever hunted one of those?" "I have not. It would be extraordinarily difficult to do." "Why? Because they're hard to catch?" "They are impossible to catch." "Not if you find one in his coffin, I hear." "Sergeant, I do not hunt them because, like the Wendigo, they do not exist." "What about the werewolf? Ever hunt one of them?" "Never." "Don't exist either?" "I'm afraid not." "What about— I hope you aren't about to say zombie." The man's mouth closed. He stared into the fire for a few moments, stirring the flickering embers with the end of a stick. He seemed somewhat crestfallen. "Well, if you don't hunt any of them, what kinds of things do you hunt?" "In the main, I do not. I have devoted myself to the study of them. Capturing or killing them is something I try to avoid." "Doesn't sound as fun." "I suppose that depends upon your definition of fun." "Well, if monstrumology ain't about those things,
Why'd your friend Chandler come up here looking for the Wendigo?
I can't be entirely sure. I would say, though, it was not to prove their non-existence, since failing to find one would demonstrate only that one was not found. My suspicion is that he hoped to find one, or at least irrefutable evidence of one. You see, there is a movement afoot to expand the scope of our inquiries to include these very creatures of which you spoke, vampires, werewolves, and the like, a movement to which I am very much opposed.
And why's that?
Warthrop tried very hard to remain calm. Because, my good Sergeant Hawk, as I've said, they do not exist.
But you also said not finding one doesn't prove they don't exist.
I may say with near absolute certainty that they do not, and I need venture no further than my own thought to prove it. Let's take the Wendigo as an example. What are its characteristics?
Characteristics?
Yes, what makes it different from, say, a wolf or a bear? How would you define it?
Hawk closed his eyes, as if to better picture the subject in his mind's eye. Well, they're big, over 15 feet tall, they say, and thin, so thin that when they turn sideways, they disappear. The doctor was smiling.
Yes, go on.
He's a shape changer. Sometimes he's just like a wolf or bear, and he's always hungry, and he don't eat anything but people. And the more he eats, the hungrier he gets, and the thinner he gets, so he has to keep hunting. He can't stop. He travels through the forest jumping from treetop to treetop, or some say he spreads out his long arms and glides on the wind. He always comes after you at night, and once he finds you, you're a goner. There's nothing you can do. He'll track you for days, calling your name, and something in his voice makes you want to go. A bullet can't take him down unless it's made of silver. Anything silver can kill him, but it's the only thing that can. But even then, you have to cut out his heart and chop off his head, and then burn the body. He took a deep breath and glanced at my master with a chagrined expression.
So we have covered most of the physical attributes, the doctor said in the manner of a headmaster leading a class. Humanoid in appearance, very tall, more than twice the size of a grown man, extremely thin, so thin, you say, as to defy physics, and become invisible upon turning sideways. One thing you failed to mention is that the heart of Leptolaconus is made of ice. The Wendigo's diet consists of human beings, and, interestingly, certain species of moss, if I may append, and it has the ability to fly. Another attribute you failed to mention is its method of propagation.
It's what?
Every species on the planet must have some way of producing the next generation, Sergeant. Every schoolboy knows that. So tell me, how does the Wendigo make little Wendigos? Being a hominid, it is a higher order of mammal, putting aside the issue of how a heart made of ice can pump blood. So it is not asexual. What can you tell me about its courtship rituals? Do Wendigos date? Do they fall in love? Are they monogamous, or do they take multiple mates?
Our guide laughed in spite of himself. The absurdity of the thing had become too much for him. Maybe they do fall in love, Doctor. It's nice to think we're not the only ones who can.
One must be careful not to anthropomorphize nature, Sergeant, though we must leave room for love in the lower orders. I am not inside Mr. Beaver's head. Perhaps he loves Mrs. Beaver with all his heart. But to return to my question about the Wendigo, are they immortal, unlike every other organism on Earth, and therefore have no need to reproduce?
They take us and turn us into them.
But I thought you said they ate us.
Well, I can't say exactly how it happens. Stories come out of the bush. A hunter or trapper, or more often, an Indian goes Wendigo.
Ah, so it's like the vampire or werewolf. We are its food as well as its progeny.
The doctor was nodding with mock gravity.
The case is nearly unassailable, isn't it? Much more likely than the alternative, that the Wendigo is a metaphor for famine and the taboo of cannibalism in times of starvation, or a boogeyman to frighten children into obeying their parents. Neither spoke for a few minutes. The fire crackled and popped. Shadows danced and whirled about our little camp. The lake shimmered in the moonlight, its waves sensually licking the shore, and the woods reverberated with the song of crickets and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot of some woodland creature. "Well, Dr. Warthrop, I'm almost sorry I asked about monstrumology," said Hawk wistfully. "You've darn near taken all the fun out of it." The men flipped a coin to see who would take the first watch. Though we were but a day's hike from civilization, we were already well within wolf and bear country, and someone would need to keep the fire going throughout the night. Warthrop lost. He would have to be the last to sleep, but seemed pleased with the outcome. It would give him, he said, time to think, a statement that struck me as rich with irony. It was my impression he did little else with his time. The burly Sergeant Hawk crawled into the tent and threw himself onto the ground next to me. So small were our quarters that his shoulder rubbed against mine. "Sort of a queer fellow your boss is, Will," he said quietly, lest Warthrop hear him. I could see the doctor's silhouette through the open flap, hunched before the orange glow of the fire, the Winchester propped against his thigh. Polite, but not very friendly. Kind of cold-like. But he must have a good heart to come all this way after his friend. "I'm not sure if all of it's about his friend," I said. "No?" "He thinks Dr. Chandler is dead." "Well, that's my thought, too, and why we called off the search. But it's like this Wendigo. Odds are your boss ain't going to find him, and that won't prove he is or isn't dead." "I'm not sure it's even about finding him," I confessed. "Then what the devil is it about?" "I think it's mostly about her." "Who?" "Mrs. Chandler." "Mrs. Chandler?" Sergeant Hawk whispered. "What do you—" Oh, is that what? Well, you don't say." He chuckled sleepily. "Not so cold-like after all, eh?" He rolled onto his side, and within a few seconds the sides of the tent began to vibrate from the potency of his snores. I lay sleepless for a long time, not kept awake by his snoring so much as by the disorienting lightness of being, the sense of being very small in a vast empty space, far from all that was familiar, adrift in a strange and indifferent sea. I watched through half-closed eyes the shape of my master outside. It comforted me somehow. I fell asleep holding close that unexpected bomb, drawing it into me or allowing it to draw me into it. The conceit of the monstrumologist watching over me. The unease I suffered that first night in the bush, made all the more distressing after the keen anticipation I had felt on the outset of the journey, persisted in the days that followed, an odd mixture of boredom and anxiety. For as hour followed monotonous hour, the woods took on a dreadful sameness, each turn of the path bringing more of the same, mere distinctions with no difference. At times the trees suddenly parted, like a curtain being whipped aside, and we'd stumble from the forest's perpetual gloom into the sudden sunlight of a clearing. Huge boulders thrust their heads from the earth, stony leviathans breaking the surface of the glen, their craggy faces sporting shaggy beards of lichen. We crossed innumerable streams and creeks, some too wide to jump across. We'd no choice but to ford their icy waters on foot. We scrambled over washouts and through deep ravines where the shadows pooled thickly even at midday.
Ruined landscapes that Hawk called brûlés rose up to meet us, where the charred bones of silver birch and maple, spruce and hemlock, marched to the horizon, victims of the spring fires that had raged for weeks, creating an apocalyptic vista stretching as far as the eye could see, where the restless wind whipped the inch-deep ash underfoot into a choking fog. In the midst of this desolation, I looked up and saw high above a black shape against the featureless gray, an eagle or some other great bird of prey, and for a shuddering moment I saw us through its eyes, pitifully small, wholly insignificant nomads, interlopers in this lifeless land. Sergeant Hawk tried to halt each day's march at some open spot in the bush, but sunset often caught us deep in the forest's belly, forcing us to make camp in a blackness as profound as the graves, where, if not for the campfire, you could not see your hand an inch from your face. Our guide's good nature helped too in relieving the insistent dark. He told stories and jokes, some if not most on the bawdy side, and, possessing a fairly decent voice, sang the old songs of the French voyageurs, tilting his chin slightly as if to offer his song to some nameless forest god. J'ai fait une maîtresse y a pas longtemps. J'irai la voir dimanche, ah oui, j'irai. Do you know that one, Doctor? He teased my master. Le cœur de ma bien-aimée, the heart of my well-beloved. A gentle lady charmed me not long ago. Reminds me of a girl I knew in Keewatin. Can't recall her name now, but by God, I was damn near to marrying that one. Are you married, Doctor? No. Ever been? I have not, replied the Monstrumologist. Been damn near ready, though? Never. What, don't you like women? He ribbed, giving me a wink. The doctor pursed his lips sourly. As a man of science, I have often thought that for the sake of accuracy, they should be classified as a different species altogether. Homo enigma, perhaps, or Homo mortalis. Well, I don't know much about your science, Dr. Warthrop. I reckon a monster hunter looks at things a little differently than most, always with the eye turned to the dark and ugly, but all the more appreciative of the bright and fair when it comes along, or so I guess. I'll take your word for it, though. He sang softly. La demande de mamie, je lui ferai. Warthrop pushed himself to his feet with a snarl. Please, would you cease with that infernal singing? He stomped away into the thick underbrush, stopping where the light of the campfire met the dark of the forest. His lean frame seemed to writhe as though he were in the superheated air above the fire. Hawk was unperturbed. He poked me in the side and pointed at the doctor. Seems to me he's the kind who hates what he loves, Will, he opined, and the other way around. I heard that, Sergeant, snapped Warthrop over his shoulder. I was speaking to your indispensable servant, Doctor, Hawk called back jovially. The doctor lowered his head slightly. He held up his hand. His fingertips twitched. Otherwise, he was motionless, as inflexible as a post driven into the ground. He seemed to be listening to something. Hawk turned to me, grinning foolishly, and started to speak, but his words died on his tongue when I scrambled to my feet. I knew my master. My instinct reacted to his. A gust of wind stirred the Monstrumologist's hair and excited the flames of our fire. Sparks jigged and spun. The sides of the tent fluttered. Hawk called softly the doctor's name, but the Monstrumologist gave no reply. He was peering into the dark woods, as if he had cat's eyes that could penetrate the murk. Hawk looked at me quizzically. "What is it, Will?" The doctor plunged into the brush, disappearing into the trees in a wink, swallowed whole by the leviathan dark. So quickly did it happen that it looked as if something had reached out of the woods and snatched him. I rushed forward. Hawk grabbed me by the collar and yanked me back. "Hold now, Will," he cried. "Quick, there's a couple of lamps in my rucksack." Within the woods we could hear the doctor crashing and stomping about, the sound fading as he drew farther and farther away. I lit the lamps with a brand from the fire and handed one to Hawk, and we charged into the bush after my wayward mentor. Though our lights barely dinted the dark, Warthrop's trail was not hard for Hawk to follow. His expert eye picked out every broken twig, every bit of disturbed earth. Sight was all he could rely upon, for the night had gone deathly quiet. There was no sound but that of our own passage through the dense foliage. Vine and branch tugged upon us as if the forest itself were trying to slow us down, as if some primal spirit were saying, "Stay, stay, you do not wish to see." The ground rose. The trees thinned. We stumbled into a clearing radiant in starlight, in the center of which stood the shattered trunk of a young hemlock, snapped off 8 feet from the ground, and around its base were scattered the broken bones of its branches. It looked as if some giant had reached down from the star-encrusted heavens and snapped it in two like a toothpick. Standing a few feet from the tree was the Monstrumologist, head cocked slightly to one side, arms folded over his chest, like a connoisseur at a gallery regarding a particularly interesting piece of art. A human being was impaled upon the splintered hemlock, the pole protruding from a spot just below its sternum, the body at the level of Warthrop's eye. Arms and legs outstretched, head thrown back, mouth agape, depthless shadows pooling there and in its eyeless sockets. The body had been stripped bare. There were no clothes, and, except for on the face, there was no skin. The body had been flayed of both. The underlying sinew and muscle glimmered wetly in the silver light. The cold stars spun to the ancient rhythm, the august march of an everlasting symphony. They are old, the stars, and their memory is long. Chapter 7. There is Nothing to Fear. "Holy Mother of God," the sergeant whispered. He crossed himself. He looked at the empty oracular cavities, the mouth frozen wide in a voiceless scream. "You know who this is?" asked the Monstrumologist, then answered his own question. "It is Pierre LaRose." Hawk wet his lips, nodded, turned away from the skewered corpse, and scanned the clearing with a quick and frightened eye, finger quivering on the trigger of his rifle. He muttered darkly under his breath. "Will Henry," the doctor said, "run back to camp and fetch the hatchet." "The hatchet?" Hawk repeated. "We can't leave him stuck here like a pig on a stick," Warthrop replied. "Snap to, Will Henry." I returned to find the doctor in that same attitude of quiet regard, pensively stroking his whiskered chin, while Hawk crashed and blundered in the brush on the far side of the clearing, his lamp bobbing between the trees like a massive firefly. I handed the axe to Warthrop, who approached the victim gingerly, as if being careful not to disturb the well-earned rest of a weary traveler. He motioned for me to bring the light closer. At that moment, Hawk rejoined us, huffing for breath, twigs and shards of dead leaves clinging to his hair, the color high in his cheeks. "Nothing," he said. "Can't see anything in this blasted dark.
We'll have to wait for daylight. But what are you doing? I am removing the victim from this tree, the doctor replied. He slammed the sharp blade into the torso. Shards of stringy muscle landed on Hawk's cheek. The poor man, unaccustomed to the methods of the monstrumologist, gave a dismayed cry and slapped the bit of meat from his face. "Cut down the tree, goddammit, not him!" he shouted. "What is wrong with you, Warthrop?" The doctor grunted, reared back, and swung again. The second blow ripped all the way to the wood. The body slid an inch or two, and then, in grotesque, heart-rending slowness, the body pulled free and flipped, landing face down at the base of the hemlock. The sickening thud as it hit the ground sounded very loud in the cold air. Though the body fell nowhere near him, Hawk recoiled. "Come along, Will Henry," said the doctor grimly, handing the bloody axe back to me. I stepped up to the body, holding the light low. Warthrop knelt down, grunted, and observed dispassionately, "The upper dermis has been stripped from the posterior as well," as if we were not deep in the wilderness but in the bowels of his laboratory on Harrington Lane. "Light closer, please, Will Henry. Some laceration of the underlying tissue. No evidence of serration. Whatever they used, it was very sharp, though here and there is some indication of tearing." He pressed his fingertips into the latissimus dorsi. A viscous puddle rose up, the blood closer to black than crimson. "Will Henry, try to hold the light still, will you? You're throwing shadows everywhere." He dropped to his hands and knees and brought his eyes to within an inch of the corpse, moving his head back and forth, up and down, peering, prodding, poking, then sniffing, the tip of his nose practically touching the putrefying flesh. It was too much for Hawk, who let loose a string of expletives and commenced to stomp in a furious, ever-widening circle behind us. In the space of a few moments, their roles had been reversed. We had passed from the bucolic backcountry of Hawk's youth into the land of blood and umbrage, the territory of monstrumology. "What the bloody hell are you doing, Warthrop?" His panicky cry echoed in the indifferent air. "We shouldn't be out here like this. We don't know if—" He let the thought die unfinished. His voice betrayed how closely he teetered upon the edge. It was as if the world had lost all familiarity. He was the aboriginal man, alone in an alien landscape. "Let's get him back to camp, and there you can sniff him to your heart's content." The doctor assented to the wisdom of the suggestion. I led the way, the doctor and Hawk bearing our gruesome find behind me. The fire had burned down to a few ash-covered embers in our absence, and I used the hatchet to cut up some more wood. Hawk was dissatisfied with my efforts. He added 2 more armfuls of fuel, and soon the fire was blazing 4 feet into the air. "You're quite right, Sergeant," Warthrop said, kneeling beside the corpse as a penitent before a patron saint. "This is much better." He cupped the head gently in his hands and pulled the chin back. The empty eye sockets rolled toward the canopy. "Look closely now. Are you quite certain it's LaRose?" "Yes, it's him. It's LaRose." Hawk dug into his rucksack and removed a silver flask, unscrewed the top with shaking fingers, gulped down a few swallows, and shuddered violently. "I recognize the red hair." It is quite red, isn't it? Curious how the face has been left untouched, except for the eyes." "Why did they cut out his eyes?" "I'm not certain anyone did." The doctor brought his face close. "My guess would be carrion, but I can't make out any marks in this light. We'll have to wait for morning." All right, but what about the skin? No animal strips off the skin and leaves the rest. And where the hell are his clothes? No, whatever flayed him was no animal, the doctor said. At least, not of the four-legged variety. The skin has been sliced off with something extremely sharp, a hunting knife or... He stopped, hovering over a large hole that yawned in the middle of the man's chest, the only obvious wound visible other than the spot lower down where he had been impaled, and then hacked free from the hemlock. The monstrumologist laughed under his breath and shook his head ruefully. Ah, my kingdom for some real light! We could wait, but... Will Henry, fetch my instrument case. I scooted around our consternated guide and retrieved the doctor's soft canvas field case. He tugged free the leather ties, flipped it open, and pulled out the desired instrument, holding it up for Hawk to see. Or a scalpel, Sergeant. Will Henry, I'll need more light here. No, take the opposite side and hold the lamp low. That's it. What are you doing? Demanded Hawk. He drew closer, curiosity getting the better of his revulsion. There is something very peculiar. The monstrumologist's hand disappeared inside the hole. Operating by sense of touch and his knowledge of anatomy, he made several quick slices with the scalpel, then handed the instrument to me. What is? Asked Hawk. What's peculiar? Ack, the doctor groaned. I can't do both. Will Henry, set down the lamp a moment and pull this apart. No, deeper. You'll have to get hold of the ribs. Pull hard, Will Henry. Harder. I felt someone's breath upon my cheek. Hawk's. He was staring at me. Indispensable, he whispered. Now I understand. The doctor's hands disappeared between mine. Then, with a dramatic flourish, the monstrumologist hauled out the severed heart, cradling it in his hands and holding it high like a bloody offering. I plopped onto my backside, the muscles of my forearms singing with pain. Warthrop turned toward the fire and allowed the light to play over the organ. As he pressed on the pericardium, thick curds of arterial blood dribbled over the severed lip of the pulmonary artery and fell into the fire, where it popped and bubbled, steaming in the intense heat. Most peculiar. There appears to be denticulated trauma to the right ventricle. What? Hawk fairly shouted. What to the what? Teeth marks, Sergeant. Something bored a hole through his chest and took a bite out of his heart. There would be no sleep that night for the monstrumologist. Around 3 a.m, he shooed me to bed. You'll be no use to me in the morning otherwise, Will Henry. And urged Hawk to get some rest as well. He would take both watches. Our shaken escort did not take kindly to the suggestion. What if you fall asleep? He asked. If that fire goes out, the smell of... it will draw all sorts of things. He was hugging his rifle as a child might his favorite blanket. Not to mention whoever did this is still out there. They could be watching us right now, waiting for us to fall asleep. I assure you, Sergeant, I will not doze off, and I shall keep my rifle close. There is nothing to fear. Hawk would have none of it. He did not know the doctor as I did. When the hunt was on, he could stay awake for days. Now Warthrop's eyes were bright, and all fatigue had fled. He was in his element now. Nothing to fear. Sweet Mary and Joseph, listen to the man. Yes, I would beg that you do, Sergeant. Now is not the time to lose our heads and submit to our baser instinct. How far are we from the succor encampment? A day, A day and a half? Good. We are of the same mind here. The quicker we reach our destination, the better. You know these people, Sergeant. Have you ever heard of anything like this? He nodded toward the body, its arms outstretched as if waiting for a hug. Is there anything in their culture to suggest such desecration? Perhaps for shamanistic reasons. You're asking if they'd ever skin a man and eat his heart? The doctor smiled wanly. There are certain indigenous beliefs about taking on the spirit of what one consumes. Well, I don't know about that, Mr. Monstrumologist, but I've never heard of the Cree doing anything like what was done to poor LaRose here. They say they'll chop off the head sometimes. Chop off the head, cut out the heart, and burn the body to keep it from coming back. To keep what from coming back? The Uchiko. The Wendigo. Ah, yes, of course. Well, whatever snacked on Monsieur LaRose's heart was no Cree, or anyone of any color for that matter. The bite radius is too large, for one thing, and every cut is jagged, an indication that the mouth that bit him lacked incisors. Lacked the cutting teeth. These, here. The doctor tapped his front teeth with a blood-encrusted fingernail. In other words, whatever bit him had a mouthful of fangs. The night wore on, and Hawk wore down. The night wore on, and Hawk wore down, at last throwing himself upon the ground beside me with an agonized moan. Warthrop remained outside the tent, keeping watch over his special charge while keeping the fire stoked. If not in actuality, at least the fire gave off the illusion of defense against whatever might lurk just beyond the range of its beneficent light. Soon my tent-mate's moans were replaced by the pleasant drone of his humming, perhaps to comfort himself in the way a man might whistle in a graveyard, the same haunting voyageur song he had sung before. J'ai fait une maîtresse il y a pas longtemps. J'irai la voir dimanche, ah oui, j'irai. A gentle lady charmed me not long ago. I'll visit her on Sunday. It shall be so. I was roused from my restless slumber by something tugging upon my boot. I sat up with a small cry. Easy, Will Henry. It's only me, the monstrumologist said. He was smiling. His face had taken on the same feverish glow I had seen 100 times before. He gestured for me to join him outside. The cold, moist air made my lungs ache, but my heart sang with the shimmering bars of golden light streaming through the welcoming arms of the trees. The fire had all but died, and now in its smoldering ruins sat the coffee pot, steam rising languorously from its spout. The doctor gave a soft clap of his hands and desultorily asked how I had slept. "Very well, sir," I said. "Why do you lie, Will Henry? Have you never heard that a person who will lie about the smallest of things will have no compunction when it comes to the largest?" "Yes, sir," I said. "Yes, sir, again with the yes, sir. What have I told you about that?" "Yes," I hesitated, but now I was somewhat committed. "Sir?" "Come, I found a suitable spot." A suitable spot for what? I followed him a few yards into the trees, where I found a shallow trench. The camp shovel lay abandoned beside it. "Finish up and be quick about it, Will Henry. You may break your fast afterward. If Sergeant Hawk is correct and not indulging in some wishful thinking, we may reach Sandy Lake before sundown." "We're going to bury him?" "We can't very well bring him with us, and it wouldn't do to leave him here exposed to the elements." He sighed. His steamy breath roiled in the cold air. "I had hoped the morning light would reveal more clues as to what happened to him, but there's little else I can do without the proper equipment." What did happen to him, sir? It appears from the evidence that someone impaled him upon the broken trunk of a hemlock tree, Will Henry, he said dryly. Snap to now. Remember, he that would have fruit must climb the tree. And many hands make light work, I thought, as I snapped to with the shovel. The handle was half the length of a proper shovel's. The ground was rocky and unyielding, and blisters soon formed on my hands, and a dull ache set in between my shoulders. From the campsite I heard my companions arguing. Hawk must have gotten up, their disembodied voices sounding ethereal and tinny in the labyrinthine halls of the arboreal cathedral. Presently I spied them stumbling along the crooked path toward me, bearing between them the body of poor LaRose, the sergeant holding the upper half, Warthrop the legs. Hawk, who was forced by the narrowness of the passage to walk backward with the load, lost his balance on the dew-slick ground and fell, pulling the body sideways and down as the doctor remained upright. The gash inflicted by Warthrop the night before split wide with a sickening crunch, and the corpse broke completely in two. The top half came to rest in Hawk's lap, the head with its shock of red hair nestled in the crook of Hawk's neck, the open mouth pressed under the sergeant's jaw in an obscene mockery of a kiss. Hawk dropped the torso, scrambled to his feet, and cursed Warthrop roundly for his failure to go down with him. As the possessor of the sole shovel, the honors of the dead guide's interment fell to me. Hawk grew impatient. He seemed nearly mad with the desire to quit this part of the forest. He fell to his knees beside the grave, dragging handfuls of earth into the hole, all the while muttering obscenities under his breath. Then he collapsed against a tree trunk, his gasps all out of proportion to the difficulty of his efforts. "Someone should say something," he said. "Do we have anything to say?" Apparently we did not. The doctor absently wiped bits and pieces of tacky viscera from his duster. I twirled the tip of the shovel in the dirt. Wearily, with words that struck me as hollowed out of all import, Hawk recited the Hail Mary prayer. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." Something stirred in the bush. A large crow, its ebony body as shiny as obsidian, its black eyes brightly inquisitive, was watching us. "Blessed is the fruit of thy womb." Another crow hopped out from the shadows, then another, and another. They stood, motionless, balanced upon their skeletal legs, 4 pairs of depthless black and soulless eyes, watching us. More appeared from the tangle of vine and scrub. I counted a baker's dozen of crows, a mute congregation, a deputation of the desolation come to pay their respects. "Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death." Overcome, Hawk began to weep. The Monstrumologist, and the crows, did not. The birds commandeered the rite when we left. I looked back and saw them hopping about the makeshift grave, pecking at the offal Warthrop had flicked from his coat. After a hurried breakfast of dried biscuit and bitter coffee, we broke camp. Though both men were anxious to finish the final leg to Sandy Lake, they recognized the necessity of exploring the clearing and its environs in the daylight. And so for an hour we tramped the grounds, looking for any evidence that might help solve the riddle of our macabre discovery the night before. We found nothing. No tracks, no scrap of clothing, no personal belongings or trace of anything human. It was as if Pierre LaRose had dropped from the sky to land in an extremely infelicitous spot. "It's not possible," mused our guide,
standing before the broken spine of the hemlock tree.
"It happened, so it must be possible," replied the Monstrumologist.
"But how? How did he heft the body 8 feet off the ground like that? Unless he stood on something. And if he did, where is it? I'd say there were at least 2, maybe more. Hard to imagine a single author to this story. But the more bothersome is not how it was done, but why it was done. If I were to murder a man, I would not go to all the trouble of skinning him and heaving him onto a pike. What is the point of that?"
"There seems to be a ritualistic aspect to it," said Warthrop. "The author, as you call him, might have been getting at something symbolic."
Hawk nodded thoughtfully. "The Rose was in debt to half the town. I've dealt with more than one complaint of his swindling."
"Ah, so perhaps an angry creditor kidnaps him, hauls him miles into the wilderness, skins him. How poetic. Then takes a bite out of his heart."
Hawk chuckled in spite of himself. "I like it better than the alternative, Doctor. I suspect our friend Jack Fiddler would say the Old One of the Woods got a little clumsy and dropped him from on high." The Monstrumologist nodded grimly.
"I am very interested in what our friend Jack Fiddler has to say."
Chapter 8. I Have Come for My Friend. His real name was Jawano Gijigo Gaubo, he who stands in the southern sky. Or, according to records of the Hudson's Bay Company, with whom he traded, Maisaninine, or Mesnawethino, Cree for a stylish person. He was the son of the chief, Pimichikag, porcupine standing sideways, and he was the tribe's Ogima, or shaman, respected to the point of fear by his clansmen for his skill and power, particularly over the evil spirit that possessed his kinsmen in times of famine. He claimed in his lifetime to have killed 14 of these creatures that devour all mankind, the last in 1906. Wasakapikwe, the daughter-in-law of his brother, Joseph. His reward for this selfless act of altruism was his arrest by the Canadian authorities the following year. After being convicted of murder and sentenced to death, Jack Fiddler escaped from prison and from the indignity of the white man's justice. He carried out the sentence himself. The day following his escape, they found him hanging from a tree. He was a bit shy of his 50th year when he met his spiritual brother, Dr. Pellinor Warthrop, expert in the natural philosophy of aberrant species, though in appearance he seemed far older. Season after season in the brutal cold, and the unimaginable hardship and deprivation of the harsh subarctic wilderness had taken its toll. He appeared closer to 70 than 50, his skin cracked and laced with deep wrinkles, his face as dark and worn as old shoe leather, in which the eyes dominated, dark, deep-set, intense but kind. His were the eyes of one who has seen too much suffering to take suffering too seriously. As night fell, we reached Jack Fiddler's primitive kingdom hacked out of the Canadian bush on the shores of Sandy Lake, after the most grueling day of our long trek from Rat Portage, pushed by Warthrop's eagerness and Hawk's unease to the limit of our endurance. The latter's agitation grew as the day aged, his eyes flitting back and forth along the trail, seeing menace in every shadow, bad omens in even the most minor of delays. "Have you noticed, Doctor," he said when we halted briefly for lunch, "that we haven't seen a single animal since leaving Rat Portage? Not a moose or a deer or a fox or anything. Nothing but birds and insects, but I don't count them. I've never been up in these woods without seeing something. Even the squirrels,
This is the busiest time of year for the squirrels, but not even a squirrel." Warthrop grunted. "We haven't exactly been as quiet as church mice, Sergeant. Still, I agree it is unusual. They say the animals of the island rushed pell-mell into the sea just before Krakatoa blew." "What do you mean?" The monstrumologist was smiling. "Perhaps a great disaster is upon the horizon, and we are the only animals stupid enough to remain." "Are you saying a moose is smarter than us?" "I am saying a larger brain comes with a price. Our better instincts are oft put down by our reason." "Well, I don't know about that, but there is something odd about it. Now, a single wolf will clear the woods for miles, but what is there that will chase a wolf away?" If the doctor had an answer to that, he kept it to himself. As the sun sank into the dark waters of the lake, painting the surface with fiery bars of expiring light, a group of elders appeared at the shore to meet us. Our arrival, it appeared, was not unexpected. We were greeted with great solemnity, and we were offered fresh fish and cured venison, which we gratefully accepted, supping by the roaring fire a stone's throw from the lake shore, with the gift of warm blankets thrown over our laps, for the temperature plunged dramatically with the quitting of the sun. The entire village turned out for the meal, though we were the only ones eating. The villagers stared with intense, if mute, curiosity. White people were a highly uncommon sight this deep in the backcountry, Hawk explained. Even the missionaries rarely visited here, and the few that did left heavy-hearted. It seemed the sucker people had no worries about the fate of their immortal souls. They knew Sergeant Hawk and spoke to him in their tongue. I could make out hardly any of it, of course, except the words Warthrop, Chandler, and Utiko. The adults kept a respectable distance, but the children gave in to their fascination, easing closer and closer until they had clustered around us, and one by one they reached out with hesitant fingers and stroked my white skin and felt the coarse wool of my jacket. An elderly woman rebuked them, and they scampered away. Another, much younger woman, one of the shaman's wives, I later learned, escorted us to the wigwam of our host, a dome-shaped structure composed of woven mats and birch bark. The shaman was alone, sitting upon a mat near the small fire in the wigwam center, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and draped in a ceremonial blanket. "Tansy, Jonathan Hawk," he greeted the sergeant. "Tansy, Tansy," he said to Warthrop, and waved us to sit beside him. Our sudden appearance in his village did not seem to faze him in the least, and he regarded the doctor and me with mild curiosity and little else. Unlike many of their displaced, hounded, and murdered brethren, the Sucker clan had been, but for the occasional visit from the well-meaning but misguided missionary, left alone by the European conquerors. "I heard of your coming," he said to Hawk, who translated for our benefit. "But I did not expect you to return so soon, Jonathan Hawk." "Dr. Warthrop is a friend of Chandler's," said Hawk. "He is Ogima too, Okimakan. Very strong, very powerful Ogima. He's killed many Utiko, like you." "I have done no such thing," protested the doctor, deeply offended. Jack Fiddler seemed bemused. "But he is not a Yinawak," he said to Hawk. "He is white. In his tribe he is called Monstrumologist. All evil spirits fear him." Fiddler squinted in the smoky light at my master. "I do not see it. His achak is hidden from me." His fathomless dark eyes lighted upon me, and I squirmed under their quiet power. "But this one, his achak is bright. It soars high like the hawk and sees the earth.
but there is something—" He leaned toward me, studying my face intently. "Something heavy he carries. A great burden. Too great for one so young. And so old. As old and young as Missimanito, the Great Spirit. What is your name?"
I glanced at Warthrop, who nodded impatiently. He seemed annoyed that the renowned medicine man had taken an interest in me. "Will Henry," I answered.
"You are blessed by Missimanito, Will Henry," he said. "And a heavy burden is this blessing. Do you understand?"
"Don't you dare say no," the doctor whispered ominously in my ear. "I didn't come 2,000 miles to discuss your achak, Will Henry." I nodded my counterfeit assent to the old Ejinawak.
"What he loves does not know him, and what he knows cannot love," said the Ogima. "Eha, like Missimanito, that which loves, which love knows not." I like this, Will Henry.
"I understand it's a nearly inexhaustible topic, but if we are quite finished singing Will Henry's praises, can we get to the point, Sergeant?" asked the doctor. He turned to Jack Fiddler. "Pierre LaRose is dead." Fiddler's expression did not change.
"I know this."
"That is not what you told me, Okimakan," said Hawk, startled by the admission. "You told me you didn't know where LaRose was."
"For I did not know. We found him after you left us, Jonathan Hawk."
"What happened to him?" Warthrop demanded.
"The Old One called to him. Wendigo."
The doctor groaned softly. "I understand, but my question is, why was he mutilated and left for carrion? Is this the way of your people, Jack Fiddler?"
"As we found him, so we left him."
"Why?"
"He does not belong to us. He belongs to Utiko."
"Utiko killed him."
"Eha."
"Flayed the skin from his bones, impaled him upon a tree, and did this." The monstrumologist dug into his rucksack and removed the organ that had once animated Pierre LaRose. Sergeant Hawk gasped. He didn't know Warthrop had kept it. Calmly, our host accepted the macabre offering, cradling it in his gnarled hands as he studied it in the firelight.
"You should not have done this," he chided Warthrop. "Wendigo will be angry."
"I don't give a tinker's damn if he's angry," said the doctor. He gestured impatiently to Hawk, who had hesitated to translate the remark. Then he continued in a voice tight with indignation. "It is none of my concern what really happened to Pierre LaRose. That is a matter for Sergeant Hawk and his superiors. I have come for my friend. LaRose took him into the bush, and only LaRose came out again."
"We do not take what belongs to Wendigo," said the shaman. "Did you leave the rest for him?"
"No," replied Hawk. "We buried the rest." Fiddler shook his head, dismayed.
"Namoya, say you did not."
"Where is John Chandler?" persisted my master. "Does he belong to Wendigo as well?"
"I am Ogema. If you are Ogema, as Jonathan Hawk has told me, you understand. I must protect my people."
"Then you do know where he is?"
"I will tell you, Monstrumologist Warthrop. LaRose, he brings your friend to me. He hunts Utiko, he says. And I tell your friend Utiko is not hunted. Utiko hunts. Do not look into the yellow eye, for if you look into the yellow eye looks back at you. Your friend does not listen to my words. His achak is bent. It is crooked. It does not flow cleanly to Misimanito. They go anyway. They call to Utiko, but you do not call Utiko. Utiko calls you. I have seen this. I am Ogima. I protect my people from the yellow eye. Your friend is not a Yinawak. Do you understand, Ogima Warthrop? Do my words reach your ears? In truth, I ask you, does the fox raise the bear cub, or the caribou suckle the gray wolf? Utiko is old as the bones of the earth. Utiko was born before the first word was spoken. He has no name like Jawano Gijigo Galbo or Warthrop. Utiko, we have named him. His ways are not our ways, but our doom is his, and his is ours. For when you wake on the morrow, will you say, "Since I have eaten last night, I need eat no more"? No! His hunger is our hunger, the hunger that is never satisfied.
Then why leave him LaRose to snack upon? The doctor asked, and then he waved away his own question. With all respect, Okemakan, I have no desire to discuss the subtleties of your people's animistic cosmology. My desire is far simpler. You either know what happened to John Chandler or you do not. If you do, I hope in the name of all human decency that you will share that information with me. If not, my business here is done. The Ogima of the Sucker clan looked down at the lifeless heart in his hands.
I will protect my people, he said in English.
Ah, the Monstrumologist said. He looked at Hawk. I see. We were shown to a wigwam several hundred paces from Fiddler's, a guest house of sorts, and a mansion compared to our quarters for the past 2 weeks, large enough for all 3 of us to sleep under one roof without rubbing against one another. The beds were made with fresh balsam boughs, and I swear no feather mattress could feel as soft or as comfortable after one has been marching double time through the wilderness. I was sorer and more tired than the most tender of tenderfoots. I fell upon my bower with a satisfied moan. The doctor did not go to bed, but sat in the open doorway, hugging his knees and staring across the compound at the glow from our host's abode. "Do you think he's lying?" asked Hawk, trying to draw Warthrop from his reverie.
I think he isn't telling everything he knows.
I could arrest him.
For what?
Suspicion of murder, Doctor.
What is your evidence?
You've been carrying it around in your rucksack.
He denies having anything to do with that, and neither the body nor the scene yielded anything to incriminate him.
Well, somebody killed the poor bastard, within a day's hike of this village, and in a way that no white man might do it.
Really, Sergeant? If you believe that, then you do not spend enough time around white men. I have found there is very little they're incapable of.
You don't understand, Dr. Warthrop. These people are savages. A man who boasts of killing his own people, boasts of it, kills them to save them? Tell me, what sort of person does that?
Well, Sergeant, the God of the Bible leaps immediately to mind. But I shan't argue the point. What you do about Jack Fiddler is your business. Mine is discovering what happened to my friend.
He's dead.
I've never had much doubt about that, said Warthrop. Still, our interview with the Okemakan has raised the possibility.
He shook his head as if to chase away the thought. What? That Jack knows where he is?
Correct me if I'm mistaken, but isn't it the practice of the Ogima to isolate the victim of the Wendigo's attack in the hope of curing him?
Are there not certain spells that must be recited, prayers and rituals and the like, before all hope is abandoned and the victim sacrificed?" Hawk snorted. "Seems to me you're clutching at straws, Doctor. He said it himself. He doesn't care what happens to us. We're not a Yinawak." He sneered at the word. "He would care if one of us endangered his tribe." "Right. So he strips off our skin and chops up our heart and sticks us on a pole in the middle of nowhere. No more troubles for the tribe. LaRose is all the proof we need that Chandler's dead." He threw himself onto the bed beside me. "Turn down your achak, Will," he teased me. "It's shining right in my eyes." He glanced over at the doctor, who had not budged from his post. "I'm quitting this godforsaken place at first light, Doctor, with or without you." Warthrop smiled wearily. "Then you had better get some rest, Sergeant." "You should too, sir," I piped up. He looked twice as tired as I felt. The Monstrumologist nodded toward the orange glow flickering in the Ogima's wigwam. "I'll rest when he does," he said softly. Chapter 9. I Shall Carry Him. I was awakened by someone roughly shaking my leg. "Will Henry," the doctor urgently whispered. "Snap to, Will Henry." I jerked upright, catching him unawares. Our foreheads smacked against each other in the dark, and he gave a soft, involuntary cry of pain. "I'm sorry, sir," I muttered. But he had already turned away to roust Hawk, who lay snoring lustily beside me. "Hawk, Sergeant, get up!" Over his shoulder he growled, "Grab that rucksack, Will Henry, and the rifle. Hurry!" What happened? I wondered aloud, but received no answer. Warthrop was busy trying to rouse our groggy companion. Through the doorway I saw a sliver of violet sky and the insubstantial gray landscape of dawn. The doctor shoved a rifle into Hawk's chest. "What are you doing?" Hawk murmured. "Clutching at straws, Sergeant. You said you wanted to leave at first light. I suggest you do so if you wish to remain in one piece," Warthrop returned grimly. He threw Hawk's rucksack at him and ducked out of the wigwam. We scrambled outside. The doctor was already several feet ahead, trotting toward the water's edge. A row of canoes lined the bank. Warthrop pulled the heavy rucksack from my hands and tossed it into the middle of a canoe, where it landed beside the prone body of a man, wrapped up in one of the clan's blankets. Warthrop snatched the rifle from my hand and jabbed a finger toward the forward seat. "Get in." Then he gave Hawk an impatient jab between the shoulders. "Quickly, Sergeant." He waited until Hawk had plopped down before he pushed off, splashing for several lunging strides through the icy water before heaving himself on board. He dug in with his paddle. Hawk quickly followed suit, and soon we were sliding through the water with barely a sound. A loon exploded before the bow with an angry cry and took off across the lake, its wingtips caressing the glassy surface. I looked down at the man whose head lay at my feet. Even in the dim light, I saw a face deathly pale and painfully thin. His eyes jerked beneath the closed lids, as if he were gripped by a feverish dream. I looked up at the doctor, who was looking past me toward our destination, the southern shore of Sandy Lake. We had not reached the halfway point when our theft was discovered. Several men carrying what appeared to be rifles rushed to the water's edge and leapt into canoes to give chase. Warthrop called for Hawk to quicken the pace, but the man needed no urging. He paddled furiously, glancing occasionally over his shoulder at our pursuers, who seemed to gain upon us with every expert stroke of their oars, their boats slicing through the water with the speed of downhill skaters, ghost-like in the thick morning mist. The doctor yanked the revolver from the pocket of his duster and tossed it into my lap.
with the admonition that if I was forced to defend myself, I should make every effort not to shoot him in the head.
"We won't make it," gasped Hawk after a few frantic minutes. "Let's turn here and make our stand."
"I'd rather make it on a more substantial surface, Sergeant," returned the doctor, pulling hard for air.
"They won't dare hurt me. I'm a police officer, a duly deputized representative of the province. The whole village would hang."
"Yes, I'm sure you'll point that out to them right before they sink your bullet-ridden corpse to the bottom of the lake."
The fog swirled around us, a gray shroud draped over the world, obliterating the canoes in our wake. To our left, the rising sun was the palest of washed-out yellows. With no point of reference, it was impossible to tell our speed or how far we had to go. The effect was unnerving, to say the least. Worse than hell, for even the souls in Karen's boat could see the opposite shore.
"Please drop the barrel of that gun, Will Henry," the doctor admonished. It was pointed directly at his chest. "And try to keep in mind that if we can't see them, they cannot see us. They're as blind in this soup as we are."
"No, I'm a bit blinder, Doctor," puffed Hawk. "They know what you're up to."
Warthrop did not respond. His gaze remained fixed over my shoulder, as if by virtue of the intensity of his stare he could part the mist and sight his goal. We reached that goal, finally, not touching the bank, but slamming into it with enough force to send me flying backward over the edge of the canoe and into the shallow water. Warthrop yanked me to my feet and hurled my sopping wet carcass onto the muddy shore. Coughing and spitting, I sat up in time to see Hawk and the doctor pulling our unconscious cargo from the boat's belly. They carried him several feet into the trees before easing him to the ground and returning for our gear. At that moment, 3 canoes bearing 6 armed men emerged from the fog, the men's black eyes glittering dangerously under their dark brows. Warthrop raised his hand, and Hawk raised his rifle.
"Tell them we intend no harm," the doctor instructed him.
Hawk barked a little laugh.
"I'm more worried about their intent, Doctor."
Then he said something in their tongue. The tallest of the 6, a young man close to Hawk's age, spoke quietly and without inflection, and pointed at Warthrop.
"He wants you to return what you've taken," Hawk said.
"Tell him I am merely recovering what they have taken."
Their leader spoke again, his manner one of utter earnestness laced with a touch of condescension. Clearly, Warthrop did not understand the consequences of his actions.
"Well," the doctor snapped, "what does he say?" "He says if you insist on taking him, you must kill him. The Utiko is with him." "With him?" "Or in him, it means the same thing."
"If he wants him dead, he'll have to kill me," Warthrop said, his eyes flashing dangerously. "All of us. The boy, too. Is he willing to do that? Ask him."
Hardly were the words out of Hawk's mouth when 6 rifles rose as one. Instinctively, I brought up the revolver. Warthrop, however, made no move with his weapon.
"No need to translate, Hawk," the doctor said.
"He is Utiko's now," the brave said in English. "We take him."
"Dear God, how much of this superstitious folderol must I bear?" Warthrop cried.
He flung his rifle to the ground, grabbed the gun from my hand, and slung it toward the trees. Then, before Hawk could react, Warthrop ripped his rifle away and threw that down, too. He opened his long arms wide and thrust out his chest, offering himself to their bullets.
"Go on and do it then, damn you! Shoot us all in cold blood and take your precious Utiko!"
For an agonized moment, I believed they would do just that. Their rifles remained unwaveringly upon us. I heard Hawk mutter, "Warthrop, I would have liked to have been included in this decision." Otherwise, all was quiet. That awful, pregnant stillness before the clang and clatter of battle. Their leader spoke, and his men slowly lowered their weapons. He said something to Warthrop.
"Well?" the doctor asked Hawk.
"He said you are a fool."
The sergeant took a deep breath.
"And I think I agree with him."
Hawk's opinion mattered to the doctor as much as anyone else's. That is, hardly at all. He waited until our pursuers had turned their boats around and the mist had swallowed them up, before he hurried to the side of his fallen friend, snapping his fingers at me to grab his rucksack and join him. The sergeant lingered between the line of trees and the shore, standing watch in case the Ayinawak changed their minds. Warthrop knelt beside the unconscious victim and pulled back his eyelids to examine his eyes. They were bloodshot and slightly yellow, restless in their sockets, the pupils contracting and expanding in a pulsating rhythm, like tiny black hearts. In the gray forest light, his face seemed devoid of all pigmentation, as white as paper and just as thin, stretched taut over his cheeks and forehead, the bones of his jaw protruding like large knuckles pushing insistently against the flesh. The lips were swollen and bright red, an obscenely comical juxtaposition against his pale skin, and they were laced with hairline cracks that oozed milky yellow pus. The doctor ran his fingers through the thick, sandy blonde hair. Fluffy tufts of it pulled free at his touch. The breeze caught some errant strands and sent them twirling like dandelion seeds into the deep forest gloom. Grunting with effort, the monstrumologist freed the man from the cocoon of the old blanket. He had been stripped to his underclothes. They hung limply about his emaciated frame, but I could clearly see the ribs poking into the material. Warthrop lifted one bony arm and pressed his fingers against the wrist. The impressions from the pressure remained after the doctor removed his fingers, like footprints in wet sand.
"Severe dehydration," he observed quietly. "Fetch the canteen. But first I'll take the stethoscope."
He pushed the thin undershirt to the man's chin and listened for several minutes to the heartbeat. I could actually see its exhilarating pumping beneath the attenuated skin. When I returned with the water, the doctor was running his hands up and down the man's bony-kneed, stork-thin legs, and then up to the torso, where he pressed gently. Everywhere he touched, his fingers left indentations on the pale skin. He pressed the mouth of the canteen to the bloated lips, and rivulets of that life-giving liquid rolled out from either side of the gurgling mouth. Warthrop heaved the man's head onto his lap and bent low, cradling him like a child, one hand cupping his chin while he poured a thin stream through the half-opened lips. His oversized Adam's apple jerked as each swallow was forced down. The doctor breathed a sigh and said softly, "John, John." And then louder, his voice ringing in the trees. "John! John Chandler! Can you hear me?" Sergeant Hawk appeared, his rifle resting in the crook of his arm. He regarded this tableau for a moment and said, "So, this is Chandler?" "No, Sergeant, this is Grover Cleveland," the doctor answered sardonically. With uncharacteristic gentleness, the monstrumologist pulled the blanket back over Chandler. "He's severely dehydrated and malnourished," Warthrop told Hawk, "and jaundiced. His liver may be shutting down. I can't find any external injuries beyond bed sores, which is to be expected, and internally there are no abnormalities or injuries, though it's difficult under these conditions to tell for certain. He has a mild fever, but doesn't seem to be suffering from dysentery or anything else that might kill him before we can get him back." Hawk glanced nervously around us, stroking the rifle's trigger, as if he expected marauders to burst from the bush at any second. "Well, I'm all for that now that we've got him." "Me too, Sergeant. We've only to wait until he's ambulatory."
What do you mean, ambulatory? You mean to wait till he can walk? He squinted down at the comatose man at his feet. How long? Hard to say. His muscles are atrophied, his vigor sapped by the ordeal. It could be as long as a week or two. A week or two? No. Hawk was shaking his head violently. That won't do, Doctor. We can't spend 2 weeks in the bush. There's our supplies, and then there's the weather. We'll get the first real snow of the season before 2 weeks are out. I am open to suggestions, Sergeant. You have eyes as well as I. You can observe the poor man's condition for yourself. We'll carry him out. Good God, he can't weigh more than Will here. To do so over this terrain could prove fatal. Walking across the street on a Sunday afternoon could prove fatal, Warthrop. If Will can take my rifle and rucksack, I could carry him. He bent to scoop Chandler from the forest floor and was stopped by Warthrop's hand against his chest. I am willing to risk the elements, Sergeant, the doctor said stiffly. Well, guess what? I'm not. I don't know what it is about you in this monstrumology business, but it's like bear shit on your boots. Follows you every step, and is as hard as hell to get rid of. He jabbed a finger into my master's chest. I'm getting the hell out of here, Doc. You're welcome to come with me, or you can try your luck finding the way out yourself. For a moment, neither man moved, locked in a test of wills, a test that Warthrop failed. He ran a hand through his thick hair and sighed loudly. He looked at Chandler. He looked at me. He considered the sliver of gray sky sliced off by the canopy. Very well, he said. But it is my burden. He slid his arms beneath the fragile form and rose unsteadily with the wasted body. Chandler's forehead pressed against the base of Warthrop's neck. I shall carry him, the doctor said. Chapter 10. It can break a man's mind in half. Our flight to Rat Portage was painfully slow. Warthrop called for many halts to check Chandler's vital signs and to attempt getting more water into him. Slowing the pace, too, was Sergeant Hawk, or rather, Sergeant Hawk's finding his bearings in the fog. It thickened as the day wore on, a colorless miasma that obscured the trail and peopled the forest with looming shadows and flitting apparitions upon which the imagination seized and ascribed portents of doom. In this gray land of muffled sound and borrowed light, our very breath was snatched from our mouths and trammeled underfoot. By 4 o'clock the light had all but vanished. We made camp for the night no more than 7 miles from the shores of Sandy Lake, and still several miles from the grave of Pierre Larose. The doctor eased his load onto the ground and collapsed against a tree. His respite lasted only a minute or two. Soon he was up again, fussing over Chandler, wiping his brow, raising his head to force a bit more water down his throat, calling to him in a loud voice, but Chandler would not be roused. I gathered wood for our fire before the last of the light was snuffed out. Hawk inventoried our meager supplies, reckoning we had enough to last another 5 days. After that, we would have to live off the land. I'd planned on resupplying at Sandy Lake, he said defensively when the doctor raised an eyebrow at this bit of bad news. You didn't tell me there'd be a kidnapping. The sergeant did not seem himself. His eyes would not stay still. They shifted right and left and back again restlessly, and he could not seem to stop wetting his lips. How did you manage to find him? He asked. Fiddler. I thought if John was alive, Fiddler might check on him, and the odds were he would not risk it while we were awake. And my guess was right. At a little after 2, he came out of his wigwam, and I followed him. They had put John in a wigwam on the northern edge of the village, far removed from the others, as one might expect. It is common practice among indigenous peoples to construct a sick house
to isolate infectious members from the rest of the tribe. After that, it was only a matter of time and preparation. No guard was posted. I merely had to wait for Fiddler to go to bed.
What happened, do you think? Hawk was staring at the opening of the tent wherein Chandler lay, the white of the blanket barely visible in the firelight.
I can only guess, answered the doctor wearily. Either he stumbled into their camp or someone found him and brought him there. He was probably lost, separated from LaRose. The man admitted as much in his letter to Muriel, and it nearly got the better of him.
It will, if you don't know what you're about, agreed Hawk. His eyes cut toward the doctor. Muriel, is that the missus?
Yes.
What? The sergeant glanced my way. Nothing, he said.
Clearly it was not.
Just clearing my throat.
You did not clear your throat. You said, like that. I would like to know what you meant.
I didn't mean anything. That's all it was, Doctor. Just Warthrop snorted. He threw the dregs of his tea into the shadows and ducked into the tent to be with his patient. Hawk looked at me again, a crooked smile playing on his lips.
J'ai fait une maîtresse il y a pas longtemps,
he sang softly.
And cease that infernal singing, the doctor shouted.
The sergeant complied with Warthrop's brusque request, and would not sing again for the remainder of our flight back to civilization. I call it flight, for that is what it was, torturously slow though it proved to be. We were fleeing something, and we were bringing what we fled with us. We woke on the next morning beneath an ominous gray sky. By noon, a light snow had begun to fall, carpeting the trail with dusty powder that quickly grew slick. More than once the doctor nearly went down with his precious cargo. The sergeant would offer to spell him, each time rebuffed by Warthrop. The doctor seemed jealous of his burden. It was cold and still. Not a breath of wind stirred, and the snow, like the fog, deadened sound. We marched through vaulted chambers of brown and white, down desolate halls devoid of color, bereft of life. The nights fell with crushing suddenness. The daylight seemed not so much to fade as to vanish. Darkness was the true face of the desolation, its elemental substance. More than the monotonous scenery or the miles of rough trail that crawled underfoot, that dark weighed upon us. It numbed our souls to senselessness as the cold numbed our fingertips and toes, a pitch-black tactile dark that mocked our feeble attempts to drive it away, a darkness that pressed down with suffocating force. I began to envy John Chandler and the feverish oblivion in which he dwelled. And I worried about the doctor. Even on his worst days back at Harrington Lane, when he retreated to his bed and remained there for hours, refusing all sleep and sustenance, lost in a melancholy so profound all he could do was breathe. Even those days seemed as bright as springtime compared to what he endured now. And he endured it for someone other than himself. A stunning revelation for me, who up to that point had thought him the most self-absorbed man on the continent. His face grew gaunt. His eyes receded into their sockets. His duster hung upon him like an empty garment upon a hanger. He was coming to resemble the man he was carrying. I urged him to eat and rest, scolding him like a parent and reminding him he was no good to his friend if he succumbed to the same fate. He endured my chiding and rarely lost his temper, except on one memorable occasion when he dressed me down for more than a quarter of an hour. It might have gone on longer, but Hawk informed him that if he didn't shut up, the sergeant was going to put a bullet through the back of his head. After the last morsel of hardtack and cured bacon had been consumed, the sergeant shouldered his rifle and tramped into the woods, disappearing for the rest of the afternoon. We made no progress that day. Near dusk, Hawk returned, empty-handed. He dropped the weapon to the ground and collapsed before the fire, muttering under his breath, swiping his mouth with the back of his hand incessantly and wetting his lips. "Nothing," he murmured. "Nothing. I've never seen anything like it. Nothing for miles." He lifted his eyes to the sky. "Not even a bird. Nothing. Nothing." "Well, we still have each other," said the doctor consolingly, trying to lift his spirits. "You know, the Donner Party option." Hawk stared at him without expression, his mouth hanging open, and I thought the doctor, who knew so well his own limitations, must have been really out of sorts to even attempt humor. It was ludicrous, like a man trying to fly by flapping his arms. Hunger became the newest member of our company, far stronger and far more resilient than the rest of us, and we were the dried bones upon which it chewed. There was no real resting when we stopped. Hawk and I would push our way into the bush, plucking berries, digging up edible roots such as Indian potatoes and toothwort, pinching the heads from puffball mushrooms, stripping bark from hickory trees, which we boiled to soften it. This bark stew was also beneficial for the digestion, the sergeant informed me, and was a native treatment for diarrhea and venereal disease. We also gathered wolf's claw, an evergreen moss that grew in abundance on the forest floor, with dense needle-like leaves that Hawk boiled to make a kind of herbal tea. The taste was pungent and bitter. The doctor spat out his first sip. Yet Hawk kept harvesting it. The spores were highly flammable, and he delighted in tossing them into the fire and watching the subsequent flash of hot white light. We rose each day a little weaker than the day before, and halted each night a little hungrier. Our eyes took on the haunted, vacant look of slow starvation, and our voices were lean in the breathless air. We stumbled clumsily down trail and through dead meadow, and crossed the desolate miles of Brûlé, the trackless, snowbound desert, with the gray dome of the sky upheld by the blackened pillars of branchless trees. It was here that we spied the first sign of life since our escape from Sandy Lake. I tugged on Hawk's coat and pointed to them, lazily circling overhead on immobile wings, riding the high wind directly above us. He nodded and quickly looked away. "Beautios," he said. "Buzzards." The doctor's toe caught on a fallen branch. He pitched forward, twisting around just before he landed, to avoid crushing his precious cargo beneath him. "I'm all right. I'm fine," he snarled at Hawk, who had reached down to help him up. He slapped away the offered hand. "Let me carry him a while, Doc," said the sergeant reasonably. "You look all done for." "Do not touch him, do you understand? I'll shoot you if you touch him. No one touches him but me." "I meant no offense," replied Hawk. "Just trying to help." "This is mine," the doctor gasped. "Mine." He slipped his arms beneath Chandler's body and struggled to his feet, where he stood swaying for an awful moment before falling again, landing this time with a muffled thump upon his backside. His friend's head lolled against his chest. "God damn you to hell," the doctor whimpered to Chandler. The words smashed to nothing by the emptiness that engulfed him. "Why did you come here? What did you think you would find, you idiot? You imbecilic fool! What did you think you would find?" He stroked the soft, feathery hair. He pressed his cheek against the top of John Chandler's head. "Oh, come on now, Doc," Hawk urged him. "It's not as bad as all that." He stepped toward him, and the doctor leveled his revolver at Hawk's forehead. "You could have prevented this," he cried. "You were here a month ago. He was a stone's throw from you, and you left him. You left him. Now, Doc, I told you what Fiddler said."
The same thing he said to me, and did I listen? Did I take him at his word? Did I allow him to take me for a fool?
Well, answered Hawk tensely, maybe you're just smarter than I am.
That is no compliment.
With those words, all passion drained from the doctor. His eyes glazed over, the hand holding the gun dropped to his side. His listlessness returned, the same curious apathy that had infected Hawk, and me as well. Desolation's progeny, the lifeless living, every word pointless, every gesture useless, every hope vain. I cannot say what day it was. It may have been the 10th or 11th since our escape from the succor camp, when Hawk pulled my master aside, telling me, "Stay with Chandler, Will. I need a word with your boss." They walked several yards up the path, and I followed, which is completely understandable, I'm sure. I eased up behind them to eavesdrop on their hurried and anxious conversation.
"Are you certain?" the doctor was saying.
He sounded worried, but dubious. Hawk nodded, wetting his lips. "At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. It happens in the bush, so I didn't say anything, but there's no mistaking it, Doctor. I'm sure of it."
"Since?"
"First heard it yesterday morning. Nothing on the watch last night. Then off and on today."
"The Yinawak?"
Hawk shrugged. He wet his lips. "Something. I suppose it could be a wolf, though not a bear, nothing that big. It's strange."
"If Fiddler's men were responsible for Larose," Warthrop began.
"Then it could be whoever filleted him," Hawk finished, nodding. Again his tongue swiped across his chapped lips. "Thought you should know."
"Thank you, Sergeant," the doctor said. "Perhaps we should force a confrontation?"
Hawk shook his head. "Just two of us, and God knows how many of them. Plus there's Chandler and Will to think about." I returned to Chandler, my mind racing. Beneath the blackened lids, Chandler's eyes roamed the darkness. Encompassing us, the mute forest brooded, shrouded in winter white. The gray land was deceptively still. It kept its secrets. Something was following us. That night, I saw the yellow eyes for the first time. I attributed it to my fevered imagination, overheated by the conversation earlier in the day. A trick of the firelight, I thought. Perhaps the reflection off a moth's wing or some shiny bit of fungus. The trees were festooned with all types of it. No sooner had I noticed them than they were gone. A moment later they returned, deep in the woods and this time farther to my left, hovering several feet above the ground. Almond-shaped, glowing like twin beacons. I grabbed Sergeant Hawk's forearm. The doctor had already crawled into the tent to lie with Chandler, and pointed. By the time he turned to look, the eyes had vanished again. "What is it, Will?" he whispered. "Eyes," I whispered back. "Over there." For an eternity we waited, barely drawing breath, scanning the dark. But they did not reappear. The eyes returned the following night. Warthrop saw them first, and rose silently to his feet, staring into the bush with a look of almost comical astonishment. "Did you see that?" he asked us. "My eyes are probably playing tricks on me, but—" "If it was eyes you saw, Will here saw them too, last night," Hawk said. He slung his rifle around. He kept it on his person at all times, even when he slept. "Look," I said, raising my voice in excitement.
There they are again, over there!" And gone again in the time it took Sergeant Hawk to whip the barrel round. He kept the stock against his shoulder and swung the weapon slowly back and forth. "A bear?" wondered the doctor. "Bear, could be," breathed Hawk. "If he's strolling about on his hind legs. Those eyes are near 10 feet off the ground, Doctor." The seconds spun out, turned to minutes. A strange gurgling sound commenced behind us, and the sergeant whirled around to face the tent. Warthrop pushed down the barrel of the rifle and snapped, "It's Chandler," and rushed through the opening. "Will Henry," he called, "bring me some light." Within, the doctor was leaning over his patient, while the man's mouth opened and closed spasmodically, like a landed fish's, with burbling deep in his throat. Warthrop rolled him onto his side and lightly patted him in the small of the back. The body convulsed, and greenish-yellow bile erupted from his open mouth, soaking the doctor's shirt and trousers and filling the tent with an unearthly, noxious odor. I pinched shut my nose and fought the urge to vomit. Warthrop wiped Chandler's mouth with his filthy handkerchief, and then looked up at me. "Some water, Will Henry?" Chandler moaned, and Warthrop reacted as if he had sat up and said his name. The doctor's face fairly glowed with elation. "Is he waking up?" I asked. "John!" Warthrop shouted. "John Chandler! Can you hear me?" If he could, he gave no reply. He went limp. We waited, but he had left again. Wherever he had been, he had gone back. We did not see the yellow eyes for several nights thereafter, but their absence did little to relieve our unease. Hawk, in particular, seemed affected. He often lagged behind even the doctor, who was not walking so much as sliding, shuffling mechanically along the trail slick with the damp, dead leaves of autumn. Hawk would stop and turn around, rifle at the ready, and stare down the boreal tunnel in which we marched, every muscle tense, every sinew and nerve stretched, his head cocked to one side, listening. Listening to what? I cannot say, for neither the doctor nor I heard anything but our own ragged breath and the scratch of our boots along the ground. When we rested, the sergeant roamed the woods in all directions, and his angry muttering carried in the thin air like shards of conversations from splintered memory, bereft of meaning. He grew sullen and taciturn, obsessively wiping his raw lips, sleeping for only a few minutes at a time, and then starting awake with a growl, throwing more wood onto the fire or cursing when there was none left to throw. The fire could never be big enough for him. I think he would have burnt the entire forest if he could have. This man who had spent his entire life in these woods now seemed wholly at odds with them, distrusting and hating them with all the fury of a lover betrayed. What he loved did not love him. Indeed, it seemed bent on killing him. Distracted though the doctor was by the condition of his patient, our guide's condition did not go unnoticed. The monstrumologist drew me aside and said, "I'm concerned about the sergeant, Will Henry. God help us if my concern is well-founded. Here, take this. Put it in your pocket." He pressed the revolver into my hand. He must have noticed the question contained in my stunned expression. "It can break a man's mind in half," he said. He did not define it. I do not think he felt it was necessary. I have seen it. The sergeant broke the next day. We had stopped to rest, and no sooner had we eased our aching bodies down than he was up again and traipsing through the brush. I could see his hat, shimmering with dew, darting between the glistening ebony bodies of the trees. "All right, damn you! All right!" he bellowed. "I hear you over there. You might as well come out where I can see you." I started to get up, and the doctor waved me back down. He picked up his rifle. "I'll shoot you. Do you want that?" yelled Hawk toward the vacant trees. "I'll drop you like the miserable dog you are. Do you hear me?" I jerked reflexively as the gunshot reverberated throughout the forest. Again, I began to get up, and the doctor pushed me gently down. At that moment, Hawk let loose with a banshee scream and raced away, crashing pell-mell through the undergrowth, firing wildly as he ran, his screams more like the high-pitched yelps of a wounded animal than those of a man. "Stay with Chandler, Will Henry." With that, the monstrumologist raced into the bush after him. I scooted closer to John Chandler, clutching the revolver in both hands, unsure what I should be more afraid of, the thing that might be following us, or our deranged guide. Presently, the snap and pop of the pursuit, the explosions of gunfire, and the hysterical screams faded. The quiet of the primeval forest returned, and a preternatural stillness that was, if possible, even more unnerving than the noise. I felt something stir beside me. I heard something moan. I smelled the breath of something foul. Then I looked down and saw that something looking back at me. Chapter 11. In my rising, I fell. The skeletal hand grabbed my arm. The bulbous head lifted a few inches from the carpet of pine needles, the eyes wide open and swimming in a noisome yellow soup, the lips crimson with fresh blood framing the yawning mouth from which issued the foul stench of corruption and decay. And John Chandler spoke to me in a guttural gibberish, words I did not understand. With a vice-like grip, he pulled with surprising strength upon my arm. I think I screamed the doctor's name. I cannot remember. I saw the thick, scum-covered tongue push angrily against the front teeth, and I watched those teeth slip loose of their moorings and fall straight back into the Stygian blackness of his throat. He gagged. His body heaved. Without thinking, I dropped the gun into my lap and rammed my fingers into his mouth to dislodge the broken teeth. Instantly, his mouth snapped shut, and he bit down hard. The pain was explosive. I am sure I screamed then, though I have no clear memory of it. My mind was overcome by the pain and the horrible vacant look in those yellow eyes, the animal panic replaced by cool, detached alertness, at once bestial and human, when his tongue was kissed by my blood. I slammed my free hand into his hollow chest and yanked my other hand with all my might, stripping off the skin from my knuckles down to my nails. My hand popped free, coated in gore and yellow sputum. I could hear my blood bubbling in his throat, and then he swallowed, his grotesquely large Adam's apple jerking madly. He reached for me. I scrambled away, my wounded hand tucked under my arm, the other clutching the doctor's revolver, though even in my panic I could not bring myself to point it at him. He fell back, his back arched. He lifted his cadaverous face to the indifferent heavens. His bony hands clawed impotently at the air. "Will Henry," I heard behind me. The doctor rushed past and threw himself beside Chandler. He cupped the man's face in his hands, called loudly his name, but the eyes had fluttered closed again. The sound had died on his suppurating lips. I turned and saw Hawk standing a few feet away, his face flushed, bits of twig and moss hanging from his hair. "Are you all right?" he asked me. I nodded. "What was it?" I asked. "Nothing," he said. "Nothing. He did not sound relieved. There wasn't anything, it seemed, that could bring Hawk relief. To ward off the dark, he built a roaring fire, feeding its rapacious gut with branch after branch until the heat scorched his face and singed the hair of his beard. The fire was against the cold, but he shivered nevertheless. It was against the faceless thing following us, though that thing already gripped him. He could not turn to his remedy of choice. The doctor had used the last bit of the sergeant's whiskey to wash my wounds. A necessitous act, Warthrop tried to reassure him, to no avail. Hawk exploded into a tantrum worthy of the most infuriated 2-year-old, stomping about the littered detritus of rotting leaves and dry crumbs of the earth's ancient bones, boxing the air with red-knuckled fists, spittle flying from his chapped lips. "You had no right," he shouted in the doctor's face, waving the empty flask. "This is mine. Mine. A man has a right to what belongs to him." "I had no choice, Sergeant," said Warthrop in the tone of a parent to a child. "I will buy you a whole case of it once we reach civilization." "Civilization? Civilization!" Hawk laughed hysterically. "What is that?" The forest returned his words in a mocking echo. "Civilization, what is that?" "Can you show it to me, Warthrop? Can you point it out for me? Because I'm having some trouble seeing it. There's nothing left. Nothing, nothing, nothing." "I can't show it to you," replied the Monstrumologist calmly. "I am not the guide." "What does that mean? What are you saying? Are you suggesting something, Warthrop?" "I'm merely pointing out a fact, Sergeant." "That I've gotten us lost in these damnable woods?" "I never said that, Jonathan. I wasn't even suggesting it." "It isn't my fault. That isn't my fault." He gestured wildly at the still form of John Chandler inside the tent. "That was your doing, and this is where it's brought us." The doctor was nodding thoughtfully. I'd seen the expression 100 times before, the same look of intense concentration as when he was studying some singular specimen of his bizarre discipline. "How far is it to Rat Portage?" he asked quietly. "How many more days, Jonathan?" "Do you think I'm going to fall for that? You must think I'm a complete idiot, Warthrop. I know what you're up to. I know what this is. I am doing the best I can. None of this is my fault." He kicked a burning stick, launching it into the undergrowth. Flame licked and spat in the dry tinder, and I raced to the spot to stamp it out. Behind me, Sergeant Hawk laughed derisively. "Let it burn, Will. Let the whole thing burn, and then let's see where it hides. Can't hide from me then, can you son of a bitch?" "Sergeant," Warthrop said, "there is nothing hiding." "What are you, dead? I hear it every hour of the day and smell it every hour of the night. I smell it now. The stench of rot. The smell of putrefying filth. It's all over us. It's soaked into our clothes. We've bathed in it till it's in our skin. It comes out when we breathe." He pointed a crooked finger toward the tent. "You think any of this is new to me? I've been 100 times in the bush after a lost tenderfoot looking for a trophy. Some rich bastard without the good sense God gave him to not go where he don't belong. I know. He gave his mouth a hard swipe with the back of his hand, and his bottom lip split open. He turned his head and spat blood into the fire. "A couple years ago I brought one out, and he went home without a face. A big grizzly hooked him in the eye socket, punched out both his eyes with his claws, and ripped his whole face off. Just tore it completely off. Stupid blind bastard. I hiked back to Rat Portage with his goddamn face in my pocket. How's that for your trophy, you rich, stupid, blind, faceless bastard?" He laughed again, spat again. Glimmering specks of blood and spittle clung to his whiskers. He threw his wide shoulders back and flexed his powerful chest toward the doctor.
I'll get you out, Dr. Monstrumologist. One way or the other. Even if it means I point the way with my cold, dead finger. I'll get you out.
Later, I joined the doctor inside the tent, balancing my elbow on my upraised knee to elevate my hand. The wound throbbed horribly. We could see Hawk's hunkered silhouette through the open flap. "Are we lost?" I whispered. My uninjured hand slowly caressed my aching belly. Hunger had become a knotted, twisting fist buried deep in my core. The doctor did not answer at first.
"If we lose him, we are," he said.
He meant lose in every sense of the word.
His hand reached out in the darkness. I felt his warmth against my cheek. I flinched. I was not used to the doctor touching me. "No fever," he said quickly, removing his hand. "Good." Exhausted, I fell into a doze. I awakened to find him curled against me, Chandler against him, and Pellinore Warthrop's hand was wrapped around my arm. He had reached for me in his sleep, me the buoy to keep him afloat, or he the weight to keep me from flying away. When I opened my eyes, his were looking back at me. Not the doctor's, Chandler's. And those eyes were a curious polished yellow, like marbles, splintered by arterial red fissures, as if some great force had squeezed them until they cracked. I lay close enough to see my reflection in the sightless pupils. For an instant I was certain he had passed away during the night. Then I heard his breath rattling, deep in his narrow chest, and I let out my own breath in relief. What a terrible thing it would have been to have traveled so far and endured so much, only to have him die so close to deliverance. Remembering the last time our eyes had met, I scooted backward to place some distance between us, and when I did, the eyes did not follow but remained fixed upon the spot I had occupied. The cadaverous mouth moved. No sound emerged. Perhaps he was beyond breath for words. I rolled out of the tent and stood blinking stupidly, for my mind rebelled against the sight. The camp was deserted. The smoke of the expired campfire lingered lazily in the cold morning air. That was the only movement I saw. Gone were the doctor and Hawk, and gone were their rifles. Softly I called their names. My voice sounded small and muffled, like a cry of a wounded forest animal, and so I called out in a loud voice, "Dr. Warthrop! Sergeant Hawk! Hello? Hello?" My calls seemed to travel no farther than a foot from my mouth, slapped down by the malicious hand of the brooding trees, the syllables smashed to bits by the oppressive atmosphere. I shut my mouth, heart rocketing in my chest, abashed, thinking, I'm sorry, for I had offended something. My cries were an affront to the malignant animus of the wilderness. I heard someone speak directly behind me. I turned. Guttural and gurgling with phlegm, Chandler's voice floated in the frigid air, as ephemeral as the smoke rising from the smoldering brands. Not words belonging to any human tongue, nor mindless blather, more like the gibbering of a toddler mimicking speech, struggling to make concrete the abstract, the thoughts we think before we have words to think them. I poked my head into the tent opening. The man had not moved. He lay curled upon his side, hands drawn to his chest, lips shining with spittle, the thick, yellowish tongue wrestling with words he knew but could not enunciate. "Gedsneth nasht, gebgen graj pech krishankt, ganka?"
I flopped onto the ground with my back to the tent, fighting the mindless terror that now threatened to overwhelm me. Where had they gone? And why had they left without telling me? Surely the doctor at least would have awakened me before he left. Unless he couldn't. Unless something had snatched him in the night, seized both him and Hawk. Unless... I recalled the hysterical laughter of our distressed guide, the red flush of his unshaven cheek, the blood flying from his lips. What if his mind had finally given way and he had done something to the doctor and was now disposing of his body in this gray land that never gives up its secrets? I patted my pockets, unable to remember if I had returned the doctor's revolver. Evidently I had. What should I do? Should I go looking for my missing companions? What if they were not missing at all, but had decided to investigate something one had seen or heard, or had merely gone out to hunt for game, to return at any moment? And what would the doctor say if and when I ever stumbled back into camp? What measure of wrath would come down upon my foolish head for wandering off alone into the bush, abandoning the sole reason we had come here? So I wondered, trying to arrange the deck chairs of my pitching and yawing faculties, buffeted by the maddening nonsense inside the tent and the panic bubbling up inside me. He could be hurt, I thought, lying out there, unable to call for help. I might be able to save him, but who will save me? Any action at all is better than paralyzed dread, so I forced myself up with a "Snap to, Will Henry," and quickly surveyed the ground, looking for footprints or any other sign that might shed light on what had happened. I detected no scuff marks or wounded soil, nothing to indicate a struggle. I did not know whether to be relieved or further perturbed. While I was thus employed, I heard something coming toward me, the crunch and snap of undergrowth announcing its approach. I turned on my heel and raced back to camp. To what real purpose I cannot say, for I was just as vulnerable there as here, with no means of defending myself, except the steaming, broken branch I plucked from the ashes of the fire and swung before me as I backed toward the tent. "Watch out!" I cried. "I have a weapon!"
"Will Henry, what the devil are you doing?"
He stepped into the clearing, the rifle resting in the crook of his arm, his clothes speckled with moisture, his dark eyes ringed in black and sunk deep in his pale, whiskered face. I dropped my weapon and ran to him, overcome with relief. My first instinct was to throw my arms around his waist in thanksgiving, but something in his expression stopped me. With the acute intuition possessed by all children, I knew what that expression meant. "Where's Sergeant Hawk?" I asked.
"That is indeed the pertinent question, Will Henry, but what is that sound?"
"It's Dr. Chandler, sir. He brushed me aside and hurried into the tent. I heard Warthrop call his friend's name, only to be answered by the same incoherent babble. The doctor came out again after a few minutes, dug into his duster pocket, said, "Here," and dropped the revolver into my hands. "Where is Sergeant Hawk?" I asked again.
"I was in a deep sleep," the doctor began, "when something woke me around dawn. I don't know what it was, but when I stepped outside, the sergeant was gone. I've been bumping about in those blasted woods for more than an hour, and I can't find neither hide nor hair of the fool. Where he went and why he went, without a word to anyone, I do not know." He tapped with the tip of his boot the stick I had dropped. "What were you going to do with this, Will Henry?" "Hit you with it, sir?" "Hit me?" "I didn't have the gun." "So if you'd had the gun, you would have shot me?" "Yes, sir. No, sir. I would never shoot you, sir. Not on purpose, anyway." "Perhaps you should give it back to me. Your answer, or answers, have not served to put me entirely at ease, Will Henry." He looked past me, into the abysmal shadows ringing the little clearing. A troubling development, given the apparent flimsiness of the sergeant's mental condition, he mused dispassionately, as if we were sitting comfortably in his study discussing the latest Jules Verne novel. No sign of a struggle, no cry in the night to wake either of us, no note or explanation given. He looked down at me. How long has John been awake?
I don't know. He was looking at me when I woke up, and the talking, or whatever it is, began a few minutes ago.
I don't think he was looking at you, Will Henry, or at anything else. He is still not wholly with us.
He fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, and then nodded his head curtly.
We shall cling to hope. Pointless to break camp on our own and wander about the woods looking for a way out. Equally fruitless to search for him. Only by dumb luck would we find him, and we haven't had too much of that. Dumb or any other kind. The rest will also do John some good. Us too, Will Henry. We will wait.
It was a decision that feigned as action, but the alternatives were unthinkable to us both. I scavenged about the immediate vicinity for more kindling and anything the miserly forest might offer up by way of victuals, while the doctor crouched in the tent with Chandler, trying to coax from him something a bit more intelligible than Gebgum Grogepatch and Kanka. Dr. Warthrop gave up after an hour and joined me by the resurrected fire, where we spoke little and kept our eyes forward and our hands on our weapons, starting at every crack of a twig or stir of a dry leaf, while the low-hanging clouds scudded across the sky, diluting the light to an exhausted gray, the cover pushed along by a high wind that shunned the sullen earth. The air about us was motionless, an acrid shroud of rotting vegetation laced with the faintest tincture of death, the palpable tartness of decay. The stench of rot, the smell of putrefying filth, Hawke had called it. It suffused the campsite. I smelled it rising from my clothes. We have gone far in our public places to push death aside, to consign it to a dusty corner, but in the wilderness it is ever present. It is the lover who makes life, the sensuous entwined limbs of predator and prey, the orgasmic death cry, the final spasmodic rush of blood, and even the soundless insemination of the earth by the fallen tree and crumbling leaf. These are the caresses of life's beloved, the indispensable other. Dusk crept over the land, and still there was no sign of the missing sergeant. Warthrop wore a path between the tent and the fire, fetching water and bits of forage for John Chandler. The water he managed to get into him, but the food Chandler refused, letting the morsels fall from his mouth with a gagging cry of revulsion. The eyes remained open, fixed, incognizant. My uneasiness grew as the light faded. The likelihood of there being an innocent explanation for the sergeant's absence diminished with each passing hour. If he had gone ahead to scout the trail, or had ventured into the bush for some much-needed animal protein, he would have returned by now. The viable explanations remaining were not pleasant to contemplate, especially for a 12-year-old boy who up to that voyage had not journeyed more than 20 miles from his front doorstep. Forgetting for a moment with whom he kept company, that boy turned to the sole source of comfort available to him. Unfortunately for him, that happened to be Dr. Pellinore Warthrop.
"What do you think has happened to him?" I asked.
"How am I to answer that, Will Henry?" he asked in turn, stuffing a piece of hickory bark into his mouth. Chewing it helped tamp down the gnawing ache in our bellies. "We may speculate until the sun comes up, and that's all it would be. In the morning—" He did not finish the thought. He fondled the polished stock of the rifle lying across his lap, an effort to ease another gnawing ache. "I suspect he heard, or thought he heard, something in the bush, and like a fool took off after it. Perhaps he has decided to hell with us and is now seated comfortably by his hearth in Rat Portage, though I doubt it.
Why?
He left his rucksack and his canteen. He intended to return. Unless he did not leave of his own accord. That possibility the doctor did not give voice to. He chewed thoughtfully upon the wood. The firelight flickered in his eyes. "We are lost," he said matter-of-factly. "That is the only explanation. You observed his reaction to the suggestion yesterday, so at first light he struck out to pick up the trail again. Darkness caught him in the bush, and he's waiting for daylight to come back for us."
What if he doesn't?
The doctor frowned. Why wouldn't he?
He's afraid?
I remembered the wild look in his eyes, the spittle flying from his chapped and swollen lips. I did not offer the other reason, that he wouldn't return because he couldn't. I thought of Pierre LaRose, impaled upon a tree. "All the more reason to find his way back," argued the doctor. Then, as if he had read my thoughts, he said, "I wouldn't choose solitude in these circumstances, and I am one who chooses it in nearly every circumstance." His jaw worked the shavings incessantly. His eyes shone. "Secrets," he murmured.
"Secrets, sir?"
"The reason I became a monstrumologist, Will Henry."
He lowered his voice, now whispery warm, as intimate as a lover's.
"She cloaks herself in mystery. She hides her true face. I would unmask her. I would strip her bare. I would see her as she is."
He lifted his face toward the veiled heavens. He considered the treetops genuflecting to the high wind.
"The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh. She is fickle and jealous, and completely indifferent, and therefore completely irresistible. What mortal woman can approach her? What earthly maiden possesses her eternal youth, or can inspire such rapture and despair? There is something profoundly terrifying about her, Will Henry, and utterly seductive. In my lust to master her, I became her slave. In my rising, I fell. I fell. Very far."
Though I sat 3 feet from the fire, I shivered. I wondered if, like Sergeant Hawke, the doctor was coming down with a case of bush fever. If so, if I lost him too, what would become of me? He looked at me, shook his head, and laughed softly.
"I warned you. I wanted to be a poet."
Was that a poem?
No, of course not.
It didn't sound like any poem I've ever read.
You are a clever boy, Will Henry. That could be both a compliment and an insult.
He pulled the gnarled bit of wood from his mouth and tossed it into the fire.
Terrible, like chewing on a chair leg. But it's what we have, and we must learn to be satisfied with what we have, no matter how bland or bitter the taste.
We were quiet for a moment. The fire cracked and popped. The wind whistled in the bowed heads of the spruce and pine. Behind us, John Chandler moaned in gentle harmony. "Did he feel the same as you, Doctor?" I asked. "About her?"
John has more the soul of a boxer than a poet. He never quite grew up, in my opinion. Monstrumology is a sport to him, like hunting fox or playing cricket.
He thought it was fun? The idea that anyone could find the doctor's business enjoyable was bizarre.
Oh, he thought it was great fun.
What part?
Usually the part that brought him closest to the edge of ruin.
He laughed morbidly.
Got a little too close to that edge this time.
Mr. LaRose went right over it, I said. I could not chase the image of his skinless corpse from my mind.
An interesting extension of the metaphor, Will Henry. Perhaps this affair has more to do with monstrumology than we first assumed.
I was shocked. You mean you've changed your mind? You think it could be
real? Oh, no. Not in the sense that you mean. Perhaps there is an organism native to this environment, something altogether natural. It gave rise to the myth. A bipedal predator with some of the Wendigo's traits. Cannibalistic, humanoid, able to scale these trees and traverse vast distances quickly. John was not the first monstrumologist to come here searching for the inspiration of the legend. I even found some references to it in my father's papers. Probably how the sergeant's mother knew the name.
So there could be something.
Oh, Will Henry, you've been with me long enough to know there is always something.
Chapter 12. The one useful thing you could do. He had spoken of it as one speaks of a lover, the eternally young, fertile bride, the ancient, barren spinster, the siren, the sibyl. She was all these things, all at once, his beloved, the one for whom he denied himself the companionship of mere mortal company, against whom even the breathtaking Muriel Chandler paled. His beloved called that night, but she did not call to him. Her voice, the voice of the untamed wilderness, the secret voice that rides the high wind, the voice of abundant desolation and exhilarating despair, the voice the Yinawak had named Utiko, called that night, and John Chandler answered. I felt his presence before I saw him. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the distinctly uncomfortable feeling of being watched. I looked over my shoulder. My breath caught in my throat. I touched the doctor's arm, and he followed my gaze, both of us frozen for an instant in utter amazement at the sight. John Chandler was standing at the tent's mouth, his spindly bare legs spread wide, his scrawny arms hanging loosely by his sides, the yellow eyes that dominated his skeletal face seeming to burn with their own inner fire, and in those eyes there was the shock of recognition. Not in him, but in me, for I had seen a pair just like them, floating in the forest gloom. His mouth hung open, the lips swollen and shining with blood, ripped open by his incessantly gnashing teeth. The front of his undershirt was wet with it. It hung in tear-shaped droplets from his beard. Warthrop jumped to his feet with a startled cry. His rifle fell, forgotten, to the ground. He took a small, hesitant step toward his friend.
John?
Chandler did not respond. He did not move. He seemed to be regarding something high in the trees. His head, so disproportionately large next to his emaciated frame, was cocked to one side, as if he were listening for something, or to something. From his throat issued a noisome gurgling, like some foul spring bubbling up from the rancid depths. Then this poor creature, who had for days barely clung to life, who was so weak my master had been forced to carry him like a newborn babe, who had eaten nothing for 2 weeks, suddenly exploded into flight, hurling himself past us with astonishing speed, a grotesquely hilarious whir of pumping arms and churning legs, leaping 3 feet over the fire and crashing into the bush with a bestial squeal. The doctor raced after him, calling frantically over his shoulder, "Will Henry!" I snatched up the rifle and followed a few paces behind. Warthrop caught his maddened quarry by the scruff of the neck, his grip instantly broken by Chandler's arm as he twisted around. The monstrumologist wrapped his arms around the narrow waist and pulled him into his chest. Chandler responded by whipping his head from side to side, his broken teeth uselessly snapping, his legs scissoring back and forth, seeking a foothold in the slick cover of rotting leaves. He seized Warthrop's forearm and pulled it to his mouth. The doctor cried out and stumbled backward. Chandler took off again, and Warthrop launched himself at his knees. The 2 men tumbled to the ground, the monstrumologist bringing his hands up to ward off the furious blows of his friend, whose goal, it now appeared, was to gouge out my master's eyes. His long, crooked fingers clawed at Warthrop's face. I rushed to the doctor's side and brought the heavy butt of the rifle over Chandler's exposed scalp. "No, Will Henry!" Warthrop cried. He managed to grab hold of Chandler's wrists and, pushing with his legs, gained the advantage over his undersized opponent. Warthrop forced Chandler onto his back and threw his body over his friend's writhing form. "It's me, John," the monstrumologist gasped. "Pellinore, it's me, Pellinore! Pellinore!" "No!" Chandler groaned back. His thick tongue struggled to fashion the words. "Must go. Must answer." The afflicted man was staring toward the sky, where the treetops brushed the underbellies of the stately advancing clouds. The high wind sung. And John Chandler, in answer, wept. His tears were yellow, streaked with red. He curled into a miserable ball and keened, his gnarled fingers scratching fretfully in the undergrowth. The doctor sat back upon his heels and lifted his smudged face toward mine. "Well, he's regained some of his strength, at least." He went rag-doll limp in the doctor's arms, with not so much as a groan of protest while my master carried him back to the tent. Warthrop eased him down, covered him with the blanket, and washed his face with a handkerchief dampened with drinking water. Given the extremity of Chandler's condition, it was a pathetic gesture, bringing no succor to his suffering, but it was not for the patient. Washing the detritus from his friend's face, the last vestige, it seemed, of the wasted man's humanity, brought some small measure of comfort to the monstrumologist. I held the lamp while he gently rubbed the edge of the cloth around the suppurating lips, then paused to examine the half-opened mouth. He pressed the blood-stained handkerchief into my free hand and slipped his fingers inside Chandler's mouth. I stiffened, expecting the jaws to snap shut as they had when I'd placed my fingers inside. Warthrop pulled a large wad of half-masticated greenery past the drooling lips. Wolf's claw, that Chandler must have stuffed into his mouth as he lay upon the forest floor. The little tent filled with its loamy aroma and the smell of Chandler's putrid saliva. The monstrumologist muttered the word, "moss-mouth," and I remembered the letter from Pierre Larose, the moss-mouth not going to let him go. "The fire, Will Henry," the doctor said wearily. "We mustn't let it go out." I set down the lamp and hurried outside, relieved to make my escape from that claustrophobic space. The hungry embers chomped at the fresh wood. The flames reached with supplicating hands toward the sky. All was hunger, I thought. All was longing. After a moment, the doctor dropped beside me and wrapped his arms around his upraised knees. "Is he?" Warthrop nodded. "Asleep. Or unconscious. He has to be exhausted. I don't think he'll get up again." "But why did he—" "Delirium, Will Henry, obviously." He absently picked the needles of wolf's claw that had adhered to his palm and flicked them into the fire, where they sparked for an instant and died. As bright as stars, then gone. "We'll wait an hour more after sunrise," he said. "Then we'll press on. If we are doomed to perish here, I would rather die looking for the way home than sit here like rabbits paralyzed with fear." "Yes, sir." Over the comforting crackle of our fire, the wind whistled, a melancholy sigh, a song of lamentation. The doctor lifted his face and said, "There is a storm coming." It arrived just before dawn. The wind dove down, driving ahead of it the first heavy snowfall of the season. By 8 o'clock, when we broke camp, 2 inches of fresh powder lay upon the ground. It continued throughout that day, and we shunned the clearings, for our protection lay under the arms of the forest. In the open spaces, the snow furiously swirled into blinding white maelstroms in which we were no more substantial than ghosts. By 2 o'clock, more than a foot had fallen, and there was no sign of the snow abating. We stumbled over buried root and bumped into each other in the murk, trudging through a trackless maze. Too cold and too numb to speak, we lowered our heads against the freezing wind, and stopped only to relieve ourselves and fill our canteens with snow. I now carried both rucksacks and Hawk's rifle. Our provision bag had long ago been discarded. My mind darkened with the day. By 4, the storm had all but murdered the light, but the doctor pushed on, saying, "A little farther, a little farther." With light nearly gone, all at once we happened upon some half-obscured tracks cutting across our path, human footprints, and immediately my fatigue melted away, replaced by unutterable joy. Fresh prints! The world had not swallowed up all humanity. Here was proof we were not alone in the vastness. They snaked across our path, going from right to left, 2 pairs, one noticeably smaller than the other, small enough to be the footprints of a child. The significance of this hit the doctor first. "Oh no, Will Henry, no!" He fell against a tree. Ice had formed in his whiskers, snow frosted his eyebrows. Other than his rosy cheeks and bright red nose, his face was horribly drawn and pale, the wrinkles in his forehead cavernously deep. "They're ours," he murmured. "We have been walking in circles, Will Henry." He slowly slid to the ground, cradling his charge in his lap. I stood next to him, buried to my ankles in snow, and so great was the loss in his eyes that I turned away. Around us the forest had been blasted white, and the snow continued to fall, flakes the size of quarters, a heartbreakingly beautiful landscape. Suddenly my eyes welled with tears. Not tears of sorrow or despair, but tears of hatred, of rage, of a loathing that rose from the very depths of my soul. The doctor had been wrong. His true love was not indifferent. She rejoiced in the brutality of her nature. She savored our slow, torturous death. There was no mercy, no justice, not even a purpose. She was killing us simply because she could. "It's all right, sir," I said through my chattering teeth. "It's all right. We'll set up camp here. I'll make the fire now, sir." He gave no reply. I might as well have tried to console the tree. I found my own consolation, however, in the task itself. The mindlessness of gathering the kindling for the fire, a chore that proved more challenging than usual in the 3-foot drifts, clearing a spot well away from any tree, piling up the damp wood. The wind worked against me, the wind and the wet wood, for barely had I lit the match when it was a smoldering, impotent wick. Warthrop appeared beside me, jerking his head toward Chandler.
"I'll do it. Watch him."
"I can do it, sir," I said stubbornly. "I know how."
"Do as I say."
He grabbed at the box, and it flipped out of his fingers as I pulled back. The matchsticks cascaded onto the snow, and the monstrumologist cursed loudly, his voice strangely muffled, stamped down by the wind.
"Now see what you've done," he cried. "Go! Fetch the tinderbox from the sergeant's rucksack. Step 2, Will Henry."
I found no tinderbox in Hawk's gear. I turned over the contents of the doctor's rucksack next. Nothing. My heart sped up. What had happened to it? When was the last time I'd seen it? Was it the night the sergeant disappeared? Had Hawk taken the tinderbox with him, and if so, why? I felt someone come up behind me. Crouching in the snow, I craned my neck around. The doctor had stopped a few feet away. I could barely see him in the glimmering twilight.
"Well, Will Henry?"
"I can't find it, sir."
"It must be there."
"I thought so too, sir, but it isn't. You can look for yourself if you like."
"I would not."
I could not see his face. I could not read his tone. Somehow that made it worse. "If we had a knife," I began, "we could whittle a stick and—"
"If we had a knife, I would cut your throat with it."
"It isn't my fault, sir. The wind—"
"I left it to you. I thought such a simple thing as lighting a campfire would not be beyond even your limited capacity."
"You dropped the matches," I pointed out, trying to keep my voice level.
"And you lost our tinderbox," he roared.
"I didn't lose it."
"Then it hopped out of the rucksack and took off into the woods on its own little legs."
"You're the one who decided to break camp in this," I hollered back. "We should have stayed where we were. Now we're lost, and we're going to freeze to death." He was upon me in 2 strides. His hand went back. I tensed myself to receive the blow. I did not flee. I did not cower. I froze and waited for him to hit me. The hand dropped to his side.
"You disgust me," he said.
He turned on his heel and strode to the pitiful pile of sticks. He sent them flying with a violent kick.
"You disgust me," he repeated. "Only the intelligent can afford to be so judgmental. Who are you to question my decisions, you thick-headed, sycophantic piece of snot? I've dissected worms with larger brains than yours. You've been nothing but a burden to me, an albatross around my neck. God damn your parents for dying and foisting your despicable carcass upon me. It's all right, sir. I'll make the fire now, sir. You make me sick. Everything about you is repulsive, you nauseating, worthless, mealy-mouthed half-wit." Now he was but a lighter shadow among darker ones, a maddened wraith. "The only use left for you, the only useful thing you could do, is die. We could live a week off your miserable hide, couldn't we, John? You would like that, wouldn't you, Chandler? Tastier than moss. It's what you really crave, isn't it? The Utico has called you. The Utico has you now, isn't that so? Will Henry, be a dear and give him another taste." He fell down. One moment he was standing, railing as loudly as the wind that whipped his long, unkempt hair. The next he was on his knees in the snow. His voice fell with him. "Snap to now, Will Henry. Snap to." I did. With the tent. I drove the stakes, tied off the lines, flung the weathered canvas over the poles. Then I dragged Chandler inside while the monstrumologist wallowed in his own malaise, in the spot where he'd collapsed. It was slow work in the dark, and absolute was that dark. Slow work with senseless hands and freezing feet. Chandler was so still that I placed my hand beneath his nose to make sure he breathed. I remained inside the tent with him for some time, shivering uncontrollably, huddled against his filthy and stinking blanket. breathing shallowly the foul atmosphere of a dying man. I must have dozed off, for the next thing I knew, Warthrop was sitting beside me. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to sleep. I was not afraid of him. I was too hungry, too cold, too empty to feel anything. Terror had given way to a soul-numbing lassitude. I felt nothing. Nothing at all. Gently, he pulled my hands into his. His warm lips touched my knuckles. He blew onto my dead flesh. He vigorously rubbed my naked hand between his. Feeling began to return, and with it a measure of pain, the proof of life. He crossed my hands over my chest and pushed his body against mine, wrapping his long arms around me. I felt the delicious warmth of his breath against my neck. "He's just using you," I told myself. "He's just using you to keep from freezing." My parents had died in a fire. They had burned alive. Now I would die of cold. They by fire, I by ice. In the arms of the man who was responsible for both. A man to whom I was nothing but a burden. "You are young," he had told me. "You have yet to hear it call your name." I think now he was wrong. I think it had already called my name. And now it lay with its arms enfolding me. Chapter 13. The Real Danger. We awoke to a world of dazzling white. The clouds that had lingered for untold days were torn away by the relentless wind, and dawn arrived on the wings of a sapphire sky. Our few fitful hours of rest had done little to relieve our exhaustion. We stumbled from the tent and surveyed this new world with dead expressions, like scarecrows contemplating the immense autumnal firmament. Warthrop pointed off to his left. "Do you know what that is, Will Henry?" he asked in a raw voice. I squinted along the line of his finger. "What?" "Unless I am very much mistaken, that is what men call the sun, which rises in the east, Will Henry, which means that way is west, that north, and that south." He clapped his hands. The sound was very loud in the sanctuary stillness of the forest. "Here we go. It's much colder, but much brighter, isn't it? We'll make good time now, and no going in circles this day. Snap to, and let's pack up, Will Henry." He noticed my staring at him. "What is it? What's the matter? Don't you see? We're going to make it!" "We're still lost," I pointed out. "No, we are not," he insisted. "We've merely misplaced ourselves." He forced himself to laugh, a ludicrous mimic of a laugh. "I don't see you smiling." "It is so rare that I attempt witticism, Will Henry. Smiling might encourage it." "I don't want to encourage it," I replied. I kneeled to pull a stake from the ground. "I see. You're still smarting from last night. You know I don't really mean those things I said. I have always attested to your usefulness, Will Henry. You have ever been indispensable to me." "It's what I live for, sir." "Now you are being facetious." I shook my head. I was sincere. It was not the carefree stroll the monstrumologist had envisioned. The snow was piled 5 feet deep in places, drifts as high as my head, into which I would drop to my waist, and I'd be forced to wait helplessly for the doctor to set down Chandler and pull me out. We stopped at midday, shoveling handfuls of snow into our parched mouths, and I endured 20 minutes of Warthrop whining on about snowshoes, wondering if, without doing anything about it,
we might be able to fashion some from sticks. The sunlight hardly alleviated the cold. The deep snow made every step more a matter of willpower than strength. We were headed in the right direction, but could still have been scores of miles from civilization. I stopped caring. By mid-afternoon, an enormous lethargy overwhelmed me. All I wanted to do was curl up and go to sleep. I even stopped feeling cold. Indeed, I began to sweat beneath my layers. I was considering pulling off my heavy wool overcoat when Warthrop called to me, "Look over there, Will Henry." Several black specks floated high over the treetops, rotating majestically on the updrafts. Beautios, Sergeant Hawk had called them. "Snap to now," said the doctor, making straight for them. "Where there are scavengers, there is carrion, Will Henry, or soon-to-be carrion. We may dine like kings tonight if we hurry." And hurry we did, pushing our way through the stubborn snow, our protesting muscles fighting against the creepers and scrub that lay buried beneath the snowpack. We were out of breath and near the end of all endurance when we reached the spot over which the scavengers patrolled, a towering white pine, upon whose upper branches several of their fellows perched, as serene as church deacons clustered about their afternoon repast. Their meal hung tangled in the uppermost branches. His arms were outstretched and his legs together, like Christ crucified, and his head rested on one shoulder, the eyeless sockets looking toward the indiscernible horizon. He looked very small from our vantage point 40 feet below, no larger than I. He looked like a child who had in fun climbed a tree and gotten stuck near the top, able to climb no higher and too fearful to scamper down. I could see the shiny brass buttons of his open coat, his shredded shirt fluttering in the high wind, and the ropey snarl of his frozen intestines glittering in the sunlight. While I watched, a buzzard turned its tonsured head toward the man's face, cocking it in that curiously obscene gesture of scavengers, and tore the tongue from his open mouth. We had found our lost guide. "Can you do it, Will Henry?" the doctor asked. "I think so, sir." "No, not think so. Can you do it?" I nodded, feigning confidence. "Yes, sir." "Good boy." I slung the coil of rope over my shoulder and began the arduous climb. The skin of the pine was slick, the branches thick toward the bottom, but tapering as I rose. "Get to one side, Will Henry, not below him. He's bound to be frozen stiff, so it won't be easy. Careful there. Watch what you're doing, boy. That branch is cracked. I can see it from here. Carefully, Will Henry, carefully." The wind tugged at my shoulders. It sliced at my cheeks. It sang in my ears. I kept my eyes on my quarry. I did not look down. I paused to rest with my head level with the bottom of his boots, arms aching, with feet too numb to feel the slender branch beneath them. "Higher, Will Henry," the monstrumologist called up. "And to the side. He'll come down right on top of you from there." I nodded, though I doubted he could see my ascent. 3 feet more, and now I was level with the torso. His entire chest cavity had been opened up. Ice crystals glittered like jewels festooning his ribs, lining the walls of his ripped-open stomach. His lungs looked like 2 enormous multifaceted diamonds. His frozen viscera shone as brightly as wet marble. It was terrible. And it was beautiful. I climbed higher. With his outstretched arm brushing the top of my head, I looked up into the face of Jonathan Hawk, or what was left of it. How much does our expression rely upon our eyes? Without them, can one tell fear from wonder, joy from sorrow? His nose had been torn off. Like his tongue, digesting in the bellies of the birds who had returned to the cloudless sky, with not so much as a protesting squawk at my intrusion. They were patient. The meat wasn't going anywhere, or if it did, there would be more meat somewhere else. There was always meat. "No, no, no!" The doctor's voice floated up to me, puny and feeble in the thin air, competing with the singing wind. "Not around his waist, Will Henry! Throw the loop around his neck!" With one hand clinging to a branch that bowed dangerously low, I reached up with the rope and dropped the hastily fashioned noose over Sergeant Hawk's head. The Beautyo had not gotten all of his tongue. A sliver the size of my little finger hung over the lower lip, still attached at the root. This the shredded tongue that had sung the words, "J'ai fait une maîtresse il y a pas longtemps." These the frozen lungs that had given the words breath. This the icy heart that had given them meaning. "Will Henry, what the devil are you doing up there? Come down at once! Snap to, Will Henry! Snap to!" I dropped the rope down to him. Arduously slow was my descent to earth. The sergeant's was much faster. A hard yank on the rope, and the body dropped, as fixed as a statue, to land face up with a muffled whump in the snow. The doctor went to his knees beside the fallen man. He wanted to examine the body before the light failed. He may have been looking for similarities between Hawk's injuries and those of Pierre Larose. I cannot say for certain, for he did not communicate his intent to me. He may have simply been curious in the professional sense. I'd seen enough, so I did not watch. High in the tree, I had also seen something else. Something that was almost as exhilarating to me as a corpse was to a monstrumologist. I had turned my head to follow Hawk's gaze, and had seen it, painted a glimmering gold by the dying sun. A broad lake in the distance, and, upon its far shore, Waujushk Onigum, the town of Rat Portage. He had kept his promise. High in the tree that the Haudenosaunee tribe called the Tree of Great Peace, he had shown us the way home. It was our last night in the wilderness, and it was our worst night in the wilderness. The temperature plunged with the sun. It could not have been much higher than 0, and we had no means to make a fire. We piled snow around the tent to help insulate it before crawling inside, though the doctor left me for a while alone with Chandler, whose condition deteriorated with each passing hour. His face had turned the color of ash, and the only signs of life were the tiny explosions of breath condensing in the frigid air. I feared all our hardships had been for naught. I feared John Chandler would not live out the night. Warthrop had told me to stay with him. That order I disobeyed. The doctor was gone too long. After all, something had killed Pierre Larose and Jonathan Hawk. I found him standing ankle-deep in the snow, contemplating the staggering profusion of stars, their gift a silvery infusion of light, transforming the forest into a glittering jewel.
"Yes?" he said softly. "What is it?"
"I didn't know what happened to you, sir."
Nothing happened to me, Will Henry."
Sergeant Hawk lay where he had landed, with arms outstretched, as if he had frozen while making a snow angel.
"Except that somewhere along the trail I misplaced my good sense," the doctor continued. "Why didn't I think to climb a tree to have a look around?"
"Is that what you think happened?"
"Well, he didn't fly up there, I'm nearly certain of that."
"But why didn't he come down again?" He shook his head. He pointed at the sky.
"See there?
Orion, the hunter. Always has been my favorite. Something prevented him, obviously, perhaps some predator. He ran off without his rifle, the fool. Or perhaps he was afraid of heights and froze in terror. Froze. Well, that's a poor choice of words. But what could have torn him open like that? Post-mortem injuries, Will Henry, from the buzzards. I took a moment to think. Always the best course when talking with Pellinor Warthrop. He made you pay when you didn't. But he wasn't holding on to anything. He was facing out. And his arms were out, like this, like he had been hung there. What are you suggesting, Will Henry? I'm not, sir. I was asking. Forgive me. It is quite cold, and sound carries differently in the cold, but I did not hear you ask anything. It's nothing, sir. I suppose you meant to observe that his position does not fit the premise that he climbed the tree, for whatever purpose. I would argue the observation is irrelevant, since the only way he could have gotten up there is to have climbed. I was right all along. He left our camp looking for the way out, and found it. Just in time for us, and too late for him. The more important question is, what killed him? The damage from the scavengers makes that question a bit difficult to answer, so for now my guess would be exposure. Sergeant Hawk froze to death. I bit my lip. No living man would have turned around like that. None but a madman would have hung himself in such a manner 40 feet from the ground. And that observation seemed entirely relevant to me. That was the night it came for us, for we had offended it. We had taken what it had claimed for itself. It came for us, the one who came before words, the nameless one given countless names. The Monstrumologist was the first to hear it. He nudged me awake and pressed a hand over my mouth. "There is something outside," he whispered, his lips brushing my ear. He released me and slid toward the opening of the tent. I saw him crouching a foot away, and I saw the shape of the rifle in his hand. I heard nothing at first, only the far-winding lamentation of the wind high in the trees. Then I heard it, the distinct sound of something large crunching through the frosted snowpack. It could be a bear, I thought, or even a moose. It sounded much too large to be a man. I leaned forward, trying to locate the sound's origin. It seemed close at first, perhaps no farther than a few feet in front of us, and then I thought, no, it is way off in the trees behind us. The Monstrumologist motioned for me to come closer. "It appears our yellow-eyed friend has returned, Will Henry," he whispered. "Stay here with John." "You're going out there?" I was appalled. He was gone before the question was done. I scooted into the spot he'd vacated and watched him ease carefully toward the trees, the outline of his form exquisitely distinct against the pristine snowbound backdrop. Now the only sound was the doctor's boots, breaking through the thin upper crust of the snow. That and the excited respirations of John Chandler behind me, like a man after a long uphill trek. I squinted into the silvery light, scanning the woods for the yellow eyes. So complete was my concentration, so utterly focused was I upon the task, that I thought nothing when Chandler began to mutter in his delirium the same nonsense he'd been droning off and on for days. "Snatched. Gebgun garage patch." My heart quickened, for the doctor had drifted completely out of sight, leaving me with only the sound of Chandler's gurgling drivel for company. If he would only be quiet, then perhaps I could at least hear the doctor. I glanced behind me. He was sitting up, the top half of the old blanket pulled in his lap. His gray flesh, slick with sweat, shone in the semi-darkness.
The eyes were open, grotesquely oversized in his emaciated face, and bright yellow, the pupils as small as pinpricks, from which dribbled ochreous tears the consistency of curd. My first instinct, rooted in our recent past, the outcome the last time our eyes had met, was to run, to put as much distance between us as possible, certainly a response the doctor would not have approved of, given the circumstances. What I might have been running toward might have been far worse than what I ran from. He was panting. I could see the tip of his gray tongue. Spittle ran over the inflamed lower lip and dripped into the sparse whiskers on his chin. By a trick of the insubstantial light, his teeth seemed exceptionally large. Steady, 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 I told myself. He isn't a monster. He's a man. He's the doctor's friend. I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. His reaction was instantaneous. With an explosive leap, too fast for the eye to follow, he rocketed into me, his bony shoulder slamming into my chin with the force of a battering ram. I fell back, black stars blooming before my eyes. A hand clamped over my nose and mouth. The other hand ripped my shirt front, shredding the material with its splintered nails, slicing open the tender skin beneath. The hot breath reeking of decay first, then the scaly, pustulant lips pressing against the flesh directly over my throbbing heart. Then the teeth. It is called Atsen, Jenu, Utiko, Vindico, the Monstrumologist had said. It has 12 names and 12 lands, and it is older than the hills, Will Henry. I kicked my legs and sucked uselessly upon the palm pressed hard against my open mouth. My head lay outside the tent, and my vision was clouded with the numberless stars sparking cold fire, shimmering like the crystalline ice inside the desecrated temple of Jonathan Hawk's remains. Orion, the hunter, my favorite. Blood roared in my ears. My chest ached. My heart leapt. It pushed against my ribs as if anxious for Chandler to ravish it. His mouth worked upon my burning chest. I felt the teeth scouring my corruption, desperate for the pure center. It feeds, and the more it feeds, the hungrier it becomes. It starves even as it gorges. It is the hunger that cannot be satisfied. In the ruined sanctuary, the bleating of the sacrificial goat. In the sepulchral silence, the calling of my name. In its icy grip, there is no hope of rescue. Someone was sobbing. It could not have been me. Chandler wept into the wounds he'd created. He consumed flesh and tears. In the deepest of pits, my mother combs out her hair. The light is golden. Her wrists are delicate. I remember the way she smelled. One by one, the stars begin to loose from heaven's grip. They fall into the golden light where my mother sits. How could one so frail be so strong? My hands flailed uselessly at my sides. My heels dug feebly in the earth. I could feel myself flowing into him. I am almost there, Mother. Through him I come to you, born by the arc of his kiss. In the blasted wasteland, we hold our heads, confounded. We lift our eyeless sockets to the incurious moon. On the high wind rides the voice that calls our name. The golden light is warm. It rushes into my eyes and fills me, and I am no longer afraid. The butt of the Winchester smashed into the base of Chandler's skull. The spindly neck snapped back. Warthrop hit him again with all his force. He dropped the rifle, grabbed him by the shoulders, and hurled him off. Chandler leapt. The doctor met the lunge with his fist, slamming it into the side of his friend's head. Chandler collapsed across my jerking legs, his face wearing an obscenely painted mask of mucus and blood. The doctor knelt beside me. His dark eyes replaced the stars in my sight.
"Will Henry?"
he murmured. He bent to examine the wound. I heard him hiss sharply through his teeth.
"Deep, but not too deep," he muttered. "The real danger is infection."
"The real danger," I echoed weakly. With a thunderous wallop and a riot of riven canvas and shattered wood entangled with skeins of frozen rope, the tent blew apart, its remains hurtling into the trees, as if driven by a gale. The doctor fell over me, and a shadow fell over us. It blotted out the stars. Its stench engulfed the cosmos. Pale yellow shone its malevolent eye. I looked into that eye, and that eye looked back at me. I have no memory of the next few moments. There was the yellow eye, and then trees, brambles, rotting logs, the perplexities of knotted vine and shallow half-frozen streams, the crackle of breaking snow, the dervish of the maddened stars as we ran through the forest, I in my weakened state following in the footsteps stamped into the snow by the weight of two men, the doctor and the unconscious John Chandler, whom Warthrop had slung over his shoulder. We abandoned everything, rucksacks, canteens, medical kit, even the rifles. They were useless against the thing that pursued us. Utiko is not hunted. Utiko hunts, the Ogima had said. You do not call Utiko. Utiko calls you. The wind no longer sang high in the trees. It screeched. It keened. It wailed. The ground shook beneath our feet. The forest echoed with a rhythmic pulse, an ear-shattering pounding, the primal beat of Gaia's heart. I fell farther and farther behind. I couldn't see them anymore, just their footprints zigzagging through the primeval morass. Behind me, uprooted trees toppled with snow-muffled thunderclaps, the high-pitched snapping of their boughs pitiful accompaniment to the bawling wind and the teeth-rattling cannonade of the thing's pursuit. My stride became the stumbling semi-falling of a drunk. I went to my knees, then up for a few yards, only to fall again. Let it take me, I thought. You can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. Kneeling, I covered my head with my hands and waited for the old one to take me. Get up! Get up, Will Henry! Get up! The Monstrumologist hauled me to my feet and shoved me forward. You fall again and I'll kick you there, he shouted. Do you understand? I nodded and collapsed anyway. With a howl of rage, the doctor yanked me back up, wrapped his free arm around my waist and pushed forward, Chandler dangling over one shoulder, his recalcitrant ward hanging beneath the other. Thus borne down on one side with the burden he'd chosen, and on the other with the one he'd inherited, Pellinor Warthrop carried on through the desolation. Folio 5. Abundance. A quote from Henry David Thoreau. Men are probably nearer the essential truth in their superstitions than in their science. Chapter 14. The One Who Brought You Out. At first, I thought I was dreaming. The room was at once foreign and familiar, as in a dream. The chipped bowl upon the washstand, the rickety dresser, the narrow window with the dingy white curtains,
the lumpy mattress on which I lay. Either I'm dreaming or I'm dead, I thought, though I'd never pictured heaven as so depressingly shoddy. Still, it was the first bed I'd lain in for how long? It seemed longer than a lifetime.
Well, finally you're up.
The old floorboards creaked. A tall shadow approached. Then the meager light fell upon his face. Gone were the grit and grime of the forest, the whiskers, the old duster, and filthy breeches. His hair was freshly trimmed. I detected a hint of talcum. "Dr. Warthrop," I croaked. "Where am I?"
"Our old digs at the Russell House. I'm surprised you do not recognize the rustic charm."
"How long have I—"
"This is the morning of the third day," he said.
"Dr. Chandler?"
"He departs this afternoon for New York."
"He's alive?"
"I will forgive that question, Will Henry, as you've been out of sorts, but really—"
He was smiling. He dropped his hand casually upon my forehead and quickly removed it.
"You've been running a bit of a fever, but it's gone now."
My hand went up to my chest. I felt the gauze of the bandage.
"You'll have some scarring. Something to impress the ladies when you're older. Nothing more serious than that."
I nodded, still unable to absorb all of it. It still felt dreamlike to me. "We got out," I said hesitantly, seeking reassurance. He nodded.
"Yes, Will Henry. We got out."
The subject was dropped for the moment. He laid out my clothes and stood at the bedside impatiently while I struggled to dress. Every joint ached. Every muscle quivered with fatigue, and my chest burned horribly with the slightest movement. When I sat up, the room spun around, and I gathered the sheets into my fists to ballast myself against the waves of nausea smashing against the brow of my enfeebled constitution. The shirt I managed to put on without aid, but when I lowered my head to slip on the pants, I toppled over, the doctor stepping forward to catch me before I smacked face first onto the floor.
"Here, Will Henry," he said gruffly. "Come now, lean against me."
He pulled up my pants, cinched the belt tight.
"There. Now, I trust you've too much pride to suffer the indignity of me carrying you downstairs. Here, hold on to my arm."
Thus we proceeded to the lobby restaurant, where the doctor ordered a pot of tea and instructed our waiter, who also happened to be the bartender and the cook, to unload the larder. In good time I was stuffing my mouth with biscuits and venison gravy, pancakes glistening in maple syrup, fresh sausages and bacon, eggs, fried potatoes, hominy, and breaded trout fillets. Warthrop cautioned me to slow down, but his warning went unheeded in the hurly-burly of my frontier bacchanal. It was as if I had never tasted food before, and the more I ate, the more exquisite became my appetite.
"You're going to make yourself sick," the Monstrumologist said.
"Yes, sir," I muttered around a mouthful of biscuit. He rolled his eyes, sipped his tea, and looked out the window to Main Street, drumming his fingers on the tabletop. "Did you get a good look at it, sir?" I asked.
"A good look at what?"
"The thing that was chasing us." He turned back to me. His expression was unreadable.
"There was no thing chasing us, Will Henry."
"But the eyes, you saw them."
"Did I?"
"I did."
"With the eyes of one suffering from dehydration, sleep deprivation, hunger, physical trauma, exhaustion, exposure, and extreme fear, not unlike my eyes at the time."
"What about the tent? Something tore it right out of—"
"Wind shear."
He smiled condescendingly at my baffled expression. A freak meteorological phenomenon, rare but not unheard of.
But I heard it, sir, coming after us. It was huge.
You heard nothing of the sort. As I've told you before, fear murders our reason. I should never have panicked, but I was, like you, in a state of heightened emotional distress. In my right mind, I would have realized the best course of action would have been to stay where we were, as far from the trees as possible.
Far from the trees?
The preferable place to be in an earthquake.
An earthquake? I echoed disbelievingly. He was nodding. It was an earthquake?
Well, what else could it have been? He asked crossly. Really, Will Henry, the alternative you're suggesting is absurd, and you know it.
I set down my fork. Suddenly, I wasn't hungry anymore. Indeed, I felt full to my ears, bloated and slightly nauseated. I looked down at my plate. The dead eye of the trout stared blankly back at me. Shards of white flesh clung to the delicate, translucent bone. I would strip her bare. I would see her as she is. I thought of Pierre LaRose, and then of Sergeant Hawk, his arms flung wide as if to embrace the limitless sky, his eyeless sockets regarding something we who retained our eyes could not see.
"If you are finished gorging yourself," the doctor said, consulting his watch, "we are late for our appointment."
"Appointment, sir?"
"They won't allow us to leave until they speak to you, and I am anxious to quit this charming little back-country outpost as soon as possible."
They turned out to be 2 detectives with the Northwest Mounted Police. The doctor had reported the deaths of LaRose and Sergeant Hawk immediately, and Hawk's body had been quickly recovered where we had abandoned it, less than 10 miles from the northern shore of the Lake of the Woods. A party had been dispatched to locate LaRose's makeshift grave with the aid of a crude map sketched by Warthrop. He wasn't sure of the precise location, he told his interrogators, but he knew it was off the main trail about a day's hike from the sucker camp at Sandy Lake. The doctor was accustomed to dealing with all varieties of law enforcement. It was an inherent part of his work, since monstrumology was, in a way, the study of the criminal side of nature. He answered their questions forthrightly, his responses becoming vague only to the questions about the purpose of John Chandler's journey. "Research," he replied cagily. "Research of what, Dr. Warthrop?" the detectives asked. "Of certain indigenous belief systems." "Could you be more specific?"
"Well, he certainly didn't consult me about it," Warthrop said a bit testily. "If you'd like to know more, I suggest you ask Dr. Chandler."
"We have. He claims to remember nothing."
"I've no doubt he's telling the truth. He has been through a terrible ordeal."
"Making out a little better than his guide, though."
"If you are suggesting he had something to do with LaRose's murder, you are sadly mistaken, Detective Sergeant. I'm not telling you how to execute your duties, but the person you should be asking these questions is Jack Fiddler."
"Oh, we'll be talking to Mr. Jack Fiddler. We've had reports about the strange goings-on up there at Sandy Lake." Then it was my turn. The detectives politely asked the doctor to leave. He staunchly refused. They asked again with noticeably less politeness, and he, seeing that further recalcitrance would serve only to delay our departure, reluctantly agreed. For the next hour they walked me through the story, from first day to terrifying last, and I answered their questions as thoroughly as I could, omitting only those things the doctor had told me were born of dehydration, sleep deprivation, hunger, physical trauma, exhaustion, exposure, and extreme fear. Everything, that is, that smacked of Utica. "Do you know what Chandler went up there for?" they asked me. "I think it was research." "Research, yes, we've heard that." Then, abruptly, they shifted gears. "What kind of doctor is he?" "Dr. Chandler?" "Dr. Warthrop."
He is a natural philosopher.
Philosopher?
A scientist.
What does he study?
Natural things, I stuttered.
And Dr. Chandler, he's the same kind of philosopher?
Yes.
And what are you? Are you a philosopher too?
I'm an assistant.
You're an assistant philosopher?
I provide services to the doctor.
What kind of services?
Services of the indispensable kind. Is the doctor in trouble? I asked, hoping to change the subject.
A sergeant of the NWMP is dead, boy. Somebody is going to be in trouble.
But I told you, he left us. He disappeared one night, and he was dead when we found him.
Bush fever, climbed a tree and froze to death. A local boy who grew up in those woods, who hunted in them and fished in them, who's hiked them from here to the Arctic Circle, just runs off, hauls himself up in a tree in the middle of the first big storm of the season. You see how it doesn't add up, Will?
Well, that's what happened.
I was practically giddy with relief when they escorted us outside without metal bracelets adorning our wrists. "We shall be in touch, Dr. Warthrop," said they, rather ominously. Having just survived my first interrogation as a detained foot soldier in the service of science, I was subjected to another by my master, who demanded to know every question and hear every answer. "Assistant philosopher? What the devil is that, Will Henry?"
"The best I could come up with, sir." We were walking toward the waterfront, away from our hotel. "Where are we going?" I asked.
"Chandler," replied the Monstrumologist curtly. "For some unfathomable reason, he's gotten it into his head he owes you a word of gratitude."
He was recuperating in the private residence of the town's apothecary and sole dentist. The residence was located on the second story directly above the business establishment, in a precarious-looking structure across the street from the wharf. I will confess my ascent to John Chandler's room was fraught with no small measure of apprehension. Perhaps sensing my distress, the doctor drew me aside before we entered.
"He remembers nothing, Will Henry. His physical recovery has been nothing short of remarkable, but mentally, at any rate, try to control your tongue, and remember he has suffered more than either of us."
John Chandler was sitting in a rocking chair by the window. The late afternoon sun bathed his face with a kind of washed-out radiance, as sometimes the dead will seem to glow in their coffin. I noticed first that he, like the doctor, had had a shave and a trim. The fullness of his face made his eyes appear smaller, more in proportion with the rest. Of course, he was still horribly thin. His head seemed to be balanced precariously upon his spindly neck.
"Well, hello there," he called softly, motioning me closer with a freshly manicured claw. "And you must be Pellinor's Will Henry. I don't believe we've been properly introduced."
His hand was icy cold, though his grip was hard.
"I'm John," he said. "I'm so glad to meet you, Will, and I'm delighted to see you up and about. Pellinor told me you've been under the weather." "Yes, sir," I replied. "And now you're feeling much better?" "Yes, sir." "Glad to hear it." His eyes had lost their yellow hue. The last time I had looked into those eyes, they'd seemed to burn with golden fire. "You look just like him," Chandler said softly. "Your father. The resemblance is remarkable." "You knew my father?" I asked. "Oh, everyone knew James Henry. He was practically attached to Warthrop's hip. A terrible loss, Will. I am sorry." In the awkward silence that ensued, we stared at each other across a space that felt far greater than the few feet that separated us.
There was an odd blankness about him, a flatness to his inflection, like a poor actor reading from a script, or like the parroting of words in a language he did not comprehend.
"Will Henry," the doctor said, "John wanted to thank you."
"Yes, Pellinore tells me your services were indispensable to my rescue."
"It was Dr. Warthrop," I said quickly.
"He rescued you from Jack Fiddler, and he carried you, sir. He carried you all the way. For miles and miles he carried you."
"Will Henry," the doctor said.
He shook his head slightly and mouthed the word no.
"Well, you are your father's son, William James Henry. Glad to be of service, honored to be in his august company, etc., etc."
He turned to my master.
"What is this magic you work on underlings, Pellinore? Why can't they see you for the irascible old mossback you are?"
"Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that my company happens to be august."
Chandler laughed, producing a rattle deep in his chest. He wiped the resulting spittle from his chin with the back of his hand.
"That was my chief mistake," he said. "I should have brought you with me on the expedition, Pellinore."
"I would have refused."
"Even for old time's sake?"
"Even for that, John."
"It doesn't matter that I failed, you know. The old man won't give it up."
"I'm prepared to deal with von Hellrung."
"You know who's to blame for all this, don't you? That damned Irishman Stokely."
"Stokely? Who's he?"
"Or Stockman, Stickler, Stoker, Stalker? Oh, I don't know what's the matter. Got moss on the brain or something. His first name is Abraham, but he doesn't go by that."
"I've never heard the name, or any variant of it. Is he a monstrumologist?"
"Good God, no. He's in the theater. The theater, Pellinore. Met the old man through his patron, that British actor, Harold Lerner. Is that it?"
Warthrop was shaking his head.
"I've no idea, John."
"He's very famous, been knighted by the Queen and everything. Over here on a tour last year, and Henry, that's the first name, Sir Henry
"Irving?"
That's it, Sir Henry Irving. Stickman is his personal clerk or something. Sir Henry introduced him to von Hellrung, and ever since the two have been as thick as two peas in a pod."
"Thieves," the doctor said. "The expression is as thick as thieves."
"Yes, I know that."
Chandler's face darkened.
"I misspoke, Professor. Thank you so much for correcting me, though."
He looked at me.
"He does it to you, too. You don't have to tell me."
"So this personal secretary of Sir Henry convinced von Hellrung of the Wendigo's existence?"
Warthrop seemed dubious.
"Did I say that? You aren't listening to me. A vain man has no room in his head for the thoughts of others. Remember that, little Bill. No, I don't think Stockman knows a Wendigo from a Welshman, but he's positively obsessed with all things monstrumological. Even wants to write a book about it."
The doctor's eyebrow rose.
"A book?"
"He's an aspiring novelist, too, fixated on the occult, native superstitions, that sort of thing."
"None of which has anything to do with monstrumology."
"That's what I told the man. But he's slowing down. You know he's been slipping over the past couple of years. And this stroker won't leave him in peace. Back in England now and writing letter after letter, forwarding von Hellrung what he called eyewitness accounts, excerpts from personal diaries and such, some of which von Hellrung showed me. I told him, you can't trust this man. He's in the theater. He's a writer. He's making it up. Well, the old man won't listen. Goes off and writes this damn paper to present to the Congress and asks me to head up here, because proof of one lends credence to the existence of the other."
"The other?"
echoed the doctor.
"Nosferatu, the vampire. That damned Irishman's pet project."
"So Meister Abrams sends you to bag its North American equivalent," Warthrop said. "Utter folly, John. Why did you agree to it?"
Chandler looked away. He did not answer for a moment. When he did, it was with a voice so soft I could hardly hear him.
That is none of your business.
You could have turned him down without hurting him.
The bulbous head whipped toward him. Veins popped in the spindly neck, and John Chandler's eyes burned with anger. Don't preach to me about hurt, Pellinor Warthrop. You have no concept of the word. What did you ever care about his feelings, or anyone's? When did you ever shed a tear for another human being? I challenge you to name one time in your miserable little life when you gave a damn about anyone but yourself.
I shouldn't have to, returned my master calmly.
He did not appear fazed by this vehement outburst.
Least of all with you, John.
Oh, that. What a hypocrite you are, Warthrop. You must be a hypocrite. You're too intelligent for any other explanation. Throwing yourself into that river was the ultimate act of vanity and self-centeredness. Woe is me, poor tragic Pellinor. Pitiful. I wish you had drowned. The doctor refused to rise to the bait.
You have been through a terrible ordeal, he said gently. I understand you are not yourself, but I pray in time you'll see your anger is misdirected, John. I am not the one who sent you here. I am the one who brought you out.
I thought of him crashing to the frozen ground, Chandler cradled in his arms, and the wild look in his eyes when Hawk tried to help him with his burden, the revolver inches from Hawk's face, and his broken cry so pitiably small in the unforgiving desolation. No one touches him but me. One and the same, whispered his friend cryptically. One and the same. Before Warthrop could ask the meaning of this remark, a knock came upon the door. The doctor stiffened at the sound and briefly closed his eyes, breathing to himself, "We have stayed too long." Muriel Chandler stepped into the room, seeing Warthrop first and saying to him, "Where's John?" Then she saw him, huddled in the little chair, a man who appeared twice as old as when she'd seen him last, pale and shriveled, ground down by the wilderness and the exorbitant cost of desire. She gave an involuntary gasp. Her eyes welled with tears. Chandler tried to rise, failed, tried again. He rocked unsteadily upon his feet. He seemed taller than I remembered. "Here I am," he croaked. She hurried toward him, slowed, stopped. She touched his cheek tenderly. The moment was heart-rending and intensely private. I looked away, toward the author of the play, who had endured the unendurable so he might stage this scene. The woman he loved in the arms of another man. "John?" she asked, as if she could not quite believe it. "Yes," he lied. "It's me." Chapter 15. We should be honest with each other. We saw them to the depot. As the porter was helping her husband board their private car, Muriel laid her hand upon the doctor's arm. "Thank you," she said. He eased his arm away. "It was for John," he said. "You thought he was dead."
"Yes, you were right and I was wrong, Muriel. See to it he's looked after. He is far from recovered."
"Of course I will." Her eyes flashed. "I have every hope of his recovery." She bade me goodbye. "I kept my promise, Will." "Promise, ma'am?" "I prayed for you." She glanced at the doctor. "Half of it was answered at least. You're not dead."
"Not yet," said Warthrop. "Give it time."
I wasn't sure, but it appeared she was fighting back a smile. "Will I see you in New York?" she asked him. "I will be in New York," he said. Now she did laugh, and it was like rain after a long, dry season. The locomotive's whistle shrieked. Black smoke belched from the stack. "Your train is leaving," the monstrumologist pointed out. We remained on the empty platform until the train was well out of sight. The first stars were coming out. A loon cried mournfully against the dying of the light. The onset of darkness made me shiver more than the cold. Though miles from it, I was still very close to that spot where a man lay broken in half beneath the frozen ground. "When will we be going home, sir?" I asked. "Tomorrow," he answered. I'd never been so happy to see that old house on Harrington Lane. I fairly bounded from our hansom when we pulled up, and kneeling to kiss the doormat would not have been out of keeping with my joy upon finding myself there. It seemed nothing short of miraculous. How I had hated that house, and now how I loved every single creaky old inch of it. Nothing makes us love something more than the loss of it. I think the monstrumologist would have agreed with that. I would have never left it again, but the packing began first thing the following morning. In the afternoon there were errands to run, to the post office, the Western Union office, the laundry shop, the tailor's, and last but certainly not least, the baker's for a basket of raspberry scones. The doctor, it appeared, had missed his scones the most. He worked late into the evening practicing his presentation, assuming he was Pellinor Warthrop after all, the absolute worst case. Despite his lack of an actual physical specimen, von Hellrung would proceed to argue for the inclusion of Leptolaconus and its myriad mythological cousins in the monstrumological canon. The night before our departure for New York, a very odd thing happened. Practically the oddest thing to happen between us up to that point. I was drifting off to sleep when his head popped through the little trapdoor to my alcove and, with an uncharacteristic chagrined expression, he softly asked if I was awake. "Yes, sir," I replied. I sat up and lit the lamp beside the bed. In its glow, the doctor's face seemed to float against the backdrop of profound darkness. I was a bit unnerved, to be honest, for in our history, he had never come to my bedside in the middle of the night. It was always I who was summoned to his. "Can't sleep either, then?" He sat at the foot of the bed. He looked about the tiny space as if he, who had grown up in this house, had never seen it before. "You know, you might consider moving into one of the bedrooms on the second floor, Will Henry." "I like it up here, sir." "Do you? Why?" "I don't know. I guess I feel more safe here." "Safe? Safe from what?" He looked away. He did not seem to be waiting for an answer to his question, though he did seem to be waiting for something. What was it? Why had he come like this? It was not in his character. "I spent many hours in this room when I was a child," he said, gently breaking the silence. "Our past dictates our perceptions, Will Henry. I could never associate this room with safety." "Why?" "I was quite sickly as a child. One of the reasons, though not the chief reason, my father sent me away. To toughen you up a bit, were his words. Every time I fell ill, and that was often, I was banished to this attic, lest my contagion run through the entire household." He was staring through the little window over my head, to the glistening stars beyond. "My mother died when I was 10. I believe I have told you that. Consumption. My father, though he never said it outright, blamed me. From the hour of her death, my days in this house were numbered. He withdrew from me, and, although we shared the same rooms and supped at the same table, I was abandoned.
as he was, both of us wrapped within the cocoon of our grief. He threw himself into his work, and threw me onto a boat to England. I would not see him again for almost 15 years. I tried to think of something that would comfort him. "I'm sorry, sir," was the best I could muster. He frowned. "I'm not seeking pity, Will Henry. I was discussing how our perceptions are shaped by our individual experience, thus calling into question the whole notion of objective truth. We cannot trust our perceptions, that is my point." He abruptly cut short the lecture, looking away again, considering by all appearances the blank wall opposite the bed. "I spent untold days up here, racked with fevers and coughs, while upon the street below I could hear the laughter of the neighborhood children, their joy a cruelty I could hardly bear." He shook his head sharply, as if to rid himself of the memory. "The other difficulty with our perceptions," he continued at length in that maddeningly dry, lecturing tone he often put on with me, "is our tendency to project them upon others. This room has unpleasant connotations for me, and so I attribute the feeling to the room itself, and am puzzled when you do not feel the same way." "Yes, sir," I said. "What have I told you about the incessant yes, sirs, Will Henry? It is sycophantic and demeaning to both of us." "Yes, sir," I replied cheekily. "I have been giving some thought to our—" He searched for the best word to describe it. "Arrangement, Will Henry. You have been with me almost 2 years now, and of course your services have tended to be, on the whole, more indispensable than not. Still, your case is unusual in that you came to be here as a result of your parents' untimely demise, not by any desire on your part, or on mine, in all honesty. Unfortunate circumstances forced us together, but that does not mean we are entirely helpless. As a scientist, I do not truck much in free will, but neither do I subscribe to silly superstitions of predestination or fate. My perception may be entirely true that you have been indispensable to me. It does not follow, however, that you share the same perception when it comes to me." He paused, waiting to hear my thoughts on the matter. When I didn't answer, he shrugged and said, "You're nearly 13, the age of majority in some cultures." He cleared his throat. "And you have demonstrated minor alacrity in lucid thought, sporadically at least," he added. It was a particular talent of the Monstrumologist, the ability to insult and praise in the same breath. "Perfectly capable of making decisions." "You're sending me away." My heart began to race. "You don't want me here anymore." "Did I say that? Where do you wander off to, Will Henry? What pleasant meadows do you frolic in while I'm talking? I said you are not entirely helpless. You can make a choice, and more important, I will honor that choice. I'm not a fool. It has not escaped my notice that I can be difficult to live with." He hesitated, as if waiting for a rebuttal. When none was forthcoming, he hurried abashedly on. "I have certain idiosyncrasies, some deficiencies in relating to... What I mean to say is that perhaps I am the sort of man who lives best alone." He frowned. "What is this? Are those tears?" "No, sir." "Don't exacerbate the matter by lying, Will Henry." "No, sir." "And then there is the issue of my profession. It is a dangerous business, our recent difficulties in rat portage being a perfect case in point. I'm sure it has occurred to you that associating with a monstrumologist can be hazardous to one's health." I touched the still tender wound upon my chest. "I've no intention of simply putting you out on the streets, if that's what is worrying you," he continued. "I would find a good place for you." "This is my place. With you, sir." I'm flattered by your devotion, Will Henry, but
if I left, how would you get along? There is no one to—" He waved his hand impatiently.
I can always hire a cook and a maid, Will Henry, and you know every week there are applications to apprentice under me, from serious scholars who are actually interested in the craft.
These words stung. I lowered my head and said nothing. He snorted softly.
How true that honesty is its own reward. More often than not, its only reward. We should be honest with each other, Will Henry. Your motives for staying here are no more pure than mine for allowing you to.
Please, sir, I want to stay. He stared intently at me for several long, uncomfortable moments. Was that his game, I wondered? To gauge the depths of my commitment to him? Or were his motives purer than that? Was he concerned for my safety, or troubled by his friend's demand? I challenge you to name one time in your miserable little life when you gave a damn about anyone but yourself. And this was his way of answering it? What did the monstrumologist really want from me? And what in the name of all that's holy did I want from him? Did either of us know?
It is a terrible thing, Will Henry, he said at last, to lose a friend.
Chapter 16. I am pleased to find you here. A man of enormous proportions was waiting for us when we arrived at Grand Central Depot the following afternoon. At well over 6 feet, he towered above the crowd, wide-shouldered, thick-chested, with an untrimmed, tangled mass of black hair obscuring the lower half of his large pockmarked face, his bowler hat pulled low, the brim resting just above his bushy eyebrows. He bowed low to the doctor, an exaggerated show of subservience that struck me as slightly affected, a parody of deep respect, and he greeted the monstrumologist in a thick Slavic accent. "Dr. Warthrop, I am Augustin Scala." He gave Warthrop a card, which the doctor barely glanced at before pressing into my hand. Dr. A. von Hellrung. Herr Dr. von Hellrung welcomes you back to New York and requests that you accept my services.
And what precisely might those services be, Mr. Scala? Inquired the doctor stiffly.
To arrive you to hotel, sir. English clearly was not the Bohemian's first language.
Our luggage, began Warthrop.
To be arrived by separate coach. All is taken care of. No worries for the Dr. Warthrop? Like the great ice-breaking prow of an Arctic vessel, Augustin Scala plowed a path through the crowd as it bottlenecked before the 42nd Street doors. We followed him to a black hansom cab hitched to an ebony behemoth of a horse. After opening the curbside door for us, Scala, with exaggerated formality and painfully ludicrous solemnity, dug into his jacket pocket and produced an envelope, which he offered, with equivalent obsequiousness, to my master. Warthrop accepted it without a word and slid into the cab, leaving me for the briefest moment alone with the Bohemian, my senses a bit overwhelmed by the intensity with which he stared down at me from so great a height, with dark, expressionless eyes and the malodorous aroma of sweat, tobacco, and stale beer that orbited his Jovian mass. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Will Henry," I answered, my voice sounding small to me. "I serve the doctor." "We are fellows," he intoned in his guttural accent. "I serve too." He dropped a huge paw upon my shoulder, lowering his face until it filled my entire field of vision. "I gladly die for Meister Abram."
"Will Henry?" Warthrop called from within the hansom. "Snap to."
Never had my snapping two been happier. I fairly leapt inside, the door swung shut, and the entire rig bounced and shook as Scala took his seat above us. The whip wickedly popped, and we swung on a single wheel, or so it felt, onto the street, barely missing a policeman and forcing his bicycle directly into the path of an advancing dray loaded with dry goods. The policeman's shrill whistle was swallowed quickly by the din of the depot, the clop-clop of the carriages and the cries of the vendors and the throaty notes of the 6:30 express arriving from Philadelphia. The early evening traffic was heavy, the street clogged with carriages and bicycles, none of which seemed to concern our driver, who drove as one fleeing a fire, all the while cracking his whip and hurling obscenities in his native tongue at any and all with the temerity to cross his path. Many years have passed since that day, my first in that city of cities, that crowning jewel in America's financial and cultural coronet, the living symbol of her abundance. The picture is perfectly preserved in my memory. Look, there he goes now, rounding the corner onto 6th Avenue, little William James Henry, all the way from his tiny New England hamlet, leaning out of the window of that jostling taxi with his little mouth agape, as goggle-eyed as the most buffle-headed bumpkin fresh from the sticks, marveling with bald astonishment at the architectural triumphs of the avenue that dwarfed anything he had ever seen in the confines of the Massachusetts countryside, taller than the tallest church steeple. See him now, his face lit up with delight at the parade advancing on every side, of cart and carriage, delivery truck and spacious brougham, of ladies in their colorful crinoline and dandies dandier than the foppish fop astride bone-shaker bicycles, weaving between the vendors' carts as expertly as rodeo barrel racers. Sunset was still almost 2 hours hence, but the buildings on the western side cast long engulfing shadows, between which the granite pavement glowed honey gold in smoky shafts of slanting light, the light painting the facades along the eastern side the same Hyblaean hue. Thus it seemed to this 12-year-old boy from the country that he had arrived, by means of the oddest and most terrible of circumstances, in a city made of gold, where wonders awaited him around every corner, and where, like the tens of thousands of immigrants who came before and after him, he might shrug off his dolorous past and don the bright and brilliant coat of endless possibility. Do you hear it? I certainly do. His barely suppressed giggles behind that silly grin. But listen, William James Henry, your joy will be fleeting. This feast of eye and ear will soon be snatched from your table. The golden light will die, and the plunge into darkness will be swift and unstoppable. Beside me, the monstrumologist did not share an iota of my joy. He was absorbed in the letter handed to him by the Bohemian. He read it through several times before passing it to me with a pensive sigh. It read, My dear Warthrop, Old friend, I open with the sincerest of apologies. Forgive me. I would have met your train in person, but much demands my attention, and I cannot get away. Herr Scala is an excellent man, and you may, as I do, trust to him the slightest detail. If he disappoints, tell me, and it shall be dealt with. Words fail to express my eagerness to see you again, for it has been too long, old friend, and there is much that has happened, much that will in the coming days, but that is not to be written, and we have much to discuss. I regret I cannot greet you properly tonight at the soirée. There are more pressing matters that demand my attention, but as recompense for my disgracious absence, I pray you will accept my invitation to dine tomorrow. Herr Scala will meet you at your hotel 7:15. I beg to remain, your obedient servant, A. von Hellrung. I suspect my old master would not be so eager to see me if he knew our plans, Will Henry, he muttered. Hardly had the words escaped his lips when the hansom jerked to a violent stop, snapping my head forward with such force that my hat was flung to the floorboards.
As I bent to pick it up, the doctor jumped onto the sidewalk, striding away without a backward glance, the breeze whipping his dark cloak about him in a zephyrous dance. I hopped from the cab, only to be confronted in my egress, as in my ingress, by the large slit-eyed servant of von Hellrung. He said nothing at first. He only stared, but it was a stare curiously lacking in curiosity. He simply fixed his black eyes upon me as a man might regard a common insect that had crossed his path. He afforded me a smile noticeably deficient in teeth. "You sleep goodly enough tonight, Mr. Will Henry," he said, with a slight emphasis on tonight, implying my subsequent rest might not be so goodly. I nodded and mumbled my gratitude. Then I fairly sprinted to the doctor's side. We were met inside the lobby by what appeared to be the entire staff of the Plaza Hotel, from manager to lowly bellhop, a half-dozen in all, who descended upon Warthrop as if he were the prodigal son. It was not any largesse on the doctor's part that excited them. The doctor had stayed here before, and his parsimony was well known, but his reputation as one of the preeminent natural philosophers of his day. In short, and much to my surprise, the doctor was something of a celebrity, a fact that, given his particular and peculiar field of expertise, seemed counterintuitive to say the least. Warthrop, for his part, seemed nothing but annoyed by all the fawning and scraping, further evidence of his distress over the looming battle with von Hellrung. Under normal circumstances, he would have basked in the glow of their adoration for however long it shone. So he cut short their slavish greetings, curtly informing the manager that he was tired and wished to be shown directly to his room. There followed many repetitions of, "Yes, Dr. Warthrop," and "Right this way, Dr. Warthrop," and in a thrice I was aboard the first elevator in which I had ever ridden, operated by a boy not much older than myself, who was wearing a bright red jacket and a pillbox hat. Our digs, a spacious suite on the 8th floor, with magnificent views of Central Park and Fifth Avenue, were lavishly appointed, if wondrously cluttered, in the Victorian style. How odd it felt, upon crossing that threshold, to have awakened in the dusty, shadow-choked old house on Harrington Lane, and then, in a matter of hours, to find oneself in the lap of gilded luxury. I practically skipped to the window and pulled aside the heavy damask curtains to ogle the landscape from my vertiginous perch. The westering sun glittered off the pond nestled in its verdant bower, where toy sailboats bobbed in the gold-tipped swells. Lovers strolled arm in arm along West 59th Street, the women with their brightly colored parasols, their beaux with their walking sticks. Oh, thought I, could there be a more pleasurable place than this? Why couldn't we live here, in this city of wonders? "Will Henry," called the doctor. I turned to find him shirtless, holding a burgundy cravat. "Where is my cravat?" It's in your hand, sir." "Not this cravat, my black cravat. I specifically asked if you packed it before we left. My memory is quite clear on that." "I did pack it, sir." "It isn't in our luggage." "It must be, sir." I found it right away, and he snatched it out of my hand as if I'd pulled it from my back pocket. "Why aren't you changing, Will Henry?" he asked querulously. "You know we have less than an hour." "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know, sir. Less than an hour to what?" "And for goodness' sake, run a comb through that mop of yours." With black-rimmed eye and unkempt hair tortured into cyclonic waves by his restless fingers, he added, "You look terrible." On the eve of every Congress, a reception was held in the grand ballroom at Charles Delmonico's restaurant on 14th Street. Attendance was not mandatory, but few members failed to make an appearance. Food and libation were provided in abundance, and it was the rare monstrumologist who could resist free provender. A band was always hired to play the latest and popular music, Over the Waves and Where Did You Get That Hat?
and it was the sole function, formal or informal, in which women were allowed to participate. The first female monstrumologist, Mary Whiten Calkins, would not be admitted to the society until 1907. Fewer than half of the men brought their wives, only because most monstrumologists were committed bachelors, like my master. This is not to say they were indifferent to the fairer sex or misogynistic in their perceptions. Rather, monstrumology attracted men who were solitary by nature, risk-takers for whom the thought of hearth and home and the unending demands of domesticated bliss were anathema. Most, like Pellinor Warthrop, had fallen in love long ago with an enchantress whose face they were doomed to never clearly see. Hardly had we been relieved of our hats and overcoats when a little man materialized out of the milling crowd. He wore a black swallowtail coat over a vest of the same color, black trousers, a white shirt with a high, stiff collar, and patent leather pumps that added an inch or so to his diminutive height. His mustaches were waxed, twirled into points that curved upward toward his cheeks. He greeted the monstrumologist in the typical continental fashion, faisant la bise, a peck on either cheek, and said, "Pellinor, mon cher ami, you do not look well." His dancing dark eyes fell upon me. "Damiens, this is my assistant, Will Henry," the doctor said, ignoring his colleague's observation. "Will Henry, Dr. Damiens Gravois." "Delighted," said Gravois. He squeezed my hand. "Comment vas-tu?" "Sir?" "He is saying, how are you?" Warthrop informed me. Gravois added, "And you say, ça va bien. I'm doing well, or pas mal, not bad. Or to show what a polite boy you are, bien, et vous?" I struggled to form the last suggestion, and either the awkwardness of my attempt or the futility of the attempt itself amused him, for he chuckled and gave my shoulder a consoling, if slightly patronizing, pat. "Pas de quoi, Monsieur Henry. La chose est sans remède. You are an American, after all." He turned back to Warthrop. "Have you heard the latest?" He was grinning wickedly. "Oh, it is terrible, mon ami. Scandalous." "If it involves scandal, I'm sure you will share it, Gravois," replied the doctor. "I have it upon good authority that our esteemed president intends to shock us at the conclusion of this Congress." "Really?" Warthrop raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "In what way?" "He intends to introduce the mythological into the lexicon." Gravois smiled smugly, anticipating no doubt Warthrop's dismay at this news. "Well," said my master after a weighty pause, "we will have to do something about that, won't we? Excuse me, Damiens, but I haven't eaten anything all day." We loaded our plates from a long buffet table groaning with food. Never before had I seen so much gathered in one place. Smoked salmon and raw oysters, chicken gumbo and sweet pea puree, soft-shelled crab and broiled bluefish, stuffed shoulder of lamb and braised beef with noodles, broiled quail and blue-winged teal duck served in a sauce espagnole, mushrooms on toast and pigeon with peas, stuffed eggplant, stewed tomatoes, parsnip cake sautéed in butter, hash-brown potatoes baked in cream. I wondered if the doctor, tipping back his head to slip the oyster into his mouth, was thinking like me of hickory bark and bitter wolf's claw and the pungent taste of toothwort. One might think my recent intimacy with starvation might have made me appreciate this cornucopia all the more, but it produced the opposite effect. The display appalled and offended me. It made me angry. As I looked about the richly appointed ballroom, the enormous crystal chandelier from England, the rich velvet curtains from Italy, the priceless artwork from France, and looked at the women glittering in their finest jewels, the silk trains of their imported gowns skimming the floor as they danced in the arms of their well-dressed escorts, and saw the waiters in their morning suits gliding through it all with groaning trays held high, I felt slightly sick to my stomach. In a tree that raised its boughs high in the trackless wilderness, a man crucified himself, his belly engorged with ice, his eyeless sockets seeing more than I, and I more than these ignorant fools who drank and danced and chattered drunkenly about the latest cause célèbre. I could not put it into words. I was but a child then. What I felt, though, was this. Jonathan Hawk's frozen entrails came closer to the ultimate reality than this beautiful spectacle. A familiar voice shook me from my melancholic reverie. I looked up and stared with slightly opened mouth into the most luminous eyes I have ever seen. "William James Henry, imagine finding you here among all these old fuddy-duddies," Muriel Chandler exclaimed, flashing a smile briefer than a wink toward the doctor. "Hello, Pellinore." Then to me, "What's the matter, aren't you hungry?" I looked down at my untouched plate. "I guess not, ma'am." "Then you must do me the honor of this dance, unless your card is full." The band had taken up a waltz. I turned a desperate eye to the doctor, who seemed to have discovered some riveting aspect of his crab. "Mrs. Chandler, I don't know how to dance," I began. "Neither does any other male here, I'm sorry to say. You'll be in excellent company, Will. They can dissect a monstrum horribilis, but they can't master the two-step." She seized my sweaty hand and, without pausing for a reply, said, "May I, Pellinore?" She pulled me to the floor, whereupon I immediately stepped on her toe. "Put your right hand here," she said, gently placing it upon the small of her back, "and hold out your left like this. Now, to lead me, just a tiny pressure with your right. No need to crush my spine or shove me around like a rusty-wheeled cart. Oh, you are a natural, Will. Are you sure you've never danced before?" I assured her I had not. I did not look at her, but kept my head turned discreetly to one side, for my eyes were level with the bodice of her gown. I smelled her perfume. I moved in an atmosphere suffused in lilac. My waltz with the lovely Muriel Chandler was clumsy, and infused with grace, self-conscious and self-effacing. All eyes were upon us. We danced in perfect solitude. As she gently turned me, I cannot in honesty claim I did much leading. I caught glimpses of the doctor through the shifting bodies, standing where we'd left him by the buffet table, watching us. Or her, rather. I do not think he was watching me. Never before had I desired that a moment end as much as I desired that it go on. She extended her hand, curtsied, and thanked me for the dance. I turned away abruptly, anxious to return to the familiar orbit of one who was not quite so heavenly. She stopped me. "A proper gentleman escorts his partner from the floor, Master Henry," she informed me, smiling. "Otherwise she is set adrift to effect a most embarrassing exit. Lift your arm, elbow bent, like this." She laid her hand upon my raised forearm, and we paraded from the floor. I tell myself now it was my imagination, the slight favoring of her right foot as we negotiated our way back to the table.
"Will Henry, you do not look well," the doctor observed. "Are you going to be sick?"
"He is naturally graceful, Pellinore," Muriel said. "You should be proud." "He is naturally graceful, Pellinore," Muriel said. "You should be proud."
"Why would I be proud of that?"
"Aren't you his surrogate father now?"
"I am nothing of the sort."
"Then I feel sorry for him."
"You shouldn't. I understand from a highly respected expert in the field that his achak flies like the hawk."
He smiled tightly and abruptly changed the subject.
"Where's your husband?"
John did not feel up to attending.
"So you came alone?"
"Would that disappoint you, Pellinore?"
"Actually, I am pleased to find you here."
I sense a thinly veiled insult coming.
It must mean he's much improved, for you to abandon his bedside to dance the night away with other men.
Do you know, it isn't your lack of humor that makes you so boring, Pellinore. It's your predictability. She was smiling, but her banter was forced, the lines delivered from an actress who could not identify with her character. The doctor, of course, detected her discomfiture at once.
"Muriel," he said. "What is it?"
"It's nothing, really." She looked directly into his dark eyes and said beseechingly, "Tell me what happened. John says he doesn't remember, but I don't know whether I can—"
"I can speak only of the aftermath," the doctor answered. "The rest, the part I suppose you'd like to know, is speculation, Muriel."
She waited for him to go on. A few feet away, the dance went on, a confusion of whirling color, black and white, red and gold.
"And I do not speculate," he added.
"He's changed," she said.
"I'm aware of that."
"I don't mean physically, though that too. He hasn't eaten a decent meal since we returned. He tries, and gags to the point of choking. And he doesn't want to keep himself properly groomed. You know what a stickler he was about hygiene, Pellinore. I have to bathe him after he falls asleep. But the worst, I don't know how to describe it. The vacancy, Pellinore. He is there, and he is not there."
"Patience, Muriel. It's been less than 3 weeks.
She shook her head. "That is not what I mean. I am his wife. I knew the man who went into the wilderness. I do not know the man who came out of it." At that moment, Damien Gravois appeared at her side. "There you are," he cried softly. "I thought I had lost you." Muriel smiled down upon his glowing countenance. He was a good 2 inches shorter. "Monsieur Henry asked me for a dance," she teased. "S'il vous plaît, pardonnez-moi." "Bien sûr, but if Monsieur Henry persists in these outrageous attempts to steal my date away, I shall challenge him to a duel." He turned to the doctor. "Now, Pellinore, I am taking the wages for this year." He pulled a slip of paper from his waistcoat. "I still have 9:20, 10:15, and 11:30 open if you'd care to—"
"Gravois, you know I do not gamble."
He shrugged. Muriel laughed lightly at my bewildered expression. "For the fight, Will. It happens every year." "The later times book up quickly," put in Gravois. "The alcohol." "Who fights?" I asked. "Practically everyone. The Germans always start it," Gravois said with a sniff. "It was the Swiss contingent last year," Muriel said. "You realize how utterly absurd that is," Gravois said. "The Swiss!"
"There are few things more hopelessly ridiculous, Will Henry," said the doctor, "than an all-out brawl among scientists."
The brawl began a little after 10 o'clock. At 10:23 precisely, according to Gravois' watch. He was the designated timekeeper for that year. When an Italian monstrumologist named Giuseppe Giovanni accidentally, or so claimed Dr. Giovanni later, bumped into the date of a Greek colleague, causing her to spill her champagne down the front of her silk gown. The Greek rewarded the Italian's clumsiness with a roundhouse blow to the side of Giovanni's head, which sent his pince-nez flying across the room and into the back of the head of a Dutchman named van der Zanden, who perceived that the man dancing behind him, a French colleague of Gravois', had reached out and flicked him with his forefinger. The ensuing melee cleared the dance floor. Chairs smashed, glasses and bottles shattered. Men shuffled across the floor with their arms wrapped around each other, impotently pounding their new partners on the back. The band played a rather rollicking ditty for a few minutes, until the musicians were forced to flee after 2 men jumped onto the little stage and grabbed the music stands to hurl at each other's heads. The police were called to break it up, the duty falling again to Gravois, the self-designated master of ceremonies. But it was all but over by the time the police arrived.
"Who won the pool?" asked the doctor afterward.
"You will not believe this, Pellinor," answered Gravois.
"You did."
"It is a miracle, is it not?"
"Pity John couldn't be here," Warthrop said, taking in the devastation. This was always his favorite part of the colloquium.
He did not speak to me until we returned to the plaza.
"Don't do it now, but when we get to the door, take a look behind us, Will Henry. I believe we are being followed."
I followed his instructions, turning at the entrance to the hotel, whereupon I saw hurrying across Fifth Avenue a tall, gangly man of around 20, a bowler hat pulled low over his ears. He was dressed in a shabby black jacket and threadbare trousers, the knees of which were worn nearly clear through.
"Who is it?" I asked the doctor.
"My erstwhile New York shadow," he answered, and said no more.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Curse of the Wendigo by Rick Yancey.
Chapter 17. Ich habe dich auch vermisst. In those days, the Society for the Advancement of the Science of Monstrumology, or the Society, as it was informally known, was headquartered on the corner of 22nd and Broadway, in an imposing structure designed in the neo-Gothic tradition, with narrow arched windows and doorways, soaring turrets, and snarling gargoyles hunkered at the cornices. Originally it had been an opera house, but the company had gone bankrupt in 1842 and had sold the building to the Society, which had refurbished the structure to fit its own peculiar needs. The main auditorium had been converted to a lecture hall and general assembly, where monstrumologists from around the world gathered for their annual congress. The second and third stories contained meeting rooms and administrative offices. The entire fourth floor had been gutted and remodeled into an extensive library that housed more than 16,000 volumes, including original manuscripts rescued from the Royal Library of Alexandria after Julius Caesar accidentally torched it in 48 BC. I did not know what to expect at my first Congress. All I knew was that my mentor looked forward to the annual event the way a child anticipates Christmas morn. Once each year, the creme de la creme of this odd and most esoteric of professions gathered to share their latest discoveries, to expound upon the cutting-edge research and methods, and to gather what comfort they could in a convivial gathering of like-minded souls who, for whatever reason, felt compelled to spend their lives studying creatures the majority of humankind would rather see extinct. If I shared, by means of that peculiar osmosis of a keeper with his child, any of my master's enthusiasm, it was soon squelched at the commencement of the Congress. I passed the hours of that first day in the main auditorium, with only a 30-minute respite for lunch, in a stultifying atmosphere of interminable speeches delivered in dry monotones by men who possessed no oratorical gifts whatsoever, some with accents so thick as to render the mother tongue unrecognizable, on topics equally dull and arcane. The Congress formally began with a kind of roll call. The president pro tempore, the same Dr. Giovanni whose clumsiness had started the brawl the night before — he was sporting an impressive shiner and a large patch over his nose — stood at the lectern, lugubriously reading aloud names from a long piece of foolscap, to which some in the hall responded with an "aye," and to which others made no reply at all. I watched, or rather endured, the proceedings from a vantage point high above the stage. We were seated upon a dilapidated divan inside the doctor's private box, bestowed upon the family Warthrop by the Society in recognition of 3 generations of familial dedication to the cause. By 10 o'clock, we had finally reached the F's, and the doctor was nearly beside himself with boredom. I suggested this would be an excellent time to catch up on his sleep. He had tossed and turned the night before. But my gentle proposition was met with withering disdain. The sole bit of excitement came with the announcement that the president of the society, Dr. Abram von Hellrung, would not be in attendance until the following day, with no explanation given for his absence. Rumors had been rife that something earth-shaking was on the horizon, that von Hellrung intended to drop a scientific bombshell at week's end, a proposition that would shake the world of natural history to its foundation. To those few colleagues who had the temerity to sound out Warthrop on the matter, the doctor gave a curt response, refusing to validate the other rumor that followed the first on eagle's wings, that upon the conclusion of von Hellrung's presentation, his former pupil, the renowned Pellinor Warthrop, intended to rise in reply.
In the rhythm of the bustling day, Father's special secrets, they say, a haven for coins, a keeper of dreams, in its warm embrace, a world sees. Stories it holds of hard-earned toils, of journeys bold.
We were back in our rooms by 6, which gave us more than an hour to dress for our dinner date with Dr. von Hellrung. In any other circumstance, this would have been more than enough time to change. The doctor, as I have noted elsewhere, was heedless to the point of disdain about his appearance. On this evening, however, Warthrop became as punctilious as the fussiest quaintrelle. I, as his impromptu valet, bore the brunt of his anxiety. His waistcoat was wrinkled, his shoes were scuffed, his cravat was crooked. After my 3rd unsuccessful attempt to tie a proper knot, he pushed my hands away roughly and cried, "Never mind, I'll do it." His lecture on proper etiquette, "Sit up straight, say please and thank you, and may I, speak only when spoken to. The purpose and function of a finger bowl," etc., etc., was mercifully interrupted by the arrival of Scala promptly at 1:15. He grunted a good evening to the doctor and swept out through the doors without a backward glance, one hand buried in the bulging pocket of his peacoat. Perhaps, I thought, he was caressing the butt end of a truncheon. As we exited the building, the doctor moaned under his breath. I looked around for the source of his distress, and spied the same ragamuffin character from the night before, loitering near the 59th Street entrance to the park. The rig bounced as the huge bohemian took his seat. The whip snapped and cracked, and then we were off at a breakneck speed, whipping south onto 5th Avenue, while our driver yelled curses and epithets at anything that dared get in his way, including pedestrians for whom, but a moment before, the act of crossing the street had not seemed a life-threatening proposition. Our journey was mercifully short. Von Hellrung's 4-story brownstone occupied the corner of 5th and 51st Street. Still, by its end, I was battered and bruised, and my pounding heart strained the buttons of my shirt. We were met at the door by a person of color, a burly man whose girth rivaled that of Augustin Scala. He introduced himself as Bartholomew Gray, placed himself entirely at the doctor's service, and then, with dignified and deliberate ambulation, escorted us into the well-appointed parlor. Our host fairly bounded across the room upon our entrance. He was a stocky, barrel-chested man with short, thick legs and small, quick feet. His enormous, square-shaped head was topped by an explosion of cottony white hair, and he had sparkling, sapphire-colored eyes set deep beneath his bushy brows. His ruddy cheeks glowed with veritable delight at seeing his old friend and former pupil, and I watched, dumbfounded, as he gathered my aloof and undemonstrative